everybody. Who finna get blocked? Did I... Oh, I have it on top chat again. Someone talking smack or what? Let me know. Hi, how's everyone doing? I know I said I was gonna try to be more consistent about coming back and I didn't, but I'm here. I was off. Actually, I'll be honest, I asked for the night off yesterday because I wanted to catch up on some things here at home. And then Sunday is looking to be my day off. Is that... Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking. That's why I was asking if that's a new page or what's going on, because if that's his new page, I can mod him up. But I wanted to make sure. So, Preach, if it's you, maybe this is one way we could try to figure that out. We could, I know Preach doesn't mind getting on panel. Go ahead and get on the panel and let me know it's you so I can mod you up. But what I was saying about my schedule is, okay, so check it out. They're gonna roll out turkey plates starting tomorrow. I just told them that I didn't want to be like constantly doing overtime like week after week. They scheduled me for 39.5 hours. And I know like I'm gonna and then on top of that I'm opening I think like 3 times this week. So for sure I'm gonna go in earlier because I don't know if I'm just like not as fast as everybody else, or I'm not too sure what's going on, but like I know it takes me like longer than an hour and a half to open. It's a lot of stuff to do. So I already know I'm pretty, unless like they called it wrong and like people don't show up, which I don't see that happening, I'm most likely going to be doing overtime like next week. So I wanted a day to just rest and kind of like take care of some stuff at home, and then today I intended to go live. And I did notice that on the playlist that I made for the Gabby Petito situation, there's a couple of clips that are kind of lengthy. There's 2 body cam footages, and there's also a news conference that the family did. So on those like longer videos, what I'll do is cam off, and then I'll take my phone with me, and then I'll just chat with the chat. Like I'll watch the video, of course, with everyone, and then any commentary I will have, I'll just put it in the chat, so that way I could do 2 things at the same time, because that seems to be how my brain works. I tend to get more done when I'm tackling like a few things. I'm not a focus on one thing type of person and see it through. I like to do a little this, do a little bit of that. Like that's just kind of like how things work out best for me. And that's kind of what happens at work sometimes too. I don't know. Not too sure where I got that from, but that's how it is. But I hope everyone's doing good since the last time I saw you all. I did go to Queen's live stream. She was having like a music get together type of thing. That was a lot of fun. I was so tired. I was in and out for a little bit there, but what I did see was amazing. So that was really cool. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like multitasking it's so much better that way. I can get more done, and if it's just like, even if it on the long run it takes longer because I'm only doing a little bit here, a little bit there, I get shit done one way or the other. Stacy, how you doing, Sister Stacy? I hope all is good. I haven't seen you all in a bit. I've been absent in some live streams. My apologies, but I gotta pay the bills. And I'm still like kind of new to my routine in a way, since like I'm pretty much working like full time, and getting like things taken care of at home is one thing, and then like maintaining the live stream was another thing. I got some new string lights though, hope you like them. So I did that for the channel. Yes, I gotta make that money, it's super important. and I gotta make sure that everybody's fed and the bills are paid and whatnot, and trying to put something away for the holidays first of all, and then for a rainy day situation and stuff like that. Just trying to be good with money this time around. Stacy says, I'm good, just prepping Sunday dinner and listening. Very, very nice. Prepping Sunday dinner. It's like lunchtime where I'm at, so I'm imagining some kind of Thanksgiving situation over at Sister Stacy's house. Don't forget to bring by a plate. Alright, so let me know out there, whoever's out there, if you've heard of the Gabby Petito situation. Before I start, I want to kind of find out where we're at, if there's anybody that's heard of it, anybody that doesn't know what's going on at all, you know, or maybe there's some like hardcore like followers, you know, like true crime followers and enthusiasts and things like that. So I just kind of want to know where we're all at. Nicolette says she's been following the story. Okay, cool. What I ended up doing is, since I haven't covered any of it at all, I made a playlist, and I think by now everyone that is here knows what that looks like every once in a while, right? They're lengthy, they're specific, they're thorough. I'm trying like to get all the information in there. When I first started this playlist, I think I had something like almost 300 videos, but a lot of it was repetitive information. There's a lot of news stations that were picking up on the story, and it was a lot of the same information. So I watched it. I watched my whole playlist, and I just tried to take out too much of the like same stuff that was being said. But it will happen. So I just want to also let you guys know that there's going to be some stuff that is going to be repetitive, you know. But if I added the video to this playlist, that means that there was a piece of information, which around here we call dropping gems. And it's important to keep it in there, to add it in there, keep it in there, so we could get the most out of what's going on. Stacy says, glad you're covering the story. I haven't really been following. Awesome. Well, we're going to start from the beginning. And the latest clip was from earlier today. So I'm pretty sure I was very thorough with the situation on this playlist. So we'll start from the beginning. And then again, right about here, if you're watching the screen, there's an hour and 17-minute news clip. That's going to be the body cam video. For that, I'll probably just maximize the screen so we can watch it together, and I'll be in the chat because there's some things that I gotta take care of here in the apartment, because like I said, this next week I expect to be very busy, and I'm probably gonna be exhausted by the time I get home. I'll try to go live, but what I'm really trying to do is get through this whole playlist so we're all caught up and pretty much on the same page. So this first clip is from September 16th. Today is October 3rd, so it's been almost a month since this situation has happened. No, we're about like 2 weeks away from being a month, I want to say, right? September 16th was 2 Thursdays ago, if you don't count, well, like technically three Thursdays ago. So yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started. This is called, Is There a Link Between Gabby Petito's Disappearance and a Double Murder Nearby? And this is courtesy of ABC7 SWFL. This is another murder that they were talking about when Gabby Petito first went missing. Spoiler alert, it turned out not to be related. But at the beginning, people thought that maybe it was possible it was a killer out there, killing people, road trippers, and people that are visiting nature sites and stuff like that, but that turned out not to be the case. But I still added this to the playlist because it was still a murder. It was a double homicide that happened in the same area where Gabby went missing, and I'm going to keep up to date with it because as far as I know right now, they still don't know what happened to them. So it is something that I'm going to continue to cover. observing stuff, so that's dope. That's what I've been trying to do with my premiere gaming videos, just watching and chatting. Sounds good. Alright, let's go ahead and get started, you guys.
The Grand County Sheriff says this is one of the largest investigations this agency has ever seen. He says they have called in outside help, including the FBI.
The community's pretty stirred up right now.
A small, peaceful town known for their scenery.
There's a lot of curiosity in the town.
Now the site of a double murder.
I think this is the first double homicide we've ever had.
People want answers.
It's hard knowing that we can't figure anything out and we can't find these people that did it to them.
What happened to Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner?
We're hoping there's lots of transparency with our local officials. That's our biggest concern right now.
Grand County Sheriff Stephen White says they have brought in the FBI and State Bureau of Investigation to help.
Everything is being done that we can possibly do. That's why we've asked for the additional resources. We want to make sure that we do this thorough, we do it complete, and we do it right.
He says deputies are working extra hours, extra shifts.
We're not taking anything off the table. We're investigating this at every possible avenue for every possible thing.
Everyone in this scenic town is searching for answers.
If you're scared or anything or know anything, just come forward because they deserve it. They deserve justice, no matter what.
The sheriff says they have received a lot of tips, but they're hoping people will continue to call in as this investigation is ongoing. In Moab, Sydney Glenn, Fox 13 News, Utah.
One thing I forgot to mention is that I did speed up the videos because it's 152 videos that we're going to watch today, and a couple of them are kind of long. So I just wanted to make sure that I get through as much as possible as I could today. I'm really going to try to go through the whole thing, but I really don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm in for it. Next video is called Search for Gabby Petito Intensifies as Questions Mount, and this is courtesy of WPTV News.
Now to the...
And this was posted September 16th. So this seems to be the day that the news just broke. How do I say this? The news had just broke. Sorry. Being out of live streaming for a little bit, some of the terms just kind of like, I wasn't using them as often, but I'll get back into the swing of things, I promise. What I'm going to do real quick though is try to find out like the date exactly that she went missing, because I'm noticing that a lot of these clips started September 16th. So let me find out what day. So it looks like she called home September 10th, and then I want to say something like 10 days had passed before her parents had called it in to the authorities that she had been missing. Let me see. They went on their road trip in June, and then August 12th was when they had their encounter with the police, where that body cam footage happened. And then September 17th, which is the day after all this, is I guess when everything started to like come out that Gabby had been missing and stuff. So okay, let's go ahead and watch this next clip. Oh, okay. Nicolette Moore says they really don't know which day she went missing. I think it was in August. Okay, that makes sense, because like I did notice that August 16th was like the first day that I started seeing news clips about what happened. And then after that, like I had learned that her parents hadn't heard from her like 10 days before they called the police. I do want to know a little bit more about that, but alright, let's continue for now.
Desperate search for 22-year-old Gabby Petito. The young girl's mother, father, and step-parents delivered an emotional message today to the family of the last person believed to have been with their daughter.
Whatever you can do to make sure my daughter comes home, I'm asking for that help.
Gabby's fiance, Brian Laundrie, was last known to be with her on a cross-country van trip. Tonight, he is still remaining tight-lipped to investigators. And new tonight, police in Moab, Utah have released this body camera footage from their encounter with this couple weeks before Gabby went missing. WPTV News Channel 5's Megan McRoberts is in her hometown of Northport in Sarasota County.
Yeah, we're just outside of Brian Laundrie's home. It's this yellow house you see here behind me with the white camper in the driveway. We know Brian and Gabby lived here together with Brian's parents. This is also where he returned home with that van, but with no sign of Gabby. For now, Brian, we're told, is still laying low. He has not spoken to investigators, but they say that they do know where he is, and they desperately hope that he will start to talk. On social media, this is the couple followers of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie would see. A happy couple spending months together in a van visiting national parks out west.
What's going on up inside?
But Moab City Police in Utah say their vacation wasn't all picture-worthy, pulling the couple over here on August 12th after getting a call from someone who saw them fighting and told police they feared the worst.
There is something to be said about a couple that spends 24/7 together. I don't think even like most marriages do that. Okay, like I'm not complaining at all, okay? Like, I'm just describing a situation that really happened. But I lived with somebody that worked from home and I was home. And we were together like 24/7. There was no way we were going to be able to spend that entire time without sometimes having a disagreement or, you know, a serious discussion about things, or when things just got a little more emotional than other days and stuff like that. Like, it's, I don't want to say if it's human nature or not, I'm not an expert in that, but I just know that it's not natural to be with somebody like that much for that long. And we're talking about in a little van. Like, they were traveling in that tiny little van. Like, they had nobody else like to speak with around them. It was just them two. Like, it's gonna happen. Let's see, Jinxie says they said they now know where he is, but he isn't talking. Interesting. Observing Stuff says, yeah, I can't be around anyone 24/7 unless we're in different rooms or something. People need their privacy. Like, people need, like, their space. Like, I know I do. Observing Stuff says, yeah, they are within a few feet of each other 24/7. Fuck that. Like, you know they're gonna get into it. Like, this is just people, like, things. Nicolette says, I went back to work because I was tired of quarantine with my boyfriend. See what I mean? It's just, it can't happen. Like, you're gonna have times where it's just gonna go left, and you just gotta have the patience and the control to keep yourself from letting things get a little too real around here, you know? And with them, like, they're young, they're early 20s, I believe. Like, to me, like, they're still babies. Like, I remember being in my early 20s and I had a boyfriend that I would, like, go on road trips with and stuff like that, and I remember we would have a bad time sometimes. It wasn't all bad, but, like, shit happens, you know? I know what happens in this case, like, to Gabby, you know? I just feel awful about it because, I mean, there's just no way, like, to know that things were gonna get like that. Like, just barely now, some of their friends are starting to come out and they're just starting to talk about how he was, like, jealous, or how he was, like, sometimes controlling or manipulative, I think was a word I heard. And all of that is just with a combination of like, Gabby having, like, an online presence. She's a pretty young lady. She's a beautiful girl, I want to say. You know, she seemed like a real sweetheart. Like, I don't know her personally, obviously, you know, and it's like, and you're going to hear it a lot in these news clips. People are going to say, you know, that it all wasn't like what it looked like in front of the camera. In front of the camera, everyone's all happy and laughing and always have something to say that's, like, the right thing to say. But what's happening, like, behind the cameras when no one's watching, that's when it gets real. And it's just truly unfortunate that Gabby wasn't, I want to say, more protected, but she was an adult. She wasn't a child. She had every right to be on a road trip cross country with her boyfriend or her fiance. It turned out that he was her fiance. It's just something about the chemistry that was going on there. I'm not too sure. I hope to learn more, because it just seems like there's going to be people that are going to say that, like, he would never do something like that. That's probably going to be his family, who I think, if you're following the case, you know that it looks like they're protecting him. And then there's going to be people that are going to say, like, that he was kind of controlling and manipulative and stuff, and there's just nothing that anybody can do when two people are not right for each other but continue to be together. And when it gets to be the worst of the worst, that's when people start losing their lives. And unfortunately, that's what happened here. And it's just really sad, because Gabby should have had the opportunity to come home and start over, even Brian. But I feel like, after watching everything, I feel like he hurt her. They're saying that there was witnesses that saw him slapping her. I think things got out of hand and he hurt her, and he should have never done that. Observing Stuff says, I've heard a little about this. Weren't they YouTubers? Yeah, they were. She was working on, I think, a blog as well. But yeah, she was mainly on Instagram. Okay, I had heard that they had a YouTube channel too. I'm not too sure. But alright, let's keep going.
This morning, some personal issues. Police separated the two to start asking questions.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, ma'am?
Yeah. A police report said witnesses saw Gabby before this slapping Brian, and that he grabbed her face to push her away and try to lock her out of the van before she climbed through the window. And
that turned out not to be true, I think, because I heard a 911 call of a man calling in, and he said that he saw Brian slapping Gabby. So why the news was going out of their way to make it look like Gabby was the aggressor is beyond me. Other than maybe they didn't have all the information right at first. But between, like, the cops having that interaction with Brian and Gabby, I feel like, we're gonna watch the body cam, but I feel like they kind of led them to say what they were saying to make it look like it was Gabby. But the 911 call said that it was him that was slapping her. So I feel that the cops should have been questioning more about that. But we'll get into that when we watch the body cam. I probably will just stick around and just watch it here rather than trying to multitask, because I'm starting to recall some things that I was thinking when I was watching it the first time around, and I don't know if I'll be able to type it. We might have a discussion for all we know, so I'll probably do that.
they drove off.
He really stressed me out, and it was a rough morning.
They told
Hey Terrence Spade, how you doing? Long time no see. Hope all is good. Really good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
police they were fighting over small things, the cleanliness of the van and her stress starting up her own blog. Brian told police he told her to take a walk to take a breath and calm down before Gabby started hitting him. Police photographed scratches on his arm and face and debated charging Gabby with battery.
What was it you were attempting to accomplish by slapping?
I was trying to get him to stop talking something.
They told police months spent together in the van was leading to tense emotions and more frequent arguments, but they loved each other and didn't want anyone to face charges. Police didn't charge her, but got Brian a hotel room.
I am separating you tonight, okay? I want you guys both to be tonight away from each other, relax, breathe, crying, because there's no reason to be crying now, okay?
After this, Gabby and Brian briefly resumed their happy posts. Northport Police Chief Todd Garrison has seen the body camera video.
They had a disturbance. Yes, it was captured on body camera, their interaction with law enforcement. But beyond that, I don't know what it has to do with the disappearance.
Still offering no new clues to where she could be now. Again, Brian Laundrie is a person of interest in this case. He is not a suspect, and police say they cannot force him to talk. They say he is exercising his constitutional rights to stay quiet. Reporting in Northport.
Right, and that was the first, that wasn't the first clue, but that was one of the first clues, was that Brian was the one to look at for this, because he came back by himself without Gabby, and then he didn't want to help at all to find her. Obviously, why wouldn't he want to help? If something happened out there that was out of his control, let's say if he's not guilty, what else could it be, What if there was, a serial killer, out there, killing people out in nature, wherever they were at, in the national parks and stuff like that? That would be crazy, Wouldn't he come back, or, at some point, call authorities and say what happened? And let everyone know that there's a serial killer out there? No, but that's not what happened. He did it. Hi, Sweet Vampy, how you doing? Aw, I like your AV there. Very inspirational. Nicolette says, dude is a suspect, that's why you all are interested in him. Right. Exactly. Let's keep going. Next video is called Gabby Petito's father makes an emotional plea for help. Now remember, this is all still September 16th. So while I was probably working and, you know, coming home exhausted, taking care of things at the house and stuff, this was going on. I didn't really notice it until like some other YouTubers started to like talk about it, and then I started to look into it, and it had already like blown up. And I was making the playlist, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get into this like soon. But then work just kept being work, and then before I knew it, like, Brian went missing too, and then I was just like, and then Dog the Bounty Hunter started getting in on the situation, and I was like, yeah, I need to cover this, like, soon. But yeah, I didn't know, like, all this was going on until a little bit after. Sweet Vampy says, I changed a while ago. I'm glad you like it. I do. Have you gone live lately? I'm sorry, I've been absent if you have. I'll try to fix my schedule so that I can include all the things that I want to do. And sleep, because sleep is important. But okay, let's go ahead and watch this clip.
Today, Gabby's father joined police in Northport while their family attorney spoke out from hundreds of miles away, both with the same plea, begging her fiance to tell investigators what he knows.
He was the last person known to be with her, and newly released body cam video shows just how contentious their relationship was weeks before Gabby disappeared.
Just weeks after beginning their trip in New York, the couple traveled to Moab, Utah, where on August 12th, police were called out for a disorderly conduct situation involving the two.
What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm crying. We've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
It was a long day. We were camping yesterday.
In this body cam video, police say a witness saw them get into an argument over a phone and later saw Gabby slapping Laundrie.
What was it you were attempting to accomplish? Why slap?
I was trying to get him to stop talking.
Like, I locked the car and I walked away from her.
Laundrie told police he locked her out to give them both time to calm down. Both said being on the road had put a strain on their relationship. Gabby told officers she struggles with obsessive-compulsive disorder and was upset about the mess in the van. Her new travel blog was another issue.
If I'm building my website, I've been really stressing. I didn't really believe that I could do any of it.
Laundrie showed the scratches Gabby reportedly left on his face. Police debated charging her with assault, but eventually settled on separating the two for the night.
You're going to be taking the van tonight, and you're going to go somewhere else. I am going to get him lined up for the hotel room tonight. I want you guys to stay away from each other for both of you guys to change.
Investigators say they eventually got back together.
Now, a week later, they shared video of happier parts of their journey on YouTube. But
See right there, it says YouTube Nomadic Statik. That was the name of their YouTube channel. I'm not sure if it's still up. We could check. Okay, stop that. Nomadic Statik. They have 130. Here, let me share the screen. Share screen. Alright, so they have 130,000 subscribers at this point, and they have one video. It's an 8-minute video from a month ago called Van Life, Beginning Our Van Life Journey, and it had 5.4 million views at this point. That's their YouTube channel. Alright, let's continue what we were doing. Alright, let's continue.
But August 30th was the last time that her family got a text from her phone. And Gabby's mom says she's not even sure the text was even from her.
At 10 Tampa Bay's Doria Chumba shows you Gabby's family is begging Laundrie to say something, anything, about where she could be.
That's right. Gabby Petito has now been missing for more than 2 weeks. Now, police say her fiance, Brian Laundrie, returned from that road trip home to Florida 16 days ago, but without her. But her mother reported her missing and was after 5 days, or rather 5 days ago. And today, though, her dad, well, he's asking for help finding his daughter.
What I need from everybody here is help, because the goal is still not met, and that goal is to bring Gabby home safe.
A dad at his wit's end and helpless after his daughter, Gabby Petito, hasn't been heard from or seen since August 30th.
I'm asking for help from everyone here. I'm asking for help everyone at home. I'm asking for help from the parents of Brian, and I'm asking for help of the family members and friends of the Laundrie family as well.
The missing person case now involves law enforcement in at least 4 states, all trying to connect the dots. But Northport Police Chief says lawyers for Gabby's fiancé, Brian Laundrie, who is now a person of interest in the case, are keeping him tight-lipped.
Well, we share the frustration with the world right now. So, 2 people went on a trip, 1 person returned, and that person that returned isn't providing us any information.
Investigators say they're still analyzing personal belongings and possible evidentiary materials from the van. Authorities in Moab City, Utah also released details and body cam footage of an August 12th incident involving the couple. The video shows the interaction, which law enforcement classified as a mental health breakdown, and helped make arrangements to keep the 2 separated for some time.
We look at everything that's coming in. As far as that having to do anything with the disappearance, we don't know. I mean, yes, they had a disturbance. Yes, it was captured on body camera, their interaction with law enforcement. But beyond that, I don't know what it has to do with the disappearance.
The Petito family hopes someone who knows.
I have a guess. Well, first of all, Sweet Vampy says Brian is one sick person. That part. And also that they were traveling, obviously. And obviously they were having a rough time. Like, who out there thinks that after that interaction where, they were allegedly hitting each other, some people say that it was him, some people say it was her, whatever, at that point anyways, that doesn't just disappear. Those energies and those feelings don't just go away. Like, once they got back together, it was like, yeah, probably okay at first, but then like those whatever issues they were having probably came back, and then it just escalated from there. Cop is over here saying like, I have no idea what that has to do with anything. I don't know. Tell me what you all think.
Anything or where Gabby is would pick up the phone and call authorities.
That part, exactly. Jinxie says, sounds like a toxic relationship, but they were in love, so they stayed together, and the situation and the violence kept escalating. Sweet Vampy says, I believe he killed her and beat her. I think so too. But we still, I think they already did the autopsy and they said that cause of death was homicide. I don't think they ever said like if it was a stabbing or like if he choked her or like beat her. Feroz Khan says, I don't think this was a toxic relationship. They were stuck in the back of a small van for a long period of time through some very hot climates. So you think like just all those things like contributed to them like arguing and fighting? Because I've seen clips lately of some of, or like I think one of the friends that said that Brian was manipulative and like jealous of her. So there was already stuff going on before they ever even went on that trip, in my opinion. Feroz Khan says, during this pandemic we saw divorces, separations surge. I believe that. Sweet Vampy says, no love there if there's abuse of any sort. That's true. That's not real love for sure. Maybe some kind of like attachment that happens between people. Sarah D says, hitting that like. Appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you. Good to see you. Let's keep going.
There is a tip line that you can call anonymously. Whatever you can do to make sure my daughter comes home, I'm asking for that help. There's nothing else that matters to me now.
And that FBI tip line that you can call in any helpful information is 1-800-CALL-FBI. Now, callers, of course, can remain anonymous. Again, that number, 1-800-CALL-FBI.
In New York, attorneys for Gabby's family read a letter addressed to Laundrie's family, begging them to help investigators.
Alright, so for any of you that are new here, we're watching this case from the beginning. So if you've seen this case before and you know information, don't, how do I say it? Don't worry about spoiler alerts. I do it all the time. If you know something, go ahead, put it in the chat. Don't be afraid. It's okay. I, for my own purposes, wanted to document this case from the beginning to what's happening as of late. I have a full-time job, and I still want to follow cases because it's, in a way, my passion. Not violence and all of the egregious stuff that we cover, but like spreading the word about real life situations, that's very important to me. So I will always try to make time for my channel, and I want to be as thorough as I can. Sweet Vampy says, it is toxic if you've been there yourself and you hear of women and men getting beat and they choose to stay and end up like her and countless others. I mean, I had a friend once that was traveling with somebody, and their relationship got physical, and they called home, and family went and picked her up and brought her back home. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure Gabby maybe had that option. I don't want to make assumptions. I don't know them personally, but it seems to me like her parents cared about her a lot and loved her a lot, and would have done something to protect her from things getting worse if she would have said something. But that's just, I'm just speculating at this point. Sweet Vampy says, I gotta ask when her medical stuff will be released. So far, the only thing that I've heard of is the autopsy, and they just said homicide. They didn't say like what exactly happened to her. And Feroz Khan says, I think they should have, as responsible adults, decided to cut the trip short when they got to the point they were hitting each other and stressing out the way they were. That's a very good point. I agree. Exactly, they should have gotten their family involved. Yeah, they're very young. I mean, even if they're considered adults, like early 20s. To me, like I'm gonna be 38 this year. Like I remember being in my early 20s and I didn't know shit about fuck, but I thought I did. Jinxie says they weren't stuck in no van, they chose to be there. Toxic involves physical abuse, in my opinion. That's true. Furrow says she apparently called her mom when she was in the back of that cop car. What did her mom advise her to do? And what did they tell her? Like, did they tell her the whole story? Or did she just say, like, oh, we got pulled over because we were arguing? Like, did she tell her parents, though, that they were, like, hitting each other? And then Sweet Vampy says, oh, I didn't know if they did release that or not yet. Yeah. But we're definitely going to get it, once that information comes out, I'm definitely going to hang on to it.
Help find our
so I can share it with you all.
daughter. We understand you are going through a difficult time, and your instinct is strong to protect your son. If you or your family have any decency left, please tell us where Gabby is located. Tell us if we are even looking in the right place.
There is another possible...
That's so sad. That's how you can tell that he had something to do with it, because he was just not even trying at all to contribute to finding Gabby if something happened to her, other than him doing it. That's how I know, like, I feel like it was him. There was no other thing. It wasn't no accident. It wasn't no other person. Like, it was him. This next clip is called, Is Gabby Petito's Disappearance Linked to a Couple's Murder? This was posted September 16th still, so we're still on, like, that first day, and courtesy of NBC2 News. Now, I did say earlier that it turned out that this other murder that happened close by is not related to the Gabby Petito case at all. So we can rule out that it's some serial killer out there in the national parks, like, murdering people. Like, that's not what it was. It turned out to be two different situations. But if I ever do find any updates on this case as well, I will bring it to you all so that we can watch it.
Twist in this investigation, and it involves two murder victims, Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner. Now follow me here. Gabby and Brian had their fight in Moab, Utah on August 12th. Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner were on a camping trip in Moab, and they were last seen August 13th. Schulte and Turner were found shot to death 5 days later on August 18th. No one's been arrested for their murders. The Grand County Sheriff's Office in Moab confirms it is investigating Gabby's disappearance to see if it could be linked to their double murder.
And it turned out that they were, like, at the same... Stop that. It turned out that they were, like, at the same restaurant or something like that. I want to say one of the ladies worked there and, like, was there when Brian was arguing with Gabby. I think we'll get into that clip later on, but yeah, just like the coincidences in those two cases was just kind of weird. But alright, so this is going to be the body cam footage. This is the first one that came out. This is called Body Camera of Interaction with Gabby Petito and her boyfriend before she went missing. This is the full video posted September 16th. I guess that's why there was so much information happening on September 16th. I want to say this is probably the day that the body cam footage was released. A lot of people were talking about it. But we're going to go ahead and watch it, and then we're going to talk about, my focus is going to be on how the police handled the situation. Now, we gotta remember that there was a 911 call that somebody placed saying that they saw him hit her. I'm pretty sure that call is what led to this interaction. So keep that in mind. Nicolette says Gabby was in Sandy Hook. That's another huge coincidence, isn't it? I don't know. I want to say in general, I don't believe in coincidences, but I mean, they gotta happen every once in a while, right? I don't know. Alright, let's go ahead and get into this body cam footage.
Driver is showing some obscure driving, possibly intoxicated. Currently doing 45 miles an hour. Zone through here is 25. Oh!
Okay, so they were doing 45 on a 25, and then right now, wait, how do you know that, Gabby? Sweet Vampy, are you asking about Gabby being in Sandy Hook? We could search it right now. Let's see. Gabby Petito, Sandy Hook. Let me see what I can find. But right now, when the cops said, oops, like, they had, like, jumped the curb a little. And then later on, Gabby says that she was, like, punching him, like, calling him an idiot for all the stuff that was going on. I don't see anything about this so far. New video shows van lifer Gabby Petito telling cops fiance hit her. Alex Jones loses lawsuit over Sandy Hook hoax conspiracy a day ago. I didn't know that. Snope says, did Gabby Petito appear in music video about Sandy Hook when she was 14? Something about her starring in a music video. But I don't see anything about, like, her being in Sandy Hook. But I'll keep looking into it. Alright, let's continue. Oh yeah, so here they already got the call, and we were speeding, and then they jumped a curb a little. So all this stuff is just attracting more concern from law enforcement. So obviously they're gonna pull them over and start asking questions. So let's watch.
Subject says to hit the curb. Correction, speed limit is 15. I'm about 3/4 of a mile into the arches, just before the gate. You want to place your vehicle into park and go ahead and turn it off for me? No, park? Oh, it isn't park yet. Okay, turn off your engine. Go ahead and set your keys on the dash for me, all right? What's your guys' names?
Gabby.
Brian. Gabby, Brian? Okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm just crying. We've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
It was a long day. We were camping yesterday, and camping got supplies and stuff. I'm sorry. I tried to hit the bump there.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, man?
Yeah.
Just hang tight right there. Do you mind if I take your keys and just put them on your hood?
You got it. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm going to go ahead and close your door, okay? Why don't you come over here?
So at this point, he already knew that he was going to ask Gabby out the vehicle, and he knew that he was going to have Brian stay in it. So then he had Brian give him his keys so he could put it on the outside. I'm guessing he feels like he might try to evade. So I feel at this point he's looking at Brian more as the aggressor. Like, he has more trust issues with Brian than he does with Gabby at this point. So I'm kind of wondering where does the situation kind of go in a different direction where they start blaming Gabby. So let's keep watching.
SO229, I have this email that was in the passenger seat separated from the mail. Keys are on the hood. You want to tell me what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just some days I have really bad OCD, and I was just cleaning and straightening up back of the van before, and I was apologizing to him and saying, I'm sorry that I'm so mean, because sometimes I have OCD and sometimes I'm just really frustrated. Not like mean towards him. I just like, I guess my vibe is like I hear him like in a bad mood. And I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm in a bad mood. I was just really stressed. I had so much work I was doing on my computer this morning.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at an organic juice bar, but I just quit my job. Okay. I was a nutritionist.
Real quick, so we're talking about Gabby being in Sandy Hook. I'm not too sure about that because I just read that Sandy Hook is in like Connecticut, and I want to say Gabby grew up in New York. So I'll keep looking into it. If there was a memorial. Yeah, they're saying that she was in a video, that in a music video, like as a tribute for the Sandy Hook situation, but I'm not sure that she went to that school. But I'll find out. Frozcon says you have to take Rose's testimony with a grain of salt because she didn't have a good relationship with Brian, who apparently hated her. Well, that'll definitely create a skewed version of perception of somebody, but why? Why didn't they like each other? You still gotta ask that part. But okay, let's continue watching them getting pulled over and questioned.
That's my father. And I just quit my job because I travel across the country.
No kidding! Observing stuff says, Jesus Christ, Sandy Hook kids are adults now? Fuck, I'm getting old. Same! That's crazy. Deanna Solentic says, does anyone think that the girl who said she was a childhood friend look and act a lot like Rose Davis? I need to find out more about that. Because I have not, in my, how do I say that? In my research, I did not see a name called Rose. I saw friend, I saw something about a friend, but I don't know if that's who that was. So I'm going to write this down, and that way next time I can come back with more information about that. Let's keep watching.
I'm trying to start a blog. I have a lot of stuff. So I've been building my website. I've just been really stressed, and he doesn't really believe that I could do any of it. So that's kind of been like a, I don't know, he's like down there. I don't know, we've been fighting all morning, and he wouldn't let me in the car before. And
why wouldn't he let you in the car? Because
of your OCD? He told me I needed to calm down. Yeah. But I'm perfectly calm. I'm calm all the time, and he really stresses me out, and it was a rough morning.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't I sit you down in the back seat of my car? You're not in any trouble, okay? I'm not going to be putting handcuffs on you. You obviously don't have any weapons. I'm going to get you into the air conditioning, let you take a breath, relax a little bit, and then I'll come back and talk to you in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
All right. Like I said, you're not in any trouble.
It's not choppy. It's like sped up. So, let me bring it back down and let me know if that fixes it.
So, just go ahead and take a seat. Watch your feet. What's that? Yeah, I just spoke to her. Yeah. So, you want to do me a favor? Let's go ahead and get you to step out of the vehicle, alrighty? Come on over here. You're not in any trouble right now. So, tell me what's going on.
We see this kid's work.
Okay, so the first question Brian asked police officer is, so did you already talk to her? So I'm guessing that they had their story straight by the time they started talking to the cops. Probably that's what they were arguing about right before they got pulled over. Okay. Something like that. So he's asking cop, like, okay, so you talked to her? Like, yeah, did she tell you the story that we agreed upon? And then that's where the cop's just kind of like, yeah, I talked to her, but let's get, like, your side of the story. And then he proceeds to put everything on Gabby. As you can see, let me go ahead and expand this, but he does have some stuff going on in his face. However, was Gabby defending herself at this point, or was she really the aggressor? Because when this was released, I noticed that the news reports were saying that the cops treated this situation as if she was the aggressor, and they decided to not charge her. Like, they went easy on them because if they hadn't, they were going to have to charge her because it looked like she was the one that was hitting Brian. And remember, women can be the abuser sometimes. Okay, let's not rule that out. It could happen. I don't think that's what happened here. But I could see how in their perspective, for a second, they might think that it was her. But I don't believe that to be the case with everything that came out.
Sometimes, and I try and really distance myself from her, so like I locked the car and I walked away from her. What happened this morning is that she's trying to start up like his own little bit.
Right, that's what I mean. Dipshits driving school. He says, or she says, for all I know, so if this went down all over and Brian was the one dead, how would it be look like? I think I personally would have a conversation okay, about how women can be the abuser. How sometimes women are going to be the first ones to hit the first punch or whatever, throw the first punch. And then there's going to be a conversation about how men should handle that, because it does happen. I think that a man, if he's strong enough, should protect himself, but I don't believe that it gives him a reason to get out of hand and beat the living shit out of someone who really couldn't defend themselves appropriately in that way. I personally would not hit someone like that in the first place, but those relationships are out there. I just will never say that it's okay for anyone to hit anybody, and I also will never say that it's okay that you could defend yourself to overkill extreme point, you know? I don't think you could show it, but there is an update. I sent it to Instagram, but we don't know what happened. Yeah, exactly. Not yet. Exactly. All we can do right now is just observe what the information that has been given to us publicly so far and scrutinize it as best we can with the little bit that we know. Or who knows, maybe there's some experts out there. I know there's people out there that have first-hand experience with DV situations, domestic violence situations. I would appreciate your input, or any of you that have been in toxic relationships, or maybe not even a toxic relationship, just one where things got a little heated once in a while, because I can't gauge it when a relationship turns toxic. Definitely if you're hitting each other, that's for sure. You gotta get out. You gotta get out of there. But then again, you can't tell adults what to do, right? If they want to stay together. This whole thing is nuts. Sure is. Has there been an update about those two girls? Let's find out. 2 ladies shot to death. Gabby Petito. Let's grab their names first. Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner. Let's see. Take their page out of there. And let's go to upload date. As far as the news goes, not since at least a day ago, 2 days ago. I see a lot of like podcasters and YouTubers like covering the situation. I'm not too sure what they're saying, but okay. 4 days ago, the newest update from a news source was Utah father asked to keep attention on solving daughter and daughter-in-law's murder. So there's no real like update as far as like who did it or anything like that. They're still trying to find out. They found another body. Yes, it was a man's body while they were looking for Gabby. That place is creepy as fuck. I don't get why anyone wants to camp there. I'm scared. I'm scared. I had never heard of it before, but yeah, after all that, there's just some crazy energy going on over there. I'd be careful. Go stage the place first.
Website blog and everything, so like every time, we really had a nice morning if anything, but we just got worked up because we were trying to get going and get our day going because we want to go like garden for the stuff every time. Okay. You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had his cell phone in her hand, that's why I was pushing her away.
So police officer asked, "You want to tell me about the scratches on your face?" And he replies, "She had a cell phone in her hand." He didn't say she was hitting me with the cell phone in her hand. He didn't say she was scratching me with the cell phone in her hand. All he said was she had her cell phone in her hand. Let me see where we're at here. Let's go back a little bit so we can hear that again. Dipshits Driving School says, what if Gabby became a serial killer and got those two girls and Brian knew she did it or did it without him while he was in the hotel? Okay. And he tried to stop her, but it was too late. And when I caught up to her and then she fell during the struggle and died. That's some story. Maybe that's what he's trying to work out, like while he's missing. Some kind of story to make it look like it wasn't him, or he had a good reason to. That's an interesting take. Yeah. But we don't know how she died. Walsh claims she was beaten to death, but how does he know? John Walsh is a name in the industry. If anybody can like rub elbows with just about anybody and try to get some information, I think he'd be one of them. Oh, he's been found. Okay, let's see. Let's see, where am I going? Sorry, observing. Multitasking doesn't always work out for me. Alright, let's see. Let me go to it real quick. So, okay, so it's like a YouTube channel. Let me try to see if I could find a news clip. I don't mind jumping around a little bit. I'm in for it. I took the day off. I'm gonna figure out a way to get all of the things done. Let's see. The news doesn't have it yet. Yeah, the news doesn't have it yet. But maybe an article. Let's try Google. My apologies for the impromptu, but breaking news is breaking news. Even if we're just at the beginning of the situation, we're gonna get through this. Alright, so here we go. A hiker claims he spoke to someone he believes to be Brian Laundrie near the Appalachian Trail. Let's go. Stop screen. And let's read this article that I found. What's it called? Hiker claims. Where are you at? I see what I did. I went to the wrong browser. That's okay. That's an easy fix. Alright, here we go. Allow ads, refresh, whoever had issues. Alright, stop. We're here. Alright. So, hiker claims he saw Brian Laundrie near Appalachian Trail. This was updated 2 hours ago. A man claims he spoke to someone he believes to be Brian Laundrie near the Appalachian Trail. So, let's watch this from the beginning first.
Yeah, I'm Dennis Davis, and I was coming up from Florida on Friday to go hiking the Appalachian Trail. I got up here to the North Carolina-Tennessee area at about 12:30, so early Saturday morning. I was parking my car at a parking lot where we were going to be leaving a car, and I'd passed the parking lot, so I was doing a U-turn to go back to it, and as I was doing that U-turn, a vehicle approached from behind me. The vehicle let me go ahead and finish my U-turn, and as I was driving up to that vehicle, the gentleman in the vehicle stuck his hand out and kind of waved me down.
It says here, a Florida man hiking the Appalachian Trail claims he saw Brian Laundrie driving in a white pickup truck around 12:30 a.m. Eastern on Saturday. So that was last night in Tennessee near the North Carolina border.
I pulled up alongside of the vehicle. It was, it looked like a Ford F-150 truck. It was white. I was in a car, so I was lower than the vehicle. I rolled my window down, and I started talking with the gentleman. I could tell right away that something wasn't right with him. It took him a second to get anything out, and then he said, "Man, I'm lost." And I thought, I was kind of lost myself. I thought maybe he was another hiker looking for the same parking lot. And I said, "Well, I'm not from around here, but what are you trying to find?" And he said, "Man, I need to go to California." And I was like, "Wow, well, I don't know the directions to California," but he said, "Me and my girlfriend had a fight, and man, I love her, and she called me, and I need to go out to California to see her." And I said, "Well, man, I-40 is right there." We were right next to I-40, and I said, "You can take I-40 west, and it'll get you to California." And he said, "No," he said, "I think this road that we're on, I'm just going to take it to California." And that was Waterville Road. When I got off the phone with FBI, I looked at some more pictures, and I saw a profile view of Brian. And that's how I was kind of looking at him, because he was in his truck, so most of the time I was seeing the side of his face. And when I saw that profile view, I was like, I'm absolutely 100% sure that was the guy. My heart was thumping, and I immediately called the FBI back, and I said, "Listen,
How different would it have gone if he had already known what was going on? Like, if he would have known for sure. What road did he say? Let's go back. I don't know, maybe that's something like that. Yeah, Waterview. I think so. Let's see.
Right next to I-40, and I said, "You can take I-40 west, and it'll get you to California." And he said, "No," he said, "I think this road that we're on, I'm just going to take it to California." And that was Waterville Road.
Waterville. I'll spell it in the chat. Waterville. Probably something like that. Nicholas says, "I don't believe these people had their sightings. Pics or it didn't happen."
When I got off the phone with FBI, I looked at some more pictures, and I saw a profile view of Brian. And that's how I was kind of looking at him, because he was in his truck, so most of the time I was seeing the side of his face. And when I saw that profile view, I was like, I'm absolutely 100% sure that was the guy. My heart was thumping, and I immediately called the FBI back, and I said, "Listen, I just called you guys, but I'm telling you, this was the guy." And so the lady, first time I spoke with the man, second time was a lady. She again took my information. I was sitting there in this parking lot. I'm like, "What do I do now?" And I was like, "Well, no one's calling me." So I called 911. At that time, I was in Tennessee, so I got the Tennessee 911. I called and spoke with the operator there. She took my information. Again, nobody was calling me back. I'm sitting there for an hour now. And so I got in my car, and I actually drove back by the site where I had talked, just to see if I could see him again. At that time, I was in tennis for North Carolina, so I picked up the phone and called 911 in North Carolina.
Okay. So, if we don't believe these sightings, because it could be some attention-seeking people out there taking advantage, that's definitely possible. But, what do you guys think about Brian Laundrie hitchhiking? I feel like it's a possibility. It's a stupid choice, considering everybody in the world is looking for him right now, pretty much. Oh, I got some comments here. Nicolette Moore says he's on the road asking for directions. Exactly. Lada Breen says, I don't know, he might be wrong, but he doesn't sound like he's lying. His encounter with this guy is true in my gut. We can't know that it's Brian. That's very true. Observing Stuff says, I still like how they call him Florida Man. Yeah. It's always Florida Man. He strikes again. Was he wearing a mask? I don't know. That'd be crazy. I look at people funny if they're wearing a mask outside, to be honest. That's just me. Nicolette Moore says he's been all over on a road trip but don't know how to get to California. Good point. But I'm guessing at this point he probably has his devices off, or maybe he would get a burner phone, which I don't know how long those things last, but if he's like trying to be off the grid or whatever, he might be asking for directions. Because I think only maybe like a truck driver that like drives all over the place and like has been doing it for a really long time would know the roads like so good that they wouldn't need a map. And I don't think he was like on that level. BMS Croft 316 says if only there were as many FBI officers as sighting reports. They have to be getting thousands of reports and they don't have the manpower to investigate them all. Exactly. Dipshits Driving School says Waterville Road Google Map. I'm guessing that looks like it's way the hell out there. Waterville Road, Appalachian Trail, right? Is that what I'm looking for? Appalachian Trail map. Observing Stuff says if I knew he was from Florida, I wouldn't have sent it. Nicolette says they were on their way to Yosemite and had been to San Francisco before. I saw that picture where they had the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. I was so jelly. I grew up in California and I'm like so homesick. I gave you a link above it. Oh, you did? Where? From my understanding, a burner phone is a pay-as-you-go phone, and where I live, you need to have an account in your name with the telecom company to have one. Is it the same where you are? I don't think so. I think you could just go to the store and like buy one, and like there'd be no paper trail like at all. Maybe just the receipt. Just pay cash. Lucille, mamacita. Hey lady, how you doing? Miss you. Nicolette says he was hitchhiking before people knew she was dead. Oh, dipshits, I can't see your link because you're not modded, so it's not gonna let you post a link. Let's see. He was hitchhiking before people knew she was dead. And Claire Ranch says, hi, Australia here. Rest easy, Gabby. Facts. Let's see. Alright, so there's a sighting, allegedly. Breaking news sighting. I don't know how legit it is, but we're gonna find out. I'm not a what? A mod. A moderator. You see how some people have their names in blue and there's a wrench? That means they're moderators and they get some features that not everybody else does, like dropping links. They could time people out, they could block people, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's Jacob Boy says, hi, can you see my comment? I sure can. Thanks for joining us. I was trying to multitask. I didn't hear you. No problem. Nothing wrong with multitasking. It happens. Yes, we see you. Alright, let's go back to my playlist. So there's been an alleged sighting. We'll find out more about that if it turns out, you know, it's legit. We'll definitely remember that allegedly Saturday night there was a sighting that Brian Laundrie was hitchhiking in the Appalachian Trail. We'll see what becomes of that. But let's go back to the body cam video that we were watching before. Lucille says, observing stuff my page rage twin. I hope you got the plug into your laptop. Forget about it, Lucille. Forget about it.
If you're trying to get going and get our day going because you want to go like ours before the stuff was done. Okay. You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had her cell phone in her hand. That's why I was pushing her away because she wanted me. I locked the keys so I could walk away. I said, let's just take a breather and let's not, go anywhere. Let's just calm down for a minute. Get worked up. And then she had her phone and was trying to get the keys for me, so I got in the way. I was just trying to. I know I shouldn't push, but I was just trying to push her away. To go, let's just take a minute, step back and breathe. And you see, she got me with her phone. Can I see your hand? Oh, you got a mark right here.
Lada Breen says sightings are how this guy's gonna get caught. In my opinion, there's gonna be a lot of false ones, but one of them is gonna hit if he's alive, of course. And I really hope that the FBI and whoever else is in charge of investigating this takes every tip seriously. I mean, obviously not the ones, probably it's going to be some jokesters calling in saying something like, yeah, like Bigfoot sighting, like they're going to joke around and stuff like that. Definitely don't waste your time on things like that. But I really hope that they do get a hit soon. I'm telling you, it's going to take a call, it's going to take something. Something's got to give. Because so many people have gone missing and they still can't find them. Like, think about Maya Miliete. That's been since like pretty much the beginning of the year. We're already in October and they still can't find her. I don't want to say we were lucky, but it's a good thing that she was found as quickly as she was, because that's evidence that could be destroyed within time. Unfortunately, there's not anything anybody can do about the end result. Rest in peace, Gabby. Tom says dirty laundries. Okay. Furrows Khan says, do you still think he's in Florida, let alone in the U.S.? I mean, I can't imagine him even wanting to get into somebody's vehicle. So many people know about him by now. Have they said anything about, they just found Maya? Nuh-uh. Let me see. What was I saying? He probably has like one of the most recognizable faces. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask if there's been a reward. Once there's a reward, I've seen people like find somebody real fast over like $500,000. They didn't find Maya yet. The last update was from a week ago, and they're saying that she's still missing. And in fact, they're hoping that her case will get more attention. And then it talks about as much attention as the Petito case. But yeah. Alright, when was she found deceased? Stop it. Let me go to Google. Hold on. No. The student, or how do I say it, the most recent article was from September 8th. We're in October 3rd, and it's a timeline. And then Larry on September 13th says that his wife voluntarily left him, that she's not actually like missing or dead. And then there was an update on September 9th, but it wasn't really an update. It was just like, look on YouTube. I did. They have not found. You're talking about Maya Miliete, right? From San Diego? There's nothing anywhere. There's no update. If you can find me an update, just put the title of like where you put it like where you found it and the title of like the video or the article, and I'll look for it. But I don't see no update.
Oh, that's from a wire.
That's from a wire?
Yeah.
You want to tell me about hitting that curb?
Hitting the curb was her grabbing the wheel.
She grabbed the wheel?
Yeah. She said, I can't believe we're getting pulled over, and then she grabbed the wheel.
What about the speed? Did she take over the...
No, I thought it...
Oh, you guys are talking about Maya Morcon. Okay, that's a different Maya. Alright, and now I see where the miscommunication was. My bad, y'all. No, I was talking about Maya Miliete. She's from San Diego. And she's been missing since I think February. And we still haven't found her. But yes, that sounds like a name I need to look into. Maya Marcano. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, no, it's good. It's cool. We're good.
If I was going fast, I'm sorry. No, it's probably just the moment of, I'm still thinking now, the adrenaline, seeing the lights flashing up and then her gripping the wheel. So if I sped up, I'm sorry about that. Or if I was speeding beforehand, I'm sorry about that.
Aw, what a great guy. Yeah, we were talking about different Mayas, but it's okay. We figured it out at least.
It took quite a bit to catch up to you.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. We're just going into the park again to get water because we have a 6-gallon water container to fill up, so we're just grabbing water for the hike. Okay. And I was trying to keep everything calm and quiet because there's plans still to go for a hike, but it's good. Yeah. I'm really sorry about that. Of course. Do me a favor.
Hey Danielle, glad you're here. How you doing?
You want to go ahead and just take a seat right over here on the curb for me?
And if I was speeding, I'm sorry. I apologize.
You don't have anything in my pocket or anything like that, do you?
Nope, just the wallet.
All right. And then, do you mind lifting your shirt so I can check your weight grade?
I got
Turn around for me real quick.
Perfect. Nothing.
I just want to make sure, that's all, man. Go ahead, do me a favor, take a seat, all right? Oh, do you have your ID on you?
In the car, if you want to come with me.
No, we'll just do this. Just go ahead and take a seat.
You come with me, I'll give you a seat.
All right, you're fine. What's your first name?
Brian.
Brian? B-R-I-N spelling?
B-R-I-N, yeah, and L-A-U-N.
And then your last name?
L-A-U-N.
L-A-U-N.
B-R-I-E.
B-R-I-E?
Yep.
Laundrie? Mm-hmm. Okay. What's your date of birth, Brian?
I'll say crisscross applesauce. Can I just do in the shades because I'm bald? That's okay. I'll give you some shades. Sound good?
All right. Just hang tight for me.
Feroz Khan says, I don't know if the number of missing people has increased since the pandemic or I'm just paying more attention to these cases now, but it feels like there's a lot more cases recently. I think it just depends on how much exposure you have to the media. It's important because some people just choose to ignore it. Some people are somewhat aware of it, and some people are like really into it, like me. You know, where like I have a whole this whole channel, like as far as my subscriptions go, are just news. So everything I get recommended is the news, like on my news feed, it's just like current news, and that's just how I keep up with it and stuff like that. So for me, I'm like inundated if I'm constantly looking at my news feed. Like I'm just, there'll be moments where I'm just like, oh my god, the world's gonna end already. Like look at all this violence, look at all these like crazy situations happening. You know, domestic violence, child deaths, you know, animal abuse, it's just constant, like, bad news, and it gets very, like, overwhelming. But as far as, like, more people, I mean, considering that I've been, like, keeping up with it for a while now, off and on, pretty much since I was, like, in high school, it seems pretty steady and constant. I'm not too sure about like more so, but then again, like the media, they decide like who is gonna get all this attention and like who they're gonna put like all the effort into, and that even became like a topic in this case. Was just about like, I saw some news media outlets trying to make it a race thing, and by saying that that Gabby had like all this attention because she was a white blonde young lady, or you know, maybe because she was attractive or something like that. But I mean, I think that like the draw to this case had a lot to do with her like being a young lady that was in social media. She was already starting an online presence, and then this like tragedy happened, and it just blew up from there. Like all these YouTubers and even TikTokers and stuff started covering it, and I think that's how the news also starts to notice like what stories are getting attention. I think a lot of the times it has to do with the people themselves and how much attention they put into a story, how much the news is gonna like put it out there in return. Who knows how they decide to do those things. I just know that there's definitely more people missing than what's being like put out there. Daniel's doing great. Good. Glad to hear it. These cops were way too nice. I agree. I totally agree with that part. Like, I'm telling you, I was saying this earlier. I don't know if you were here yet, but I was saying earlier, like, we're gonna talk about how the cops handle this situation, because the 911 call or whatever, whoever called the police, they said that he was hitting her. At what point did they turn on her and make it seem like she was the aggressor? We gotta pay attention to that part. The seal says the pit bulls are doing great. And Ladderbreen says the cases of domestic abuse where I live in California have officially gone up, and men murdering their children or partners has gone up. Our news stations had to cover it because the numbers are plus. Wow. Dipshits Driving School says those cops are way too nice. The cop will act and choose how they need to act around a situation and levels to get the answer to minimize the he said, she said, and rectify a situation. In their case, they were both complying to so showing some sympathy got them plenty of more time to spend and try and get to the bottom of why or what happened. And then Observing says, damn, I heard COVID was one of the main reasons for a lot of domestic cases. I wouldn't, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Doesn't make it right, of course. Cops go through hours of public relations and just don't apply it when they're in different areas. Was the 911 call on the same day as the police interaction? We'll definitely look into that, because that's one piece of information that I'm not all the way clear on, but I want to say that that 911 call was the reason why they even went looking for them, but we'll find out.
Echo 229. I need a 29 name and date of birth. First name Brian, layman spelling, last name Laundrie, Lima Alpha Uniform, November, Delta, Romeo, India.
That's personal information. That's not my audio, it's theirs.
Bravo, Romeo, India, Alpha, November.
And then what? His reaction was to do what?
It's going to be out of Florida.
He just grabbed you? Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, but then I can't hit you, but we want to know if he actually hit you. Because, you know, where did he hit you? No, don't worry. Be honest. Did he slap your face or what? Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. So has he been drinking? What was up with his driving? I thought you said he hit a curb. While you're driving? While he was driving, you were hitting him?
I'm not sure what they're blocking out.
Did you already tell him all this?
I didn't get that far into it. She was hyperventilating a little bit.
They don't drink, but at the point when you lit them up.
You don't trigger anything.
Hitting it.
Yeah, I was yelling at him, and then when you turned your lights on, I like kind of punched his arm like this. So
she thing was like hit the curb. You said it was Gabby? Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm really bad. It was Gabby? Yeah.
I don't know what they're blocking out there.
You tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress.
I have a lot of anxiety.
And what's his name? Is it Brian? Is he usually pretty patient with you?
Yeah, but it just makes me that I know that he definitely gets frustrated with me a lot.
I don't know if I got like a bad copy of this. I'm not too sure why they keep blocking stuff out. I mean, I don't think she's giving out phone numbers or doxing people, but
Way of taking my anxiety and bringing it down, but my ex-wife, just sharing, I know it's a little personal, but to help you understand, we would feed off each other's anxiety and it would spiral, you know what I mean? And it doesn't matter how much I loved her. It may be bad for your soul, the same. I'm not telling you what to do with your life, but if you know you have anxiety, look at the situations you can get in, you know what I mean? And we're not here to be mean to you or anything. Well, you know, there's a first time and then it usually... We'll go see what Brian's saying, but I think you've heard everything now from...
Quick question, you said you were hitting him in the arm. Did you grab the steering wheel?
No, I didn't.
You did not touch the
steering
steering wheel?
The steering wheel, but only for like a second, because I just saw the lights come on, and it was more just like straight at you, like, you know.
But did you grab the steering wheel and like swerve or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I didn't touch the steering wheel at all.
I'm going to go ahead and close this door again. Do you have enough air back here, or do you want me to kick it up some more?
Is there any water?
I will see if I can find some.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
You wouldn't happen to have any water, would you? Can I get a bottle?
Did you already give a statement to this officer? I got this gentleman here. Yeah. This gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got marks on her too. We're just trying to figure out what all happened, and I know you probably already told the story. This officer is probably going to be the one handling the case. You want to listen to what he has to say?
what if the cop did it? Like how? I figure.
Yeah, tell him what happened. So, if you don't mind.
Start at the beginning for me.
Start at the beginning. Close. I don't know if I go too far back, but we've been in BLM land for the past week or so, traveling around, and the flies here are pretty intense. So the flies have definitely been getting to her, and then my feet are dirty and everything. So I think that our little squabble started because you're hanging out at the coffee shop, and when we got back to the van, there was some dirt and stuff in the van, and I moved our food around a little bit further out, so she gets a little.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Do you need any water?
That's okay.
It's hot out
I
here.
was down we were going to get water because we ran out, but it's okay. No, it's okay. I don't like classic problems. It's okay. Thank you, though. But
I don't like causing problems, but thank you though. He was displaying some kind of like behavior of like, I wouldn't kill a fly, I wouldn't hurt you or anybody else, I'm just a great guy, like anything that happened, it was her, and you know she's, you know, like nice and sweet and smart, you know that she ain't a bad person out here trying to hurt people. Then, like, I'm pretty sure Brian has it in his head, like, you're gonna leave us alone, like one way or another, we're gonna continue our trip, we're not gonna arrest us, we're not who you're looking for. He has that attitude, like, that he could like finesse his way like out of this, and that's why I'm looking at the cops in this situation, because if they would have probed a little more, or if they wouldn't have just watched, like this tall lanky dude over here on the right, he pretty much starts giving them like the story like he needs to give, like so that they'll leave them alone. I kind of feel like he kind of guided the situation a little bit, but we'll get into that. Dipshits Driving School says he could have had a ex-wife PTSD moment, tracked her down. Brian just got out of his hotel, now he's on the run to clear his name. An ex-wife PTSD moment. Interesting. Thanks, Lucille. Let's keep watching.
We just had a little disagreement there. Disagreement was just that she was getting a little worked up, and I was saying, "Oh, it's okay, thank you." So it was just more disagreement, and I just wanted to.
What was the disagreement about?
It was. I wouldn't even call it disagreement. It was just that I'm dirty and I can't stand being dirty. Like I got dirty feet, I got sand on my flip-flops and stuff like that. It was that we were at the coffee shop for so long. I think we were there from 9 to 3. So I guess there's a few little things, just little relationships. I don't know if you're in a relationship.
I've been married for over 5 years now. So.
There's a lot of little things.
Yeah, I can go. I get it.
So what? So what if you've been married for 5 years? Not all relationships are the same. You know, that's mainly it. Like, so what? Like, we're gonna what? Make it seem like it's normal for people to be fighting all the time? Like, we're gonna normalize like arguments and getting into it and shit like that? Like, no. It doesn't matter. Like, so what if you're married for 5 years and your fucking life sucks and you're fighting with your wife all the time? Doesn't mean everybody should be. The officer gave an old story about him and his ex-wife were fighting like that, so you know what I mean? Furrows, concept, stinky, dirty feet. How many relationships have broken up over them? A lot, I bet. But I don't think they'll... Even like a small percentage ended up in somebody dying. Like, this is crazy. And we might not ever know the whole story. All we can do is just watch what's given to us to scrutinize and speculate for the most part, really, and try to relate to with our own personal experiences. We're just trying to find out what went wrong here. And trying to find Brian too, cause yeah, this is crazy. We need to like get some answers. He can't stay quiet forever. I guess he can, if he was already exercising his rights before he ever even went missing. Even if they catch him, he probably will just keep his mouth shut. Lucille says this video is sponsored by the Where is Brian? Big facts, Lucille. He loved walking barefoot. Should have worn shoes. At least put them on when he got in the van. Who wants a dirty van? That was her van too, wasn't it? Wasn't it under her name? She probably like really took care of her stuff. She seems that way. She even says that she has like extreme OCD or whatever. She probably is very, very particular about how she takes care of her things. There's nothing wrong with that.
We weren't physical before the point where I said, all right, let's just take a breather and like walk away for a minute. I'll lock the van up and I'll go for a walk this way, and you can go walk that way in the block. You know, there's that moon, what is it called, Moonflower? Right, yeah, nice area. You can go either way. It's all shaded. So let's go for a little walk and breathe and come back. It's pretty, you know, we're happy with us. I'm not upset with her. She got worked up and she had a phone in her hand and her keys and everything. And she wanted. I met her, she's like, her ring, her phone, and I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go.
Okay, he's talking about how she has a phone in her hand, she has rings and keys, like she's got all this stuff on her hands. And he's trying to portray some situation where she's being very threatening because she's got like stuff in her hands and he's in fear for his life, probably is what he's trying to communicate. That she had all this stuff in her hands and she was gonna just, I don't know, I guess beat the hell out of him or something is what he's trying to say, but that's not what happened. So this is where the cops are supposed to use their discernment or whatever and say like, okay, but was she hitting you? Like, what was really going on? He's just describing like the scenery. He hasn't really said like what happened there. They're both, I think, maybe dancing around it. He's saying exactly what the second witness said happened. I want to say I saw one witness with the 911 call. I gotta hope that I have that second witness somewhere in my playlist. Thanks, Lucille. She beat his ass because he's probably arrogant. We've all been in normal relationships with normal fights, and a lot of us have been in fights and relationships with abnormal fighters. This is recognizable behavior. in the second part. Well, I think Brian was trying to protect Gabby too. I feel like he was like it was gonna be more convenient for him to put it on her because like he probably felt that like there's no way that the police were gonna arrest her, throw her in jail. They're not anywhere close to home. Like either way, the cops are gonna think for themselves. They're not gonna just like arrest them and keep them overnight and the whole thing with the van, and they're not portraying as this case. This would have gone so much differently if they were still fighting. That would have been like the total difference. But since they were already calm, they're answering questions, they're being helpful in ways, that's why they ended up not getting arrested. And then poor Gabby, I guess, had to sleep in the van. Meanwhile, Brian had a hotel room, a ride in a hotel room. He didn't want her arrested for assault. I didn't think she would have gotten arrested. Even the cop was alluding to that. I think that's how they were kind of helping each other out there. Alright, let's keep listening.
Anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone. I don't have a phone. So she goes off without me. But alright, I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk. And she was trying to get the keys for me. So I was just going, wait, back up. And that's when she hit me. And I didn't get, I don't want to push you, but I didn't get overtly physical. I was just trying to keep her away and not get hit. And then I got really loud, and like that's probably your attention where I was going, you know, back up, get away, just give me a...
Okay, so you said you pushed her to create some distance, obviously, right? What happened after that? What got the scratches on your eye?
The phone.
The phone? So you pushed her and she hit you?
She was... it wasn't like a push, and she jumped on me. She was already... I don't want to... She was already swinging, and I was a lot of angles, a lot of nails, a lot of rings.
Sorry, but I thought that was so weird. And cop was all like yeah, like she was like a bear, like her claws. Like, don't help him. Get it from his words. Like, what happened? Like, so I'm telling you, cop right now should not even be saying anything. You should just let Brian bury himself somehow. Let him say something that you could get him like with or for. That's what you guys do, isn't it? That's what I always see. Thanks, Sarah. Alright, let's keep reading. If you look like if you look for the latest police cam footage, you'll see the bearded dude take the call from the second witness. Okay, so that's where it is. Laundrie says Brian couldn't get the van because it was under Gabby's name. It would have been unlawful. Right. And that's why I think that she was just very careful with the van. Like, she probably was super clean with it. Like, I bet you if we were to see, like, her room at home, it's probably immaculate. I'm speculating. But just by, like, what I've seen about her and what she said about herself so far, like, I bet she keeps things very neat, very clean. There's nothing wrong with that. But as I'm saying, like it was her van. Like, she's gonna take care of her stuff. And meanwhile, this guy's, like, entering with dirty feet and stinking ass motherfucking feet sorry into her pristine van, and that probably would set off like this part of the argument. This guy is driving around cross country without a phone. They have to have some kind of phone because they were documenting like things. I'm not too sure if he had a phone. Did he say he didn't have a phone? The audio's a little iffy on my end. That's why he got the motel, is what I mean. Oh, he got the motel because he didn't have a phone. And they were like, we need to get you like to a place with a phone at least so you could call home or whatever. And it just makes sense that they would have her keep the van because it was under her name. So she had to have driven off with it. How is everyone? What do you think? Will he be found soon? My main question is, will he be found alive? Because who knows what kinds of thoughts he's having, like, in his head. Anything could happen at this point. Feroz Khan says, apparently Gabby had the phone, and since he didn't have one, he was worried she ditched him. Okay, that makes sense. That's not why he got the hotel. Yeah, I think it was a combination of him like not having a phone and then her like the van was hers. So they weren't, and then they were already fighting, so they weren't gonna let them just drive off together. They had to have had some kind of intervention if they weren't gonna arrest anybody. So it looks like at least they tried something, I guess. They're just kind of covering their own asses here. Dipshit's driving school says he got the hotel because they called that woman's shelter and they didn't have room there. They gave him the room because that's their protocol. I see now. No room at the women's shelter. Times are rough.
Yeah, you got 3 scratches in your neck. You got one on the left side of your neck. You got one.
Okay, so he's got all these scratches. Obvious question next would be, how did that happen? What was going on?
Face here, and you got 4 blows bleeding from there. So it's looks like 2 hands coming in. Do you mind lifting up your right sleeve for me? I'm curious about something. Oh, okay. That's a little bit.
Yeah, she didn't go to jail. Did I say that? I didn't mean to say that if I said that.
I suppose fingernails, but I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining about
Is it
fingernails.
bruised or tender or anything like
No,
that?
no. Okay. I'm fine, and I look at it. I hope she doesn't have too many complaints about me. I'm just, you know, I feel bad I had to get so public. I was just trying to be loud, you know, try to make her calm down and be like, look, everyone's watching. So I'm like,
Thanks,
That part. Like, yeah, they make it seem like if he was fending off a wild cougar, it was just like bear action. Like, you really had to stop her from like being scary. Like, come on, she's tiny. She's so skinny. She weighs what? Like, probably like 110 pounds. Like, I'm not at all saying she doesn't have the power to, you know, do some damage, but I'm just not feeling that from her. I don't think she was like killing him, you know, or doing anything that would make him really need to defend himself like overly. That's just my feeling. Dipshit says if they wanted more, they could have pulled a kit and scraped under her fingernails. Do they do that with living people? I don't think I've ever heard of that. I know they do it like on dead bodies, but okay. BMS Crofts 316 says the woman forest ranger was useless. They should have had a female cop there for Gabby. Okay.
Question for you, Brandon. Do you take any medications or anything like that?
Medications. They blocked.
You don't take any medications?
You don't take any medications.
Are you normally...
Hey Mimo6, how you doing? Thank you for stopping by.
kind of like hyper?
Do I see my heart rate up whenever the lights flash on, it gets your heart rate up. If I see my...
Trust me, it does me too, and I'm the one supposed to come on. It gets me going a little bit.
You probably could say, hey buddy, whenever somebody walks up.
So, okay. Yeah, do you know if you take any?
Crazy. No, I don't. No, none that I know of.
All right. Real fast.
Is that the female cop? Is that a female? Ladderbreen says in the beginning of this, I wrote somewhere, right or wrong, 2020 hindsight, I wish they would have arrested Gabby. She would have called her dad, and the outcome would have been undoubtedly been different. I don't have kids, but if I had a kid, if I was older and I had like a 20-something-year-old kid, I would like to think that if I allowed my, well, not allowed, they're already an adult, but if it happened, they went on a road trip with somebody and then they ended up at the police station because they were fighting, I would go get them. Definitely. I would have seen that as a problem, and I would have been like, fuck your trip, sorry, I know you're an adult, but I'm gonna go get you, and we're gonna need to reevaluate the situation that you're in. That's how I see it. But again, I'm not a parent. They just finished fighting. She would have had something in her nails from the cuts on him. That's true. For sure. Her parents didn't do much for her. It sounds like she lived with the Laundrie family. Yeah, she was living with Brian's family. She was of age, and she could make her own decisions. The female, there was a forest ranger, not a cop. Okay, and she looked like she could take all of the dudes there. Alright. Burroughs Khan says, yeah, but if they arrested, then Gabby would have been charged with domestic assault, and if she was convicted, it would have ruined her life. She would have probably gotten bailed out. Her parents probably would have bailed her out, brought her home. They would have court over there. She would have to show up. And then take it from there, I guess. They could still decide that it wasn't and just drop it, but who knows. Forest rangers aren't trained in DV. Probably not. They gave Gabby a break because she was hysterical and Brian didn't want her to go. He did straight up ask her if she had taken any meds she may have needed. It wouldn't have ruined her life. Charges would have been dropped. I think we agree on that one. I don't think they would have really gone through with anything like that.
Can I get your first name?
Gabrielle.
Gabrielle, how do you spell that?
R-I-L-L.
And your last name? B-E-T?
By the way, for those of you that are new here, please subscribe if you like the interactions that we're having right now. This is pretty much what we do here. Typically, I'll grab clips that are current, so I'll be covering like different stories at the same time, but I recently just got a job and I'm working like full-time overtime. So lately what I've been doing is like grabbing certain stories and presenting them. I'm hoping to eventually get caught up to the point where I could go back and just do like updates and bring in new stories and stuff like that. So if this is what you like to do, you're enjoying yourself or just enjoying the interactions, please hit the like and subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you will get a notification and join us.
You guys both live in Florida, right? Or that's where you guys come from?
My license is in Florida right now, but I'm from Tampa.
So that's where you have it out of currently? That's a 29. I need a 29 by name and date of birth. First name, Gabrielle. Golf, Alpha, Bravo, Romeo, India, Echo, Lima, Lima, Echo. Last name, Petito, Papa, Echo, Tango, India, Charlie, Oscar. Florida. We're just kind of hanging tight for a minute. All right.
Florida, yeah, with the last. Still get down there. I want to get on the trip. 4 to 5 rounds down. You're up to 5. What was the determinant? What was the thing that moving to a new place? We're going to Portland. So her grandmother's best friend lives in Portland. So we stayed in. 2 years ago we did a bloody cross-country trip, which we loved. We did in a Nissan Sentra, like a tiny little car. So I was like, let's do it better. And it's got a big van. Not a big, tiny van is great all the time. But I said, let's try and do it a little better. And it's been great so far, for sure. But yeah, we're going over to Portland, and I don't know if you're probably here more familiar with it, but Wolfing, have you ever heard of that? WWOOFING.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it.
I'm from California originally.
Oh, yeah?
So, and part of my job, I dealt with employees that...
Shut up, Pop. Nobody wants to hear about your life. Okay. Let's go back up real quick. I saw some stuff here. Forest rangers are so trained in domestic violence. They take BLET, just like police. BLET sounds like some kind of course, maybe? I can't say they would have dropped charges. Domestic assault is serious. It is serious, but I don't know, my gut says that it wouldn't have gone all the way. Just because Brian doesn't want to charge her, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, they could definitely, like, intervene and say, like, no, this was way too serious. Like, it could be some hard-ass judge that's like, no, I don't like domestic violence, and especially nowadays, you know, people think that women can't, you know, be offenders, but I'm gonna make a you know, example out of you and put you through the system. And yeah, that definitely could have happened, for sure. But it could have also been that they just don't take it all the way and they just drop the charges for whatever reason. It could, I mean, to me it's 50-50. Doesn't it seem weird they didn't take their IDs? That's what I mean. Like, I don't think cops had real intentions of pursuing and following through with anything, like, here. They were just trying to get them, like, split up, or not split up, but I mean, like, just de-escalate the situation by keeping them apart. And to them, that was gonna do it. But somebody in the chat said that at the end of one of the second body cam footage, one of them said, hopefully she doesn't turn up dead. That says it all. They had a feeling this was gonna go bad. And if they said, hopefully she doesn't turn up dead, that means in their gut instincts, in their subconscious mind, or however you want to put it, they felt that he could overpower her and hurt her so bad that he could kill her. That's just crazy. The difference between, like, your subconscious mind and like your gut feeling, like your discernment, how they call it, and then what actually, like, played out. It was just two totally different situations. I thought they did. We'll see. They already know. I saw the cop take a pic of Brian's license. Oh, okay. In that case, never mind. No, they asked Brian, and he said it's in the van, and the cop said, don't worry about it, just give me your name. There you go. They were responding to a fight. IDs can come last. It wasn't a traffic stop first. Let's keep watching.
All across the United States, from Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, everything you can think of on your level one. I know most of them.
It's worldwide opportunities on organic farms. It's like a volunteer work away type of situation where you can work on organic farms. So that's our goal once we get over to Washington. You know, we'll do that from Washington, then down to Oregon, and down to California. Quite close to that. What part of California is that?
I'm from town just outside Sequoia National Park.
You're going to be going through there? We'll get good in the way of outdoors.
Go ahead. But no, it wasn't too bad at all.
I get this, because of the 911 call, him putting his hands on her, him not letting her back into the van, it's almost not prosecutable. In that case, they could have had arrested Gabby. I don't know, the 911 call said that he was slapping her. I want to know why they didn't try to find the answers to that. You know, they treated it like, because they saw probably, like, more scratches, like, on him and stuff, but they should have still approached it as what the witness had said they saw. A guy was hitting a girl. Or there was domestic violence. You know, somebody was hitting somebody. Even the 911 caller was like, he's slapping her? Like, you could tell in his voice. He was just like, no way. Like, no. You know, like, how come, like, these cops didn't come in hot like that? They're just like, oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, your name's, oh, you're so cute. And, you know, I don't know. It just seemed very, like, just not what I'm used to seeing interactions with cops be like. This is just very different. Ferozcon says, where's that female officer? Is she with Gabby this whole time? Did she ask Brian any questions? We're gonna watch the second body cam footage too. I have that. Ladderbreen says, against Gabby, there are 4 charges dropped. And then they did. Okay.
You want me to tell you what he said? Yeah, real quick. Do you mind hanging with him for a bit? So, get away from both of them. So, he said
that was the female cop that they just passed by.
that he never saw the male strike the female. He saw the male trying to lock her out of the vehicle. She even told.
He said what? That the 911 call said that he never saw him strike the female? That's a lie. Let's hear that again.
So, get away from both of them. So, he said that he never saw the male strike the female. He saw the male trying to lock her out of the vehicle. She even told us that he was trying to lock her out, told her to go take a walk. He said that she was trying to get in. She eventually couldn't get in and actually clawed her way in through the driver's door. He said, I don't understand why she's doing that. Well, I think it's because it was the only door that wasn't locked that she could get through. She's trying to get in over.
I'm sorry, am I hearing attitude now? I don't know why she was trying to do that. She was trying to do that because she was trying to get into her freaking vehicle so she doesn't get left in the middle of nowhere. Sir.
He's trying to disengage from her. I guess he hung her backpack on the back.
He's trying to disengage from her. Okay.
Probably so she'd have her shit. He didn't have to engage with her. Everything she's saying is same thing. I haven't heard what he said, but if that's what he said, it's also what the witness is saying. The witness says, I never saw him hit her. I saw him.
The witness said, I never saw him hit her. No, he said he was slapping her. We're gonna get to that. Lie. Or they're seriously misinformed. Or they're just seeing the situation how they want to see it. Because I'm seeing something totally different here.
Shove her, but I couldn't tell if it was an aggression against her or a defense against her, as far as her, being the aggressor. So at this point, from what, unless the guy's screaming that he needs to go to jail and did something.
Okay, but that 911 call still went through. They should all know about that. They should all be at least on the same page that somebody called 911 saying that he was slapping her. And it's not getting approached that way, like, at all.
Something to this girl. It sounds to me like she is the primary aggressor.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with her being the primary aggressor is in an instance of domestic assault, be it a male or be it a female, we shall arrest. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to go to jail. We can do a citation if it meets one of 3 criterion, which one of them is we can ensure that they're not going to further risk each other's safety. But the problem with that is they live in the same vehicle.
That's what I was going to say. The other part of it is
there was actually an injury too to the victim, which is him.
Right, and I'm getting conflicting stories about why they hit the curb up here.
What did he say why he hit the curb?
Well, I've watched, this is what I saw. Saw him cross the double yellow. I was doing 42 miles an hour. I was, I don't know, probably 2 car lengths behind him, tapping my wheels at him, trying to get his attention. They knew I was behind him. And then after he crossed the double yellow, he merged over into the right lane, and then out of nowhere, just boom, went and hit the curb.
So did he say why?
He said that she grabbed the wheel and turned it real hard. She says that she was hitting him in the arm. So,
sounds legit. I mean, I'm sure if I'm driving and my arm's on the wheel and I'm getting hit in the arm, I'm probably pulling on the wheel.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was a little of both. I mean, usually the truth is somewhere.
Sounds legit. He says, yeah, I'm driving like this and someone's hitting me in the arm. Like, I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. Yeah, this is really painful to listen to, for sure. This is, like, triggering, like, all kinds of, like, feelings right now. Because Gabby isn't, like, a buff pro wrestler or something like that. A boxer or something where she's just, like, windmilling, like, at him or whatever. Like, I think Brian was fucking around, probably driving crazy because they were fighting. And they're over here all working together to put it all on Gabby. And it is just so frustrating to watch. Analyze and pick that shit apart. Thank you. I think Gabby was saying she was hitting him. Yeah, but I don't think she was like really doing damage. I mean, even he had like some scratches, but like I didn't see like bruises or like hardcore welts or something like that. Like I don't know, maybe I'm minimizing. I don't want anyone to say that I'm minimizing like domestic violence or anything like that, but I just, my mind just goes to her. She even like said like that she hit him like that. She's like, you're an idiot. Like that to me sounds more reasonable, like based on what I've seen of Gabby. I don't think Gabby's like was like this aggressive like personality, violent, you know, where she's just like trying to fuck shit up. Like she has OCD. Like she, you know, she likes to keep her things clean. She just seems like a real sweet girl. Like I don't see like violent, angry, toxic psychopath when I think of Gabby. And I don't know. Tell me what you guys think. We're probably gonna disagree on some stuff. It's okay. But Brian said Gabby grabbed the wheel. Did he say that? That makes sense. Why the van would have like veered off the road. That's different. That totally makes it different. However, I'm basically what I'm trying to portray here is that I don't see Gabby as like the aggressor, because that's what not everybody, but that's what so many people were trying to say out of this body cam, was that Gabby was all kinds of crazy. So the cop thought that Brian was lying so she wouldn't be charged with assault. Yeah, I think he reasoned it that way. This bald cop just likes the sound of his own voice. That sounds about right too. Gabby says she never touched the wheel and she's been so honest about her behavior. See what I mean? Because logically, physics, I mean, come on. If somebody grabs the wheel and does this, if the passenger does this, it's gonna make the van veer off the road or whatever. Hi, Simka, how you doing? Thank you for joining us. We're watching the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie body cam footage and trying to decipher what we think was really going on here. Baldos stick together. Who else is bald? What's his name, Brian?
I mean, he's probably trying not to say that he hit her because he probably doesn't want her charged with assault. Yeah. Domestic assault. He probably would rather say she pulled the wheel than hit him. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, fortunately for her, we cannot, just because he's bigger and stronger, and even if he's not willing to press charges, we can't treat this differently than if it was a male on female violence. Yeah. And we're going to have to charge her, and we can do a citation if there's some arrangement that can be made to separate them, and then. Okay,
now we're talking about we can't treat this as a different situation just because it's a female this time. So they've already made it up in their minds that she was the aggressor. See what I mean? And now they're like, okay, well, we got to treat this like any other domestic violence situation. Like, she's the aggressor. Now they're gonna start protecting like him. What have they really seen that makes them feel that Gabby was like being that violent? And and Brian is legitimately in their eyes or whatever. He didn't do anything. Cause so far all I'm hearing is everybody putting it on Gabby, including Gabby herself, which makes sense because sometimes in domestic violence situations the victim blames themselves. That's happened. We've seen that happen before. Uh-oh. What was I saying earlier? That's what was behind them asking her whether she was hitting him to cause bodily harm, pain, because if she had said yes, they had to arrest. Yeah, they said that was a very important question, and it all boiled down to her answering that part, was if she was trying to harm him, and she said no. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that she was like the aggressor, and they still kind of treated her like if she's some crazy psychopath, toxic girlfriend, tyrant, you know, crazy lady. And that wasn't the case at all. I wish they would have spent more time questioning Brian and following the lead of like the witness saying that he saw him hitting her. Like, they never have they asked at this point, like, did you hit her at all? What happened? Like, Brian, all I hear is Brian saying, well, she had a cell phone in her hand, she had keys in her hand, like trying to make it seem, and then the cop too with the bear action, like they're making it sound like if I were to try to draw like the situation in a drawing, like it's Gabby like with stuff in her hands and she's like being all crazy and aggressive, and that's not what happened. Like that's nothing here says that that's what was going on. I think if they would have looked into it more, asked more questions, been a little more like impartial, they probably would have been able to find a way to have arrested Brian, if anything. But I think they came in at it as if she was the one that was like being aggressive and causing problems and shit on the road.
We have to let them know that there's no contact order in effect. And we have to let him know the only way to drop it is to go into the police department during business hours and fill out a waiver, which, by the way, what's today? Thursday? So it won't be till tomorrow. I know, they're till noon, I think. Yeah. Which I'm sure he's going to want to drop it.
Well, the other part of it is it says that they've been on.
So it's Thursday. That means if she would have gotten arrested, or if anybody would have gotten arrested, they would have been able to have gotten bailed out the next day. Had it been Friday or Saturday, they would have had to stay in, like, arrested until at least Monday. Vladimir says they kind of did ask him, but he said he touched her to push her away because she's acting crazy. That's nuts.
4 or 5 months that they've been living out of this van together.
I just keep thinking to myself, like, poor Gabby. Like, she didn't deserve, like, to be done like that. We know by now that she was murdered. Like, she's not just missing. I'm pretty sure we all feel the same way, that it was no accident. I'm pretty sure we all here feel that it was him that did it. And especially considering that he's hiding, he's doing all this, like, to evade, like, and not being upfront and answering questions. I don't think it was a case of self-defense. And try to even imagine, like, Gabby being, like, at 100 when it comes to aggression. Like, I don't think that it's something that he would have to resort, it would be to the level where he would have to resort to, like, killing her to defend himself. And I don't think that's what happened because he's hiding. I mean, I could be wrong. Those are just my first impressions so far.
Well, this is really bad news. Let's talk to him first. Brian?
Yeah.
Did you ask him yet to take pictures of him? Yes?
No, I haven't done any of that yet.
Brian, unfortunately in the state of Utah, we don't have discretion on some things. Like, for example, if I pull you over for speeding and I want to give you a warning, you can do that because it's under Class A, Class B or under. If I want to give you warnings, all kinds of stuff I can. But there's a few things I can't. When I say I, I'm not sure. One of the things that the state legislature doesn't give us discretion on is charges when it comes to domestic assault. And it sounds like you guys are living together, so you meet the statutes for domestic partners. And you do have injuries, and both an independent witness, probably the next one we're going to talk to as well, which we haven't talked to yet, but the one we did talk to, and your own companion have made it clear that she was the primary aggressor, and that she was striking you and you received injuries. You have to admit.
She's the primary aggressor. That's what they came up with.
Striking her, she has not admitted to striking her. The witness did not see you strike her. So at this point, you're the victim of domestic assault. You're the victim of domestic assault, and that's his reaction. He laughs. Okay. If somebody told me I was the victim, I mean, I realize that I'm a woman, and I'm older, and I'm gonna have a different reaction, but if somebody called me the victim of a domestic violence, I would be, like, at least serious. Real world, I'd be, like, crying. That just being told that, like, that's crazy. Like, maybe you don't even know, like, you could be a victim of domestic violence. Someone tells you, I mean, that's gonna cause some kind of reaction. This guy laughs. Butterbean says, Gabby laying in the desert for 2 weeks, evidence, sorry, rotting away. This girl who just wanted to see the world, live an exciting experience, she was just a kid. That is so heartbreaking. Wow.
Yeah, just wow. Did you ever find out if this was from that 911 call? I'm hearing that there was at least 2 witnesses. So there's one witness that said that they witnessed Gabby getting hit, and that there was another witness saying that who's Mr. Giggles? Saying that he was getting hit, and for whatever reason they're going by the witness that said that he was getting hit, but they could have seen him getting hit like as a response to him hitting her, because they even said, like, the witness said that he was slapping her. They both so far can agree that he was doing this to her, and that's why she had like a cut on her cheek where he was doing this. Like, yeah, dude, that's abuse. So sad.
If you didn't want to pursue this, we don't have a choice. The best thing we can do to not. So lots of.
Okay, I get it now.
Charger doesn't think we have to put her in jail. Okay, but it also says we have to separate, get a no contact order, and we have to put her in jail if we cannot separate. And there's a little problem here. You guys out of Florida living in the van together. How are we supposed to separate her? Now I don't want to take this small 20. What is she?
22-year-old blonde hair, blue-eyed.
You could definitely.
You hear that? He was like, I don't want to take her like into custody, and he was all like, blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm telling you, they probably might have worked it out together, maybe not, or maybe he convinced her of it. He could have told her in the car before, or in the van before they got pulled over, you're gonna have to take the blame for this, because if we say that it was me, they will lock me up quick. But we say it's you, like you're cute and you're funny and you're smart and you have your blog, and no one's gonna ever think that it was anything that serious. They'll let you go, but they won't let me go. And I think that's why in actuality this all went down the way it did. That right there, that stereotype that she's a blonde and she's tiny and she's, you know, like smart and giggly and all this, like they wouldn't want to put her through the system like that. That's not who they're looking for right now, if you know what I mean. Nicolette says the reason why I asked is because it seems like the police is unaware of the call. Yeah, like they haven't even brought that up at all. They keep talking about somebody saying that they saw her hitting him, but we heard a call, not yet, I haven't gone to that part yet, but I know I heard a call where someone said that he was slapping her, and I will always remember the 911, the guy who answered it saying he's slapping her, like he couldn't believe it. Seems like they pulled him over because of what he saw. Lady J says cops still talking when he should be listening. Exactly. Nicolette, Latterbreen says, Nicolette, the second release of the body cam video, they referenced the 911 call a few times. We're going to get to that, for sure.
Yourself against, but at the same time, we can't say because you're a male or she's a female, we can't treat this different than if you were the male hitting her. Or we got treated the same. Yeah, no. So she's kind of in a tough spot. So unless you have an idea about how she could not go to jail and be separated, you have friends in town, somewhere she could stay. Tomorrow, if you want to, it's up to you. You can go to jail. You can't, because you don't have a charge. And then tomorrow, if you wanted to, you would get with her again tomorrow. I'm going to take your radio. If you want to be with her again tomorrow.
Yeah, real funny. I don't even know what he said there that was so funny, but I'm telling you, this is not the behavior of a victim, in my opinion. I have not seen the second release. Yeah, there was a second point of view, but we'll get to it.
After 5 to officers closed, you can go to the police department, fill out a waiver, you drop your no contact order, you guys can still get together, which is going to have a court date online. They have to show for a court date online and answer it. The prosecutor might drop it. They might say, sure, for example, if you're not willing to pursue it, that's your decision.
I don't say it definitely is. I'm not going to do anything. God say I love her.
See how he's getting into his head? He's like, yeah, like we could, it could get to the point where we have to arrest her, but like something about it being Thursday. And then he was like, but you could always like drop the charges. And then this is where he's like, oh, well, I don't want to pursue any charges. And they already know no one's going to be getting arrested. All of them are pretty much working together to just sweep this under the rug, so to speak, and let everybody just go about their way. When in reality, like, this was the beginning, maybe not the beginning, maybe it was the continuance of just a really bad trip. For all we know, like, their relationship was already rocky, like, before they ever even, like, got in the van. And this was, like, the culminating point, and there could have been some kind of intervention. And that's what upsets me, is just wondering, like, what could have happened if things would have just been taken a little more seriously, and if more information was available. Like, cops just keep on talking nonstop, right? Like, just shut up already. Like, let them say what happened. Like, you're helping them along the way. It's crazy. Laundrie says it's the worst. And Nicolette, it's the one when the officer says in his car as he's leaving, you just hope the girl doesn't end up dead. Just chills. Gross chills. Hey there! Who's saying hi to? Hi to everybody. Let me just go ahead and thank everybody so much for joining me, keeping me company while we watch this clip and go through the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie case so far. Just to let you know, I'm in it for a while now. We're barely like on video. I want to say like, what, this is the 4th or 5th video we've seen today. We've got 148 to go. So I'm in it for the long haul. I hope you are too. And if not, if you gotta go, that's understandable. Check back with us. We're gonna be here for a while, okay? These are all the videos we're gonna watch. So, thank you so much for stopping by and showing your support.
I'm sorry that I had to get so public, but so I just want to get like the checklist of things I gotta do to get rid of it. So there's an online court date.
Well, she'll get a paper with a court date.
How do I get rid of it?
Well, the court date has to be attended in order for them to decide whether they need to continue or drop it. First, if it's an initial appearance to say, are you who we think you are? Yes. First, do you understand the charges been brought against you? Yes or no? Yes or no, the answer. Do you have an attorney? Yes or no, do you need one? And then from there, she can ask to speak with the prosecutor. The prosecutor might be contacting you. Say, hey man, I see 110 pounds soaking wet and you're thinking about dying. You understand you're not even wanting to do this, so the cops have to call the statute. How, like, what, in the interest of justice for you, the victim, what do you think? And they can decide to still prosecute it. Or they can decide to drop it. Or they can decide to give her a plea and make it kind of go away if she behaves somehow. But that still does not eliminate the first court appearance that she has to attend, which thankfully for you guys is going to be online. So if you're out of town, here's the thing, if you're out of town and she doesn't come into a court appearance online, they can suspend her driver's license, they can issue a warrant for her. So she needs to play ball.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And remember, me and her and her team, I'm sorry about all this, I apologize again, but so she's got an online court date.
Ken, welcome. Rodenas says nothing these Moab cops did or didn't do could predict or prevent her murder in Wyoming weeks later. They would have just filed the waiver the next day. She begged them at the end not to separate them. But what I'm saying is, I'm not a parent, but if I was, and my kid got arrested while on a road trip because they were fighting with their significant other or whatever, I would have intervened. Maybe there's nothing the cops could have done to keep them apart, but if something that serious, like, had escalated to the point where, like, cops are getting involved, as a parent, I'm not a parent, but if I was a parent, I'd like to think that I would have either gone out there and got my kid, or figured out some kind of way to, like, bring my kid, like, back home, something. I've seen it happen before, like, in real life, where somebody's out of town with somebody and, like, shit got really bad, people are hitting each other, and, like, we're talking about grown people. Their parents have dropped what they were doing, went, got their kid, their grown-ass adult kid, and brought him home. I mean, something could have happened, but I just feel like this was, like, this was downplayed big time. for him having like all those scratches on him. She had a scratch on her face. People are calling in saying they're fighting at the restaurant. They were fighting too really bad, they said. Like, this wasn't no joke. This wasn't a little argument. Like, this was a bad like situation, and it only, well, to me it only makes sense that it would escalate, because in my perspective that's what happens. Things escalate. They don't just dissipate and go away. Like, shit like tends to get ugly. But who knows? We'll never know. We'll never know. All we can do is just watch and speculate. Froze contests, but who knows? Maybe if they called in Gabby's family, perhaps her dad, things could have gone differently. Ken Rodena says, I bet she told her parents about it. I think she did too. But I feel like an arrest would have been taken more seriously, perhaps. Ladderbean says, I feel so many different ways about how the police handled this, and I do feel sympathetic towards them. I can't imagine how they feel, but there were enough indications to arrest one or both. Well said. Nicolette Moore says, as a parent, that's the one lesson you learn. You can't control your adult children. You have to watch them make mistakes. That's another way to look at it for sure. But like where I come from, like people are all up in their business, in each other's business. Like around here, like there's no really no such thing as like, oh, I'm an adult, like stay out of my business. Like, nah. People come over unannounced. People show up and come in, and before you know it, they're already all up in everybody's business. So I don't know. I don't know how it is for them. I mean, they could be a different kind of family. Who knows? I can only explain like how I see things from like my perspective. And over here, it's not like, oh, you have your own life, I have mine. Like before you know it, everybody already knows everything. Meme 06 says, yeah, that was crazy. Honestly, they should have took them both to jail. Both have visible scars. Exactly. They had been a couple and parents didn't know what type of relationship they had. Most people don't tell their parents about bad parts of relationships. That's true. That's very, very true.
Acknowledges the parents, and then we got one for the...
Well, there's automatically right now, there's something called a no contact order in place. Yeah, from this point forward, until tomorrow, if you go to drop it, you have to go to the 217 East Center Street, Monty Police Department.
I've got all the papers.
And you have to ask them to give it to you. You want to fill out a waiver, so you're requesting a waiving of the contact order, no contact order. No contact order means you cannot come into contact with you, you cannot talk to you, you cannot text you, you cannot go on any premises you're occupying, you cannot go to your vehicle. And until you drop that, or until 4 days, if you don't drop it, it stays in effect until midnight on the day before. And then that gives you time to get the next order, a long-term one, if you feel like you need one. It sounds like you don't even want this one. So tomorrow, they open at 8, you can go in the police department, you can sign the waiver, they can remove it, then you can say, hey babe, where you at? Let's pick you up. You can pick her up. Now, we're hoping not to put her in jail, but if she doesn't have somewhere to go tonight, to be separate from you, then where are we supposed to go?
I can't talk right now because it's separation, right?
Yeah.
So tell me this. Do you guys have enough money for like a hotel room or anything like that? Because what we could do is we'd cite her for this, and then I'd give her a ride over to whatever hotel you guys are choosing.
Pick up her tomorrow if you want to know what
on your way to go pick her up, you stop over there at the PD, sign the paperwork that they're requesting, and then you can go pick her up quite literally within minutes.
Unless you know someone else in town that's a premises.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately not. I don't, and I guess that...
Man, I sure hate to... I don't want her to go to jail.
Well, if she goes to jail, it's like, that goes down somewhere instead of her going to a hotel, right? If you get a citation,
it kind of depends. So if she goes to jail, they're going to book her. They'll take her fingerprints, they're going to go on the criminal history, and then if they don't convict her, then it will just show that it was dismissed. It'll show that criminal history, but the charge was dismissed. If she's found guilty, it'll show up as guilty from that charge. But the charge itself will show up on her criminal history until she gets responded. Now, even if we give her a ticket, we're still going to take a fingerprint, and it's still going to show up. Either way, it's still going to show up. There's no way around a Class A, or is it Class B?
This is Class B.
But they do require a fingerprint on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the other part is if you contact her or she contacts you, she could be charged with a Class A.
Well, which
is a little bit different, but it doesn't count.
If you were to contact her and she responds to you, then she could get a new charge for violating consent. No contact order doesn't restrict you, it restricts her. So if you go talk to her and we find out and you're not in trouble, she'll be in trouble. So you're interested. Does that all make sense?
No, I'm getting it all.
It's a lot, really quickly.
No,
I
yeah, I'm
understand.
getting it all. I'm just trying to figure out a way through it.
You don't know anyone in town? You guys been around now?
No, I don't know anyone in town. If you went...
I don't think CK will take it with the aggressor. No. There's a wing filter. I'm curious. You can find out. They should have where to go.
If you did the citation, like say he drove up and you could drive up in this car,
We could give you a ride somewhere.
I got my backpack.
That's for you.
I got my backpack.
You can spend the night.
You want to drive me to Delicate Art?
Does she have a good driver's license?
Did you do it? Yeah, she did drive license. Yeah.
Yeah. She was your vehicle.
Yeah, she did.
Then you'd kind of be homeless for the night.
And then, man, I can't talk to her at all.
Well,
and I've got to do this thing, so I can't go camping.
We can tell her what it is that she needs to do to get through all this and then let her know what your plan is. Here's the problem, though. If we take you up to Delicate Arch, you're going to be hoofing it from Delicate Arch all the way down to Moab Center Street so that you can fill out that paperwork, because if you're not there by noon tomorrow, you're going to be looking at Monday morning. It's early on Friday. Yeah. You'd be looking at Monday morning before you could actually see her again. And again, we're not trying to make your life hard. This is written statute. There's nothing
a lot of
about it. It's designed to protect victims of domestic assault. Not everybody.
Hey, Manuel. Thanks for stopping by. Caught me in the middle of eating some cheesecake. But we're going to be here probably all day, so I hope you're in it for the long haul. It is really good to see you. I really appreciate all of your comments. Thank you so much for being honest and also, you know, respectful is very important to me. I don't want to have to block anybody. I'll only block if someone's being, like, really unreasonable. Like, if somebody would have said, like, oh, it's a good thing, like, she's no longer with us, or something like that, just something completely heinous, like, out of here. But, you know, true to life, commentary and opinions, all that, just welcome here. Let me see. Lady J says, he just seems so fake to me, so forced. I feel that too. And Simka says, BL sounds like a phony to me, narcissist in all his glory. See what I mean? They should have arrested her. They should have arrested her. Let me think about that.
Saying this is different, normal, but we have to treat everything the same. That's how you can't afford a hotel. No?
There's very little money you have for sure.
You want me to? I'll call TK then. TK will take it for the night. I'll see if they'll take either one.
I don't think they should have arrested her because of that 911 call where they're saying that he was hitting her. I think he was the aggressor. I think maybe he would do things to aggravate her, and he knew it was going to aggravate her because of her OCD, and he still would do it. And come on, you have a choice. You're with somebody that's neat and clean, and if you're going to choose to continue to be messy, then you're going to be expecting a problem or an issue. Like, I think he would aggravate her, and then once, like, she got going and was like, hey, like, your feet are dirty, like, you're my van, you know, whatever she was saying, I think he would provoke her even more for it to have escalated to the point where essentially they were hitting each other. Because ultimately he killed her. By now we know that, I mean, I feel like I know that he killed her. Like, I don't think she was ever capable of, like, killing him. I don't know her or anything like that. I'm only speculating, but that's my best guess at this point. Let's see, Lady J. An arrest changes things. Parents would have been called, and who knows what changes that would have made. She might get back with him, but the event that spurred him to kill her might not have been. Did they ever find him? No, but there was an update last night. Someone said that they saw him hitchhiking on the Appalachian Trail. So he's out there, alive, as of last night, if that's true. Because there's going to be false reports, and there's also going to be mistakes. You know, he's not the only bald, light-skinned man out there. Thank you. If it was the other way around, he would have been arrested. If what was the other way around, he was hitting her. Just because he ended up with more scratches, like, on his face and stuff, like, we don't know if she was defending herself or, like, at what point. But like he was driving away, like she had to jump into her own van so he wouldn't leave her. I don't know. I'm just not buying this like goody two shoe act like he's been like showing us since the beginning of this. Like he's acting very like I would never hurt. Oh, I don't want anything bad to happen. I don't want. And then next thing he's killing her. No, I'm not gonna defend Mr. Brian Laundrie. I'm sorry. Meme 06 says they were bad for each other, but how do you control someone's relationship? That's the thing. Counseling. That's all I could. I mean, how do you tell adults that it's time to break up? That you can't see it happening anymore. Lady J says, I guess so, but it might have happened another time. He is showing signs of coercive control, which is the biggest cause of intimate partner violence. I'm sorry to say. Yeah. He's doing a lot of hitchhiking and camping. That's crazy. Yes, and I saw a video where they showed where he might be, and the man that owns the property said there's no way to live out there for days. Like he would have to have moved on. If she had marks on her face, she did. She had a mark on her cheek where he squeezed her face. All right, let's keep going.
And they'll help you tomorrow. And you're like a block and a half away from the beach. Let's see if CK will take him because they actually put up. Actually, they didn't take the guy, but they got a hotel for a guy last time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
CK might get you a hotel. Now, what she does. I'm happy sleeping outside in a sleeping bag. No, I don't know. We don't want that. I'm just saying. I think CK will get you a hotel. If you want her to have a van, we don't care. It's up to you. But those are people.
Yes, this is Officer Robbins with Nomadic City Police Department. How you doing this afternoon? Oh, not too bad, not too bad. So I just did domestic, and the male is going to be our victim. Is there any way that you can help us set him up with a place to stay tonight?
Alright, so now they're talking about setting up with a hotel. People out there that have seen this already and are like pretty like aware of what's going on. The reason I'm asking is because when I was looking at the news clips, they pretty much skipped this part and jumped to like where they're dropping him off, like at the hotel. So is there anything I need to watch? Oh, I see here they're talking to Gabby now. Should I skip to that? Because like all this middle part, it just kind of seems like they're still talking to Brian, and it's a lot of like walking around probably. So I'm kind of wanting to skip this middle part and then just go straight to the part where they're talking to Gabby right here. Let me know what I should do. Let me see. Gabby said she hit him. I'm not saying he is innocent or that she's guilty. I'm saying if you go by but both of them said, then it should have led to her arrest. But yeah, but they should have asked more questions too, like what led to it. Cause I feel like he was the primary like antagonizer. So you think like she hit him first and it was enough like for him to like put his hand in her face and then like not let her back in her own van? I don't know. It's pretty crazy. On a personal note, Laundrie says my mom's intervention, it was a serious intervention, knocked me out of my controlled haze. I didn't leave the day of, but it got me to prepare my departure so I could leave. I hope you're doing better. Sometimes you do gotta make your way out of a certain relationship. Yeah, skip it? Okay, cool. Let's just find Gabby. She's over here somewhere. Let me go to this part real quick.
off to the right and look up, right?
That part.
I don't know. And then, this is just for precaution. Do you mind lifting your shirt for me? We can go back there if you want some privacy. I want to, like I said, I want to do a very thorough job. I want to make sure that you don't have any additional information. I don't know how it happened.
I'm gonna skip this part too. Fuck it. Let's find Gabby. Right here.
To answer this question to you, think very hard before you answer the question. Do not.
In other words, see what I mean? Think very hard before you answer this question, because this, all he had to say next was, because this is going to be the question that's either going to land you in jail or not. Like, damn. If this was court, prosecution would have been like, objection, leading.
This is a very, very important question.
Atrocity.
How you answer this question is going to determine what happens next. But the only person who can answer this question is you. Think very hard before you answer the question. Do not quickly answer. Think very hard. When you slapped him those times, were you attempting to cause him physical pain or physical impairment? Is that what you were attempting to do? What were you attempting to do? What was the reason behind the slapping and stuff? What was it you were attempting to accomplish by slapping?
I was trying to get him to stop hunting.
Well, it doesn't sound to me like he has to be interested. Your call. This is 100% your call. I support you either way. I'll let you get back to your parents, okay?
That kind of didn't help her case, because she said that she slapped him because he was trying to get him to tell her to calm down. So obviously something was going on that she needed to be told to calm down. I don't know. I just feel like they kind of worked. Yeah, it is very painful to watch. I just kind of feel like before they got arrested, they kind of like worked it out within each other what they were going to say to try to both get out of it. Which is unfortunate. There's just no way to know that that was going to happen. Unless you just assume that 100% of the time situations escalate. Alright, so here they're talking. It's your call, what do we do?
He said that she was striking him in the eye. He said she was, and that's what caused him to get hurt. She said that she got hurt. I might have to do some stuff.
Distracting him, like hitting him, and then he comes and pushes her, and that's why the mark is on. When there's not, her fault, distracting, like, she didn't try to hurt him, it wasn't malicious, she thought that he wasn't listening to her.
So assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. Code for bodily injury, the definition says, bodily injury is infliction of pain or physical impairment or illness. So you can go. Now I'm recording, and society and the judges and everyone can judge me for this. I am looking at a 110-pound female and her fiance who have no means to be separated. He doesn't want to pursue it. It's not a threat to him, more than slight abrasions from her fingernails.
It's Jacob. Boy says, how often do you go live on this topic? I go live, I try to go live at least once a week nowadays. Probably less than that lately, because I just started a new job and like learning and everything. It was just like really tiring. It's a lot of like physical work, and it's also like mental work, so like by the end of the day I'm like super tired. But I'm gonna try to go live more often. As far as like this topic goes, this is the first time I've covered this topic. I'm gonna try to get through the whole playlist today somehow. If I can't, then I'll do it the next time. I want to say I get out early tomorrow, so I'll try to go live tomorrow. But typically what I'll do is grab news clips of current events. Lately, I've been covering Lori Vallow, I think his name is Thomas Coleman. I don't know if you've heard of him, but Matthew Taylor Coleman, sorry. He is from California, and he took his kids down to Mexico and killed them. So I'm trying to stay up to date with that situation. I also cover Elijah McClain. Some other Costco shooting is something that I'm, try to update every chance I get. Kristen Smart case. I also need to get back into the Joel Guy Jr. trial. I kind of left that alone after I started working. I also covered the Nathaniel Rowland case, so if you want to see that, go into my videos or my live streams and you could sit through court with us. That was back in August. I also cover sinkholes. I find them interesting. I don't know. Viral videos, body cam footage, court trials. Tristan Bailey is also another case that I try to stay up to date with. And I also covered the Jolene Cummings and Kimberly Kessler situation. That was crazy. So if you want to go back into my history, that would be cool. But if not, I definitely try to stay up to date on those cases. So I'll just make a playlist of all of that and then present it. So that's what I do. Preach, were you here earlier? Somebody came in with an account that had a name on it. Was that you? Hello, why do we watch the same stuff? What do you mean? Fuck you humans, bunch of dirty, stupid scumbags. Aw, thanks, DI. That's so sweet of you. Bye now. Okay, let's continue.
I don't care if we use the actual letter of the law to not charge, but I also don't care because it literally does possibly make perfect sense to go full-on domestic assault and do the whole thing. This is your opportunity to make the decision.
This is your opportunity to what? And then they muted it or whatever. I don't know what they're working out there among each other, but we know what they decided to do. They decided to have Gabby take off in her van, and they helped Brian with the hotel. So let's just skip. It's still muted for some reason. That's not me.
It should just be in Zion.
Okay, do you have any problems with me taking a picture of it? I have to have IDs and stuff like that for my investigation. Here. So, this is what I'm going to do. I've decided I am not going to cite you for domestic violence battery, okay? It was only going to be a Class B misdemeanor. However, the domestic violence portion of it enhances it. Makes a major pain in the butt, especially you're 22, right? So I'm choosing not to cite you there. So you are not going to be charged with it. Alright? But this is what I do have to do. I am separating you tonight. Okay? I want you guys both to be tonight away from each other, relax, breathe, because there's no reason to be crying now, okay? I understand that this can feel like it's a nightmare, but you're coming out of the golden flower on top of the snow, okay? So, you're going to be taking the van tonight, and you're going to go somewhere else. I am going to get him lined up for the hotel room tonight. I want you guys to stay away from each other. For both of you guys' change. From what you told me and what he told me, you guys have a bunch of little things that are building up, and finally the little string that you guys were tight walking on the road tonight. Does that sound about right? So, I just want everybody to breathe,
this is heartbreaking to watch.
get a chance away from each other, go eat a meal, talk to your parents, whatever it is you gotta do. like I said, that's what I'm going to be doing tonight. Hold on. This is Officer Robin.
It's Jacob Boy asked, is the FBI or local law enforcement aware of the sightings in the Appalachian Trail, and have they confirmed the sighting? The news has talked about it, but I haven't heard about any like official confirmation, but I'm pretty sure they're looking into it. They're probably looking at every tip that they get. I think they're hot on his trail, and I think they'll find him, but for me, the question is, will he be alive? Because this is a lot going on. If they are, they wouldn't broadcast it because he would just leave. That's true. That makes sense why they haven't announced any confirmations. Alright, so here they're still working things out.
For right now, don't contact each other.
Let's go back to Gabby.
So, I've got him a hotel room tonight. So here in just a minute, I have to keep you guys separated. For right now, don't contact each other, don't wave at him, okay? Do you want me to say anything to him? Because I can do that for you. You want me to let him know that you love him and that you'll see him tomorrow and stuff like that? I can do that for you. Oh, he's bad about that too? Okay, I'll make sure that he has a phone charger, okay? And if I have anything else, please keep your cell phone on so I can call you if I have any questions, alright? Alright, so just kind of sit tight for me real fast and I'm going to talk to Brian. Alright, Brian, a couple things. Couple things. One, I got your hotel room tonight.
Thank you.
Alright.
Driving outside.
So,
I like that part.
Number two, and this is probably the biggest one. She claims that she did not have intent to hurt you when she was slapping at you. So technically speaking, it does not fit the letter of the code. So I am not going to be charging her with DV. Exactly. So this is what I am going to do, however. I'm not going to release you guys together. I want you guys to stay away from each other tonight. Okay? She's agreed to it. Take some time to yourselves. You guys both have the exact same story as to what led up to the incident. So, taking some time tonight, specifically, taking tonight away from each other is going to be the major breaker in all of this. I think that will help you guys, especially tomorrow when you guys meet up. So she does have a couple of messages for you. One, she says she loves you and she's looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Two, don't forget a cell phone charger.
Yeah, good. He lets me fumble around the entire 3 laps around. I'm trying to find one.
Yeah, find one?
Find one.
Okay. The other thing is I don't want you guys to contact each other.
No,
okay,
unless when he said that that he's going to text me or whatever, I was going to send her a message. Please don't text me, but I love you. But yeah,
but tonight,
don't do anything. Yeah.
And I'm with she's passing on her love and saying good night and stuff like that. All that is stuff that I do to my wife too, okay? So
I appreciate it coming from you.
Just so don't just try to not contact each other unless, like I said, earth shattering, something happens.
They probably have like missing posters up or like billboards or whatever. I don't think they're gonna say like this is the last place like so and so like has been seen, cause it's like they said. Who was it? K King says like he would just leave as soon as he found out they were like hot on his trail. This type of thing happens all the time when cops don't arrest anyone in domestic violence situations. Yeah. They also have the choice to arrest even if nobody wants to press charges. Let's skip ahead a little bit.
As you can see, I have keys in my hand, which is good, okay? So, something that I do, that I emphasize to him, and I don't know if I emphasize to you or not, don't text each other tonight. He wants to pass on the same message you passed to him. He's really looking forward to talking to you again, but I told him and you, unless there's earth-shattering emergency news, don't text tonight, okay? Even with the good nights, I love you. He's saying good night now. He's saying he loves you now, and you guys can talk tomorrow morning, okay? He's going to go to the hotel. I'm going to give you the keys to the van. I'm going to go home. Alrighty? So, here's that. I'm giving him a ride over to the hotel, okay?
Natasha Jensen says, Natasha Jensen says, I think he already killed himself. I think if he hasn't already, he's gonna. I think he's contemplating that, like, if he's still alive, or if, you know, he has been thinking about that. So that's what I'm thinking, is like, if they're gonna find him, like, in what condition? Because I don't know. I just have a really bad feeling about, like, how long he's been missing.
So, everything's gonna be okay.
Will it be a far drive for me to get him in the morning? I'm just 8:30.
I'm not gonna tell you where he's gonna be at tonight.
I know.
Like I said, I want you guys to be separated. But I can tell you this.
I just don't usually drive the van, so I just want to make sure it's not like far away.
No. It's
Okay.
it's basically from here to Moonflower. Okay. It's not far at all. So let's get you in the van. Let's get you on your way. Alrighty. You want that Gatorade, by the way?
No, thank you.
You got enough water? Also, something I want you to know. Here, stand over here real fast for me. If you go over to City Market, they have a list of places where you can get yourself a shower for like $4 or $5, something like that. It's pretty cheap. A place where you can shower, decompress, de-stress a little bit. Alrighty.
Yeah, I just showered yesterday at one of those.
Well, you didn't have today happen yesterday, so it does my wife wonders. When she gets stressed out, it's like, get in the shower. Come on, get in the shower. Go take a shower, relax, take some time to yourself, and like I said, don't text each other tonight. Text each other tomorrow morning after your eyes open up and you're fully awake at your morning routine, okay? All right, okay. You have a good night, okay? All right, right. You ready for a ride? My door's open. Just climb in the back for me. Yeah. You can put your backpack back there too. Thank you. Get the old blood pumping real good. You know what I mean? So.
I stuck my hand up because I didn't want to scare you when you pulled over.
Oh no, you're. That wasn't a traditional stop, to say the least. So don't feel bad. SO2T9. It was a considerable difference in her day-to-day life. It made her quality of life better, even. You know what I mean? Like 40. So, just, but we're gonna.
I'm muted. My bad. Sorry, guys. But what I was going to say is, so this is still September 16th, where we're at on my playlist. We're watching this in order. So this was the first day that news coverage was starting to be released about her disappearance and everything. So the next video we're going to watch is a timeline of her travels. And this is courtesy of Fox 13 News Utah. It's called Timeline of Gabby Petito's Utah Travels. And again, this was posted September 16th.
Now, we were able to piece together a timeline of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie's trip through Utah, mostly based on their Instagram posts.
Now we're using pictures from Gabby's Instagram page whenever possible to show what she was wearing in case someone remembers seeing her.
Gabby's pictures place them in Utah on July 14th at Zion National Park. They were there until at least July 21st when they moved to Bryce Canyon. 5 days later, on July 26th, they were in Mystic Hot Springs. Then on July 29th, it was on to Canyonlands. On August 12th, they were in Arches National Park. Late that afternoon was when they had their encounter with police in Moab. The couple was still in Moab on August 13th, according to a post on Brian's Instagram page. Then the trail goes cold for a few days. Gabby posted this picture on August 19th, but it does not indicate where they were other than in a park. On August 24th, Gabby was seen at the Fairfield Inn and Suites near the Salt Lake City airport. On the next day, August 25th, Gabby posted this photo from Ogden. On the same day, they reportedly drove to Grand Teton National Park.
Gabby nor Brian has posted anything on Instagram since August 25th.
All right, so that was the timeline of their road trip. Now let's go ahead and continue. This next video clip is called Police Body Cam Video Shows Gabby Petito, Fiance After 911 Call. And this was still September 16th and courtesy of Eyewitness News, ABC 7 NY.
Petito, a 22-year-old from Long Island, has been missing since late August while traveling cross-country in a van with her fiance, Brian Laundrie.
Police in Utah released new body camera video today showing Petito and Laundrie a short time after they told cops that they had gotten to a minor scuffle.
Meanwhile, Petito's parents have now sent a letter to the family of Gabby's boyfriend saying, "We believe you know the location where Brian left Gabby. We beg you to tell us."
Long Island reporter Kristen Thorne live in Bohemia and Suffolk County with the very latest on the case. Kristen?
Sade and Dave, this is the letter that the Petito family has sent specifically to Brian Laundrie's parents. It was read by their attorney here in Bohemia today. They say in that letter, Gabby lived with you for over a year. She was going to be your daughter-in-law. How can you keep her location hidden? Petito and Laundrie met here on Long Island. This is where they are originally from. They had been living in Florida for the past several years. The 1 hour and 17-minute-long body cam video shows the distress the couple was in.
We have been fighting all morning, and he wouldn't let me in the car before. And
Why wouldn't he let you in the car? Because
he told me
of your OCD?
Told me I needed to calm down.
In this body cam video from the Moab City Police Department, Gabrielle Petito explains to officers that she has anxiety, OCD, and the stress of everything caused her and her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, to get in a fight. It happened August 12th. A witness called police. Police took pictures of Laundrie's injuries to his hands, face, neck, and arms.
The witness says, I never saw him hit her. I saw him shove her, but I couldn't tell if it was an aggression against her or a defense against her. Ultimately, the primary aggressor.
Police almost charged Petito with domestic assault and took her to jail until this.
When you slapped him those times, were you attempting to cause him physical pain or physical impairment? Was that what you were attempting to do to him?
Police determined the incident seemed to be less of a domestic dispute and more of an emotional mental break. They demanded the two remain separate for the night. Petito took the couple's camper van. Laundrie stayed in a hotel arranged by police. It's what happened the next day and after that no one knows. No one except Laundrie, and he is refusing to speak with investigators.
Well, we share the frustration with the world right now. So, you know, two people went on a trip, one person returned, and that person that returned isn't providing us any information.
The Northport, Florida Police Department is leading the investigation because that's where the couple had been living recently with Laundrie's parents. They say they have searched the van the couple was traveling in and say they found something of interest.
It takes time to forensically analyze all that.
The Petito family is sending a letter to Laundrie's parents. The attorney for the Petito family read it to reporters today.
As a parent, how could you let us go through this pain and not help us?
Now police in Utah are trying to figure out if Petito's disappearance has anything to do with the double murder of newlyweds Crystal Turner and Kylan Schulte.
And earlier, we looked into this situation as well to see if there's any updates, and there has not been at this time. Although we do, in real time by now, know that their murder had nothing to do with Gabby Petito's disappearance or murder. But at this time, there was some coincidences that connected these, that started to make it look like there was going to be a connection between what happened here. They were shot, they were a couple, and they were shot to death near the area where Gabby went missing. So they thought maybe there was some kind of relation, but it didn't turn out that way.
He worked at the same grocery store where Petito and Laundrie got into their argument. Schulte's and Turner's bodies were found partially undressed and riddled with bullets on a mountain trail near Moab, August 18th.
We have communication going back and forth with Grand County Sheriff's Office. We provided them with whatever information we could.
The Grand County Sheriff's Office says they are actively looking into whether Petito's disappearance has anything to do with these double murders. As for this letter to the Laundrie family, the Laundrie family attorney says that they will have no comment. Live in Boca.
Okay, so let's continue. Next clip is called Domestic Violence Expert Analyzes Petito's Body Camera Video, and this was courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa Bay. And this was posted September 16th, so we're still on that first day since the body cam footage had been released.
Don't put your weight. You know, let's just take a minute, step back and breathe, and we'll see if she got me with her phone.
Utah police released this body camera footage showing their encounter with Gabby and her boyfriend before she disappeared. You saw some of that earlier in Evan's story, but here's more. A witness called officers after seeing the couple get physical, and tonight domestic violence experts looked at much of that video as well. Fox 13's Brianna Ardano joins us now live with us in Tampa with their reaction. Hi there, Brianna. I know this certainly shows a lot of tension between the two.
And Mark, officers ended up talking to both of them separately and ultimately did not cite Gabby with domestic violence. And tonight, those survivor advocates tell us that there's a lesson here in checking in with others.
What was it you were attempting to accomplish by slapping?
This body camera footage from Moab police in Utah shows officers talking to Gabby Petito before she disappeared. A witness called officers about a potential domestic violence situation on August 12th after seeing Gabby and her boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, argue and get physical.
She talks about her mental health issues, her OCD specifically, and that that there was some tension between the two. He acknowledged tension between them, so you could tell that this was an escalating situation.
Clara Reynolds with the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay tells us remotely they handle calls all the time from people looking for help in domestic violence situations. Reynolds watched the body cam video and says it's important to trust your gut if you see something.
So at least at this point, there is recognition that within a couple of weeks of the disappearance, that there was at least one interaction that demonstrated that there were some issues between the two individuals.
The video also shows police asking Brian about the scratches on his body. Officers did not charge or cite Gabby because she says she didn't intend to harm him. But what Mindy Murphy saw in the video paints a different picture of Gabby being the victim. She works with domestic violence survivors at the Spring of Tampa Bay.
So it was not unusual to hear her taking responsibility for her behaviors and kind of, and him not taking any responsibility for his. I tend to think that probably there was a lot more that he did to contribute to the situation than at least I saw in that first 20 minutes.
The couple was separated that night for their safety. Domestic violence experts say the video shows how important law enforcement training is in those situations.
But it's really important that law enforcement knows what they're doing, that they give a potential victim space to be able to safely talk about what's been going on.
And victim advocates say that it is also important to watch for any signs that may be wrong because every couple is different and those signs may come up as physical or even behavior changes. And so they say that it is important for...
Keep hearing us.
Okay, well, they cut her off. That wasn't me. So my apologies. But this comment did capture my attention. It says it's not just narcissism, but he's into ciphers, outsmarting riddles. Has a fascination with people who got away with crimes, and the how. It just shows a different narcissist. So he's like a crime person, like somebody that covers it, but like researches like crime and stuff like that. I think that would give him like a different type of mentality from everybody else if he always has that like in mind and he researches it. Letterbreen also says no pain or sorrow about Gabby whatsoever, just outsmarting law enforcement, and in my opinion getting him prosecuted for Gabby's murder will be difficult. Wow, that's really good insight, Letterbreen. Thank you. Alright, let's watch this next clip. It's called Person of Interest. Local attorney explains why fiancé of Gabby Petito should come forward, and this is courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8, and this was posted September 16th as well.
Authorities refer to Brian Laundrie as a person of interest. That's because at this hour he is not a suspect. A local attorney and former prosecutor tells News Channel 8 there are legal and motivational reasons for law enforcement to use that terminology. Jeff Patterson joining us live in Tampa to explain. Jeff.
Good evening, Keith. Well, it may sound like a small or a subtle difference to most of us, but there are specific legal reasons not to call someone a suspect.
In this body camera video from Moab, Utah, Gabby Petito is clearly emotional and upset. Now her parents and law enforcement want to know what happened to her after she last spoke to officers in Utah. An attorney for the Petito family made an appeal today for the parents of Brian Laundrie to speak up.
How can you keep her location hidden? You were both at Jim and Nicole's house. You were both so happy that Brian and Gabby got engaged and were planning to spend their lives together.
So far, authorities say Brian Laundrie is a person of interest. Former prosecutor Bryant Camerino says there is a difference between calling someone a person of interest or a suspect.
The real distinction is that for purposes of liability, law enforcement.
Lady J asked, does he have a criminal history? I just looked it up and it says that he has a clean record. I know I read that somewhere right now. But yeah, no, he's clean.
Who's going to call you a person of interest to avoid any potential claim for slander or libel?
Camerino is now a defense attorney who says law enforcement can use the person of interest label as a motivator.
The idea, though, is to send a message to that person of interest. Hey, come cooperate. You're not a suspect. Cooperate with us, and then, maybe we can work this out.
But Camerino says defendants have a constitutional right to remain silent, and prosecutors are limited in the ways they can entice people to talk.
I think the incentive would be, look, tell us now. If she's still alive, tell us now. We can avoid a murder case. If she's dead, tell us where she's at. Help us locate the body, and maybe we can avoid the death penalty, or maybe instead of life sentence, maybe a term of years.
Of course, Gabby Petito's family is begging the Laundries to speak up.
Tell us at least where to look.
From a moral perspective, Brian Camerino says most of us would agree it would be the right thing to do to come forward, to speak up, to cooperate with authorities. But as an experienced trial defense attorney, in this case, he would advise his client to remain silent.
Criminal history, I was thinking like history, like before this. I found this article and it says that he had a clean history. It said somewhere here. And there's nothing, that's just the couple had problems with Florida, he said. Laundrie, for example, has a clean record. But yes, in real time, he does now have like charges for using her device or something like that. But I think ultimately, like, he used her debit card and made some purchases or maybe some withdrawals. I'm not too sure. I haven't gotten to that part just yet. At some point when I was creating the playlist for us to watch, I just started adding clips because it was like more recent. But I saw like the beginning of the situation. Like I kind of, how do I say it? I watched those clips, but once it got like more recent, I just started adding them without watching them. That's what I was trying to say. Okay, so let's continue. Alright, so let's go back to this video. Okay, so we just saw that. Let's erase it and continue. So now we're getting to the point where Brian Laundrie's sister speaks out on Gabby Petito's disappearance, and that's courtesy of ABC7 SWFL. And this was also posted September 16th.
On ABC7 tonight, for the first time, Brian Laundrie's sister is talking about Brian's missing fiancée, Gabby Petito. Gabby's story has captivated Southwest Florida and really the entire nation all week long.
She has not been seen in 22 days now, and her fiancé Brian is not talking to police about it. But her boyfriend's sister now says she hopes this whole thing is just a misunderstanding. Watch.
Obviously, me and my family want Gabby to be found safe. She's like a sister. And
well, obviously, me and my family want Gabby to be okay. Okay, obviously you're not helping. So if you really wanted that, you would be assisting and trying to get answers. Let's see. It's Jacob Boy says, impulsive lying must run in their blood. Right? Ladderbreen says, we've got to hope they've got more on him than credit debit fraud charges on him, because he'll be out before he even smells jail. Yeah. I hope it doesn't turn out to be a situation where they need him to talk, because if that's the case, they kind of dropped the ball in the body cam footage that we just saw, in my opinion. Hopefully from here on out, if and when they capture him and he's alive, assumed alive, they get him to talk. But I think they're going to have problems with that, because he's already invoked his rights before. So I think even if they do catch him alive, he's not going to be very helpful. And the less he says could be better for him. Lady J says, when are the autopsy results in? I think they already are in. I recall adding a clip that talked about the autopsy results, and I remember it said it was due to homicide, but it didn't say like by what fashion. Let me just make sure. Okay, so it says no thanks. Let me go to what I'm looking at now, so we're all on the same page / screen. Here we go. We know the manner of Gabby Petito's death, but what's the cause? All we have at this stage is public speculation. It's courtesy of MedPage Today. Let me see if I could find the information we need. Substance abuse, the scratches. The forensic death investigation is being overseen by Brent Blue, MD, an emergency room physician, not a forensic pathologist, who is the elected coroner of Teton County. Blue has positively identified the remains found by the campground as Petito's and has made an initial determination of the manner of death as homicide. He has held off on releasing the cause of death pending additional studies. So that's what we have so far. Let's go back to Brian Laundrie's sister and her nonsense.
And my children love her, and all I want is for her to come home safe and sound, and this to be just a big misunderstanding. He always does the right thing, like in the body cam, he cooperates with the police.
Another one. He always does the right thing, and that reminds me of the body cam footage that we just saw, where he's like, oh yeah, no, like I would never hurt anybody or anything, and no, I wouldn't make you go get me water or whatever that was, like, please.
And he's a wonderful uncle. He's always been there when I need him. He's been there every time Gabby's needed him.
You can watch that full interview only here on ABC7 tomorrow morning on Good Morning America. GMA is running it at 7:30. Remember, that woman's brother, Brian Laundrie, came home safe from his cross-country road trip with Gabby, but she did not come home. Police are urging Brian to help them find her, but his lawyers are telling him not to talk, fearing whatever he says would be used against him.
The search for answers on where Gabby is only getting more urgent as the minutes and hours pass. ABC7's Megan Myers joins us from outside Brian Laundrie's Northport home, where now it's not just news crews stationed outside. Protesters showed up for the first time.
Gabby Petito's father was filled with emotion today as he begged Brian Laundrie to come forward with answers yet again. And he's not the only one demanding answers.
If it was my daughter that was missing, I can't think of anybody that would stop me from going in that house, grabbing that kid,
and beating the shit out of him. That's what he was gonna say, but then he remembered he was on camera.
Finding out information.
Jason Sternquist and his family got out Sharpies and poster boards. They began writing and pleading for Laundrie to speak up.
Can you imagine just your daughter's dating some guy, they go on a road trip, and then that's it?
Sternquist says he's trying to help, not only because he lives near Laundrie,
First thing I think of is, oh my God, it's my backyard.
but because he has 3 daughters of his own.
Bring peace to this woman's family.
Although the couple's social media made it look like things were fine and dandy, body camera footage from Utah police shows them responding after the couple got into a fight on their cross-country trip.
You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had his cell phone in her hand, that's why I was pushing her away. Because she wanted me.
He was pushing her away because she had a cell phone in her hand. And not a single cop like pictured that in their mind and said, wait, how does that make sense? Like, was she hitting you with the cell phone? Like, what does the cell phone in her hand have to do with anything? Like, he's just I'm telling you, they're like helping each other out. Like, they're both like psychically like assisting each other to just get out of this situation like as fast as possible without any like results. Laundrie says, can we even imagine catching him after all this and the police having to let him out on bail because all they have is the debit charges or whatever that was. And can you imagine it? It would freak me out. I can't imagine being the Petito family and loved ones if they just turn out to not have anything on him and he ends up with like some crazy like really expensive lawyer that guides him through the system and like what to say or whatever to get him out of this. I would die. Because we all know he did it, right? Like, I mean, we can at least agree on that part, yes? I know, I heard that's why they have scaled back the search. They need to wait for the autopsy result to link it to him, then charge him. So if the autopsy result is homicide, obviously like somebody did it, right? Because it wasn't suicide, and it wasn't natural causes, and it was an accident. It was not accident. It was homicide. So now we need to find out. They already know, but we need to find out what the way was, and maybe that's like why they're holding off on releasing that information, because they're hoping like to have captured Brian and hear it like from him so they could charge him. But I think he's in a way too smart for that. Like, I don't think he's gonna be helpful at all. He's gonna keep his mouth shut and he's just gonna let the system like try to convict him. It's Jacob Boy says, do you think killing Gabby was an impulsive move or do you think it was planned? Planned as in like since the very beginning of the trip, like the whole motivation for the trip was to get her out there and kill her? Or planned as in like once they were a few days into the trip or whatever, things just changed in such a way that he began to plan it from then on out. I'm not feeling either one of those. I'm thinking like just stuff got so stressful and just so out of hand that it was an impulse. Like I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Frustration. It was an impulse. That's what I think.
I like the keys so I could walk away. I said, let's just take a breather and let's not, go anywhere. Let's just calm down for a minute.
Showing that sometimes there's more than meets the eye behind a sweet Instagram post or an edited travel video highlighting the good times.
I'm perfectly calm. I'm calm all the time, and he really stresses me out, and it was a rough morning.
Police separated the two for the night on August 12th, putting Brian in a hotel room, but no charges were filed. More than 2 weeks following the fight, Petito's parents stopped hearing from their 22-year-old daughter. Police say right now this is a missing person case with no definite crime. Their focus is finding Gabby.
Whatever you can do to make sure my daughter comes home, I'm asking for that help.
In Northport, Megan Myers, ABC 7.
If you want to read more about Gabby's case, we have
Alright, let's move it along. Next clip is called Brian Laundrie's Sister Speaks Out About Missing Woman Gabby Petito, and this was courtesy of Eyewitness News ABC7 NY.
Right now, the search for...
And then now we've moved on to the next day, because this is now posted September 17th.
Gabby Petito, the Florida resident and Long Island native, went missing during a cross-country trip with her fiancé, who is now a person of interest in the case. This morning, several new wrinkles have emerged in the investigation. Eyewitness News reporter Derek Waller joins us live from the newsroom with the details. Derek?
Ken, still nobody's heard a peep from Petito's boyfriend. Brian Laundrie is not talking, but his sister is. And meanwhile, a new wrinkle in the case, a double murder near the same Utah campsite where the couple had been staying.
This morning, a potential lead in the search for Gabby Petito, last seen in Utah while traveling with her boyfriend. Police are looking into a possible connection between her disappearance and the murder of these two women, Crystal Turner and wife Kylan Schulte. The newlywed couple were found shot at a campsite near Moab, Utah. One of them reportedly telling a friend about a, quote, creepy man around their camp. They were last seen alive on August 13th. Just one day earlier, also in Moab, Gabby Petito and her boyfriend Brian Laundrie were seen on this police body camera video arguing on the side of the road.
What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm just crying. We've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
Police say at one point it got physical, with Petito the aggressor. No charges were filed. Less than a week later, the couple were seen in Salt Lake City checking out of a hotel. The next day, her mother says Petito told her they were in Wyoming.
Since this was posted, they announced that they were not related, so it's not connected. At the time, they thought it was, but no, they ended up saying that they weren't connected at all. But I still added it because, I mean, this is kind of like part of the history, like the timeline of the Gabby Petito situation. So I wanted to make sure that I covered that as well. And another thing is, I will be keeping an eye out for updates as soon as there are any. I checked before I went live, and I hadn't seen any new updates on that situation just yet.
Heading to Yellowstone. And a week later, on September 1st, Laundrie arrived home in Florida without Petito.
Two people went on a trip, one person returned, and that person that returned isn't providing us any information.
Police say Laundrie is not cooperating. Petito's family pleading for help. Their attorney reading this statement to Laundrie's parents.
As a parent, how could you let us go through this pain and not help us? If you or your family have any decency left, please tell us where Gabby is located. Tell us if we are even looking in the right place.
This morning, Laundrie's sister responding.
Obviously, me and my family want Gabby to be found safe. She's like a sister, and my children love her, and all I want is for her to come home safe.
Yeah, more of that interview coming up on GMA. The FBI is now joining the case, and an attorney for Laundrie says he's advised his client to remain silent during the investigation. Tony? Ken?
Okay, thank you.
Alright, let's continue. Next clip is called Gabby Petito Update, What the Final Text to Her Mother Said. And this is courtesy of NBC2 News. And this is still September 17th.
It's 5:02 right now. The big question is, where is Gabby Petito? It's the question that a lot of you are asking this morning. We have breaking new developments in the case. Her family is coming forward asking Brian Laundrie to speak out. The nationwide search for her continues. It's a story that has captured national attention. And we finally know what the final text from Gabby's phone says. Thanks for counting on NBC2. I'm Lisa Spooner.
And I'm Alan Campbell. And Lisa, that text reads, no service in Yosemite. It was sent on August 30th. It was the last time Gabby's mother heard from her before she was reported missing on September 11th. Gabby's mom has doubts that this text was actually sent from her daughter.
So let's take a closer look at this timeline together. So that text was sent August 30th from Yosemite National Park, right? Well, just 2 days later, September 1st, her fiance, Brian Laundrie, returned to Northport. So that drive is more than 60 hours. So if Gabby was the one who sent that final text from Yosemite, it's impossible that Brian was with her.
And this morning, Laundrie is remaining silent. He's the last one that saw Gabby. Now police are pleading with him to speak up. NBC2's Nicolette Perdomo is tracking every single development in this ongoing case. She's live outside Laundrie's home in Northport this morning. So Nicolette, first of all, this story is gaining national attention. A lot of people have so many questions, but the big question this morning is, how is Gabby's family responding to all of this?
Good morning, Alan. Well, it's now been almost a week since Gabby Petito's family reported her missing. It happened on September 11th. Now, their family is still pleading for the Laundrie family and their friends to let them know exactly where Gabby is, or just...
All right, sorry. Hello, Natalie. How are you? Thank you so much for being here. So let's talk about that text real quick. It said, no service, something about Yosemite. If there's no service, then why send a text? Like, why even have a service, like, replying to text messages saying no service, like there's no service? So if Brian is aware of, like, crime stories and, like, how, you know, criminal justice works and stuff, like, what was he thinking? Because I don't think it was Gabby either, but I also don't think it was a service that, like, replies to a text message saying no service. Like, there's no service. Oh, good. Sorry, but I had to run off real quick, and then I heard about that text, and I was like, oh yeah, like, I definitely want to talk about that.
Say anything at all where the 22-year-old is. Gabby's father is begging for her fiance, Brian Laundrie, to come forward with information. Still this morning, he remains completely silent. Petito's family reported her missing on September 11th after communicating with her went dark. Laundrie returned to Florida in the middle of their cross-country trip, and Petito disappeared. Although the couple's social media made it look like things were fine and going smoothly, body camera footage from Utah police shows them responding after the couple got into a fight on the trip on August 12th, ultimately separating the two for the night.
You want to tell me about those scratches on your face? She had her cell phone in her hand. That's why I was pushing her away, because she wanted I locked the keys so I could walk away. I said, let's just take a breather and let's not, you know, go.
See, what he's saying doesn't even make sense. Like, they should be kind of grilling him a little bit more. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm picturing what you're saying, and it's just like a bunch of nonsense. Like, press him a little bit more, you know, that's what you do.
Anywhere, let's just calm down for a minute.
Police and Petito's family aren't the only ones who want Laundrie to come forward with information. Members of the community here in Northport drove up and down Laundrie Street Thursday with signs asking him to speak up.
If it was my daughter that was missing, I can't think of anybody that would stop me from going in that house, grabbing that kid, and finding out information.
Now, investigators are searching through phone records. They're also searching through the van that was found here at the Laundrie family's home just a week ago. They have fully processed that van. Of course, if there are any developments and if we learn anything about what's inside of that van, if they have any developments at all, we'll let you know right here on NBC2 as we follow this case throughout the week. I'm in Northport. Nicolette Perdomo, NBC2.
All right, thanks, Nicolette. Meantime, there's another possible twist in this investigation. The Grand County, Utah Sheriff's Office is now investigating whether a couple murdered in the same place has any connection to Gabby's disappearance. The bodies of Kylan Schultz and Crystal Turner, who had recently been married, were found at a campsite in Moab on August 18th. They were last seen leaving a bar August 13th, the day after police pulled over Brian and Gabby. People in the small Utah town say stuff like this never happens.
I think this is the first double homicide we've ever had.
It's hard knowing that we can't figure anything out and we can't find these people that did it to them.
No one has been arrested for these two murders in Moab. Right now, there is no link between the cases, but the sheriff's office there says nothing is off the table.
And we do have a lot of information posted right now on the NBC2 News app.
Okay, so that's when they announced that the cases were not linked. So we definitely needed to document that part. Let's continue. This next clip is called Gabby Petito Case, What We Know About the Van Life YouTuber Who Went Missing in Wyoming. And this is courtesy of NBC New York.
A family.
And this was also posted September 17th. So it looks like there's going to be like some information that we might have already heard. It's going to happen, but I was careful to not, you know, repeat the information too much because I didn't want to like frustrate anybody. But it is going to happen. But for the most part, I chose clips that had new pieces of information, even if it ended up being a part of, you know, stuff that we've already heard. So this clip is going to be 19 minutes, so I will be multitasking. I will be watching, though. I am not going to abandon my own live stream. I have my phone, so if there's anything I need to say, I'll just type it in here while I take care of business out here. So enjoy. And I know it's kind of hard to say, like, enjoy, we're watching something about a tragic murder, but I mean, relax, I'm going to be here.
Pleading for help, finding a woman who disappeared after she took a cross-country trip with her boyfriend.
2 people went on a trip, 1 person returned.
Still no sign of Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old woman from Long Island.
When his mother didn't text me back the day I was trying to report her missing, I knew that something was wrong.
Now police have named him a person of interest.
Why? Why are you silent?
What does it take to get a more in-depth look into the week's top local news stories? The Debrief brings you inside for a one-on-one conversation with our reporters every week, right here, right now. The Debrief.
Hello, welcome to The Debrief. I'm Paisley Cheng. The search for Gabby Petito is spanning several states and jurisdictions, which is why we find ourselves here in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where Gabby Petito's family has come to search for her themselves. This is very important to the family. That's why we're doing the podcast. They're trying to drum up interest and to keep Gabby's disappearance in the news so that they can try to get as many people to help find her as possible. And so I encourage you to listen to this podcast and to share it with as many people as you can. Let's start with what we know. 22-year-old Gabby Petito, who's from Blue Point, Long Island, moved to Florida in 2019 to live with her then boyfriend, now fiance, Brian Laundrie. Her family says that on July 2nd, the two embarked on a cross-country journey. They packed Gabby's white Ford van and headed west, hitting popular national parks along the way while documenting the entire experience on YouTube and Instagram. On video, their cross-country trip looks beautiful. Their relationship loving and affectionate. They were supposed to end up in Portland, Oregon in October. But now Brian Laundrie is back in Florida with Gabby's van, and Gabby is nowhere to be found. Her family is clearly distraught and distressed. And so we caught up with Jim Schmidt, her stepfather, who came all the way from Blue Point, Long Island, to here in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, to help with the search himself. Jim, you've been on the ground since yesterday. What has it been like?
It's been pretty crazy here. Just trying to touch base with law enforcement, let them know we're here, that we're here for whatever they need to assist them in the investigation. We're committed to finding Gabby and doing whatever it takes to help them.
And tell me what you're doing here to help people find Gabby. Who have you been talking to?
We've just been out here basically handing out some flyers for the most part. We don't have any people that we're with that are out in the woods. We're not out in the woods. That's not what we're here for. We're just here to support law enforcement with whatever they need.
And you want to also just jog people's memories, right? Like if you happen to see someone or if someone sees the poster, maybe they'll say something.
Yes. Yesterday when we were handing out some of the flyers, we're putting up in some of the businesses. We walked into one business in particular, and as soon as I walked in, the lady recognized my face. And I had the poster in my hand, and she just started to tear up. It was really touching. So they're very aware of it out here. This is a very transient area, which we're learning, and that's one of the other reasons why we're out here. A lot of people coming in and out, so we're just asking that anybody who has been to this area, has visited, taking pictures, videos, whatever it may be, to go back and look at those and take a look, see if there's anything that may be in there that could help us and help the police do what they have to do to find Gabby.
We know the one person who might know where Gabby is, right?
Yes.
We know there's one person who knows where she is, but they can't get him to talk. Is that ridiculous to you?
It's absolutely absurd. I fully understand a person's constitutional rights, the right to not speak in a situation like this, but everything you see on Facebook, Instagram, whatever it may be, you refer to her as the love of your life. Everything seemed to be happy. You were on a cross-country trip with her, and suddenly you're silent. Why? Why are you silent? Whatever may or may not have happened, you need to speak up. This is about Gabby and finding her, bringing her home to us, so we know she's safe. It's unfathomable why he's not speaking.
It was revealed that your wife's last message that she received from Gabby said, "Service poor in Yosemite." That made no sense to you because she wasn't supposed to be there, right?
The timeline now that we know that the van and he were back in.
Is that even a real thing where if you text somebody that's somewhere out of service, you get a text back saying that there's no service? Is that even real? If anybody out there knows, just let me know.
Florida on September 1st, and looking at the time frame from the last text messages, it's really calling into question who sent them, where they came from, and we don't know, and it's upsetting.
The video, I'm sure you saw it, right?
Yes, we had a chance to review it.
What did you think when you saw it? What were your initial thoughts?
It was very upsetting to see them, a little bit of a disagreement, seeing her so upset. It was upsetting.
And we had spoken to your wife before. She said she had no hesitations about her going on this trip at all.
No, none at all. They took a trip within the last year and a half, and they enjoyed it. They loved it. They had done a lot of other trips in the meantime. They had fun, and they were really looking forward to it. When they were at our house before they left on July 2nd, they were so excited. They were getting the van ready, and...
K. King says maybe she sent the message. But why would she do that? And I know that there's another message that went through, something about go check on somebody. They keep calling or something like that, and they said like she would never call him that. I can't remember what the word was or what the name was, but I'm kind of wondering why would she send a message saying no service instead of like help me or like explaining what's going on or whatever. Like, why would she do that? Uh-oh.
They couldn't wait to go.
And to see them, fighting and her so distressed, and actually the cops reacting the way they did, what do you wish those cops would have done?
I can't comment too much on or speculate on what I wish they would have done. What was done is done. They're traveling together in a small van together, so.
Yes, that's right, Stan. She was like, go check up on Stan, but they were like, she would never call him Stan. She would probably call him Grandpa or something like that.
I'm sure there's going to be moments when you get a little frustrated or whatever it may be, but they did what they did, and that's it.
You're visiting random campsites. You're talking to random strangers because you don't know where she is, but Brian does. What do you want Brian to do?
I just want Brian to speak up and tell us where she is. Where was the last place you were with her? That way we can bring her home. It's what has to be done. It's the right thing to do.
Lots of questions here, particularly why Brian Laundrie hasn't spoken to police yet. He was Gabby's travel companion and her fiance. To find out more about the latest on the investigation, we spoke with Josh Taylor of the Northport, Florida Police. Here's what he told us. Josh, what is the latest in this case?
Sure. So I think some of the latest is that we have a new FBI tip line that we're trying to get out there for anybody who may have seen Gabby or Brian and their vast travels, certainly in the last 3 weeks. And that number is 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Laundrie said the Stan message is him, and then the Stan message is the Stan song by Eminem. K. King says if she sent the message, she said the service was poor. Not that she didn't have any service at all. She could have just been letting them know, oh, I see what you're saying. I see now. So, like, they're messaging her, and then she told them, like, I'm at Yosemite or whatever, right? And the service is poor. And that could have been her last message. I didn't think about it like that. I was thinking he was gonna try to say I was thinking that he text messaged trying to say that they were in Yosemite even though like they weren't, trying to like throw off like some kind of trail or whatever. But I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
Another detail is that we are now the lead investigating agency in this, working alongside the FBI and still working alongside the Suffolk County Police Department. Also new is the fact that we've now identified Brian as a person of interest in this case, and the fact we have revealed that we believe he was back here in Northport roughly 10 days before her family reported her missing.
What new information leads you to call him a person of interest now?
Well, we're now the lead agency, so we can call him what we need to. We are certainly interested in speaking with him, which has been a challenge. To define him as a person of interest is something people have just been asking for, so we've answered that.
So you haven't been able to interview him even once since you have reports that Gabby was missing?
That's correct. On Saturday, September 11th, we visited his parents' residence where both he and Gabby lived. We were basically met by the family with a piece of paper with how to contact their attorney. And we did find her vehicle, which we believe he drove here to Northport, which we took.
Can you talk a little bit about what you're going to be looking for with the van?
We've had the latest and greatest in FBI technology and our own skill set. Going through that, we went through that yesterday. We certainly did a cursory look on that vehicle. Initially, there was nothing suspicious on the outside, but sometimes you only get one shot at these things. So we made sure we had all of the experts from the FBI there to use their skill set. They certainly do it a lot. So I think that we're hopeful that there'll be some details that come out in that. It's going to take a little bit of time. Unfortunately, I think people want an answer right now. I think this case may take some time.
Everybody's asking, where's Gabby? And it seems to me that the one person who would know where she is isn't talking.
Yeah.
What do you think of that in terms of, a police investigation?
Well, it's not helpful. That's the bottom line. And we're in a position where we're holding out hope that Gabby's alive. Maybe she's lost in the woods somewhere. Time is of the essence in getting facts and getting details in this case. Certainly the last known person to potentially have been with her, or we can rule that out, or whatever the case may be. We need those details. To simply say nothing and to basically put out a statement yesterday that they'll remain in the background is hurting this investigation for someone that he has said is the love of his life.
And that seems odd to us. From a police perspective, what does that?
When you say us, I'm assuming you mean humans, because I think that's odd to everyone.
This investigation is happening on two fronts. Brian is in Florida. You're trying to get information from him. At what point can you, bring him in for questioning? Have you done that already, or have you tried?
Certainly, we've made an attempt that Saturday. People have, with every single person we come in contact with or potentially arrest is, they have the right to remain silent. It's the Fifth Amendment in this country. Brian, if he chooses to, could potentially never talk about this. But as someone who is claiming to be innocent, or we would assume is claiming to be.
Observing Stuff asked, did her body have signs of sexual assault? If so, I don't think it was him. They didn't say. On the autopsy report, all they would say was homicide, and that's it. So we're still missing information on that part. Oops. Sorry, I don't know why it's doing this. I might have to switch browsers, but we'll see what happens here. Sometimes this works. Nope. I hope it's not my connection. Sorry, guys. How's everybody doing out there? I broke it. It was me though. It did it earlier, and I was like, maybe I should like start over or whatever. Hold, not start over, but like get a new tab. Here, let me just do that. What am I doing? Go here, copy, paste. We're at 10 minutes. Sorry guys, bear with me. Technical difficulties and whatnot, they happen on live streams. I want to say it's this one. Yes.
Is claiming to be innocent. It's important that he share his details in this case.
So this is an important point. We now know Brian Laundrie drove back to Florida on September 1st with Gabby's van. But Gabby's family does not report her missing until September 11th because they had gone too many days without speaking to her. When was the last time Gabby's mom spoke to her? The family says August 25th. They FaceTimed, and Gabby said they were on their way through Grand Teton and was traveling to Yellowstone. A few days later, she received some text messages from Gabby's phone number, but she wasn't convinced they were from her. We now know it's because the text said very briefly, "No service in Yosemite," which was another national park more than 800 miles away from Yellowstone, which is where she was headed. By September 11th, she filed a missing persons report with Suffolk County Police, where she lives. And to help us unravel this complicated case, we turn to a seasoned criminal investigator. Bianca Villa was the former Deputy Chief of Homicide in the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. How is Brian Laundrie behaving in this case?
You have to look at this in two ways. First of all, he's behaving the way any attorney representing him would tell him to behave, all right? Don't say anything, just be quiet. The law provides to him in terms of the presumption of innocent and not saying anything that's going to incriminate himself. The other side is that the way an investigator would look at it, the way I looked at cases for years, you know, when a person refuses to talk to you, it speaks volumes in terms of where you should be looking when you're investigating these cases. This case could easily be solved if he offered information, but it's not an easy case to work on. It's not an easy case to solve. First of all, it would be wonderful to locate this young woman and find her healthy and safe someplace. But at this point in time, they're looking in other directions. So essentially what they're going to have to do is focus on him and then focus on any information they can glean from many, many, many different sources on his whereabouts from the last time the family spoke to her and knew they were speaking to or communicating with her, up to the point when he arrived back in Florida.
Their family members are out there in Wyoming right now. They're joining the search for her. They're trying to look for her. But at the same time, Northport police in Florida are saying Brian Laundrie was driving in a van with her cross country, and he hasn't shared any information about where she might be, about how they might direct their search.
She may not be in Wyoming. It's a national park. She could be anywhere along the way from Wyoming to back in Florida, which is why they're going to have to use resources which are readily available to them in order to track the path of that vehicle from the time it left Wyoming to the time it arrived back in Florida. And that could be any number of things that they could do. They could track cell phone data. They could track license plate readers every time the car went through a toll booth. They can track fueling depots where he may have stopped to fuel up the car. There's so many cameras that are out there these days that can spot a vehicle, and the technology that law enforcement has in order to track these vehicles can be pretty amazing.
Yesterday, the Laundrie family released a statement, and I think it was striking on especially because of how cold it sort of sounded, right? They said, on behalf of the Laundrie family, it is our hope that the search for Miss Petito is successful, and that Miss Petito is reunited with her family. From that perspective, I mean, you know, Brian was engaged to her right? As we're led to believe from the Instagram post and from what the family is saying. He's calling her Miss Petito now. What's going on there?
Well, that's lawyer speak. They didn't prepare that statement. Whoever's representing the family in this matter drafted that and released it to the public. That's not a statement that anyone would issue involving the fiance of a loved one. This is clearly, the lawyers are now blocking any intervention from law enforcement into this family.
That's crazy.
And I mean, law enforcement seem to be pretty frustrated with the fact that they can't talk to Brian Laundrie, or they haven't been able to talk to him and gotten a really good idea as to what his last steps were and where she might be.
Yeah, look, it's frustrating, but it's only one avenue. Speaking to a suspect.
That kind of information is what I would expect to find out during trial. Which is why I hope they find Brian Laundrie alive. So they can put him through a trial and we can see all the evidence, but we'll see.
Suspect or someone, a person of interest, as they're calling him at this point. That's only one avenue. There are so many other avenues I'm sure they are pursuing in order to locate her. You have the FBI involved, you have the Suffolk County Police Department involved, you have the law enforcement in Wyoming involved. You have a wealth of resources that are going to be looking at this investigation. The fact that he won't speak just tells you that you're looking at the right person and that he's the person that you should be tracking. It's not as if you have to wonder who the potential suspect is or who the potential target is of this investigation. So now, go talk to his friends. See who he interacted with when he came back to town. Start talking to them. Believe me, there is a wealth of work that could be done on this case that will provide important leads to investigators.
So if you were leading the search for Gabby Petito, what would you be doing right now?
I would be, as a prosecutor, making sure that all the agencies involved in this investigation were tracking down every possible way to determine where he has been from the time he came back to Florida to the time he was last seen with her, a visual sighting and interaction with her, and using the resources, whether they be cell phone records, whether they be license plate readers, whether they be cameras on throughways and freeways, whether they be cameras in gas stations, any type of technology that is out there that has the ability to track is what you want to look at. Okay, I would be sending law enforcement teams to different locations where they may have been last seen to interview some witnesses there. I wouldn't be so focused on speaking to him. Okay, you know who your target is. Okay, so go out now and find information relating to that target that's going to bring you ultimately to a point where hopefully you'll be able to find this young woman.
One of the reasons why the family wants to put this out there so much in the media is because they want to encourage people to come forward. You know, any little thing they might have seen could be significant. Can you talk about how, you know, maybe even a gas station that he stopped along the way?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You may stop in a gas station. You may get interview someone in a gas station and say, yeah, he stopped here, got gas. And you know what? I saw him get out of the car and put something in the dumpster, you know. Oh, okay, do you have a video? And sure enough, now you have a video. It's pieces of a puzzle like that that'll bring this case to fruition. You know, put the young woman's picture out there, get the public involved. Someone saw them at some point along the way. And if they haven't already found those people and haven't already started talking to those people, they eventually will come forward and give you that information. Now, this is not to say that this case will be solved overnight, okay? Because generally speaking, these are not. This investigation could take quite some time. Putting together the pieces of this kind of a puzzle can be time consuming.
Well, and while the search for Gabby continues, police say Brian Laundrie continues to be silent. His family attorney released a statement recently saying he is staying silent based on legal counsel. This has the police chief of Northport, who is the lead agency, pleading with him on Twitter to speak with detectives and share what information he has about where he last saw Gabby. Gabby's family is also pressuring Brian, suggesting he should be more concerned about his missing fiancée. Again, I encourage you to share this podcast and to keep talking about Gabby Petito to help generate leads for the family. If you do know anything about this story, you're urged to call the FBI. You can reach them at 1-800-CALL-FBI.
That's good to know. All right, let's continue. Next clip is called Gabby Petito's boyfriend's home protested by her supporters, and that's courtesy of Inside Edition.
Gabby Petito
was posted September 17th as well.
Petito's distraught mother is lashing out today at Brian Laundrie's family for their continuing refusal to cooperate in the search.
We're not going to ask anything else of them because they obviously aren't cooperating.
Nicole Schmidt and her son TJ spoke to Inside Edition after Brian's sister became the first member of the Laundrie family to go on TV.
Strangers are reacting more.
Cassie Laundrie appeared on Good Morning America today.
Me and my family want Gabby to be found safe. She's like a sister, and my children love her. And all I want is for her to come home safe and sound, and this to be just a big misunderstanding. She can do more. She can tell them, what are you doing, you know? Let's get her home.
Cassie admits she has not spoken to her brother since he returned from his cross-country trip without Gabby.
I've cooperated every way that I can. I wish I had information or I would give more. This is all I have. I gave to the police.
The intense pressure is growing on Brian and his parents to end their deafening silence. Neighbors in Northport, Florida, where Brian lives with his parents, drove a golf cart by the house, carrying signs, "Bring Gabby home," and "Truth always comes out. Where is she?" appeared on a stop sign.
This is a tight-knit community. This is a strong community with people who really care about what's going on here, and you are seeing that firsthand. We've seen people drive up in their own vehicles, on their bikes, on their golf carts, and demanding some kind of answers, any kind of response.
Last night, a lawyer for Gabby's family read a letter to Brian's parents begging them to help.
Gabby lived with you for over a year. She's going to be your daughter-in-law. How can you keep her location hidden?
The Laundrie family says they are being tight-lipped on the advice of their lawyer. I spoke to famed attorney Mark Garagos.
What do you make of that legal strategy?
It may be wildly unpopular, but it certainly is legally sound.
Gabby's baffling disappearance is gripping the nation. Deborah spoke about the case on CNN today.
And in many of these disappearances, it is often the person who is the intimate partner who is the first individual that police or authorities want to talk to, which is why they very much want to speak to this man. He's the last known person who had been with her.
The focus of attention remains on Grand Teton National Park, Gabby's last known whereabouts with Brian. I spoke to Gabby's stepfather, James Schmidt, who's there.
Are there boots on the ground looking for Gabby?
They're out there. They're following whatever lead they may have. We believe that, that she's here somewhere.
Grand Teton is vast, about 480 square miles of magnificent.
Jane, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know Cassie went on that. I know that they went to a park or something like that. I'm guessing like to talk. I don't know. I'm guessing they probably didn't take their cell phones and stuff. They're probably really paranoid that like people are gonna be listening in on them, so they went like out in the middle of nowhere to like figure things out. But I didn't know Cassie was there with them. Well, what do you guys think like they did out there?
Mountains and trails. Gabby's brother TJ is the first of Gabby's 5 siblings to speak out.
She was always just like that. Like she was like that fun, light person in the group. Like she was never the person bringing the group down or anything ever. She was just unlike anyone else.
Good morning. It is really nice and sunny today.
All right, let's continue.
Thank you.
Oops.
Gabby Petito.
This is how I break things. All right, let's continue. Next clip is called Timeline, What We Know About Gabby Petito's Disappearance, and this is 10 Tampa Bay, and posted September 17th as well. So this is only a day after like news really started breaking about the situation, and we've already seen several clips, but we're gonna keep going.
Your Friday with us here on 10 Tampa Bay at 6 o'clock. I'm Carolina Lead. Ryan is off today. The multi-state search for 22-year-old Gabby Petito continues. Here's what we know. In July, Petito and her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, set out in a van from Florida to her home state of New York. and then out west for a cross-country road trip. They documented it on social media. On August 12th, police stopped them after an argument in Moab, Utah. The cops separated them for the night. Gabby's mom last heard from her on August 30th while she was at Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. On September 1st, Laundrie returned to Florida in Gabby's van. He stayed quiet. She was nowhere to be found. Gabby's family reported her missing on September 11th after failed attempts to reach her. Brian is considered a person of interest, but he is not talking with police. In less than an hour, 7 o'clock, there will be a vigil for Gabby in Northport. 10 Tampa Bay's Adure Achumba joins us live from there. And Adure, we heard from Gabby's dad today.
Police say they've spoken with Brian Laundrie's sister, and they're hoping Brian and other family members will also come forward and speak with detectives as well. But Gabby Petito's dad is encouraging anyone who knows the Laundrie family to help persuade them into offering information that could help the investigation into the disappearance of his daughter.
I can only take this attitude as cruel and heartless. You should not try and associate with those people anymore, because you don't need that type of people in your life.
With police still unable to speak with Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie, Petito's dad, Joseph, says he feels a lot of anger and frustration, but is trying to stay positive.
Trying to focus on the scenario I have in my head, that she's stuck somewhere and she's just, just needs help, and we got to just go get her and bring her home.
Some Petito family members are with a volunteer search party in Wyoming, hoping to find Gabby, who was last heard from on August 30. In Northport, police investigators have been talking with Gabby's relatives, searching for any detail, no matter how small.
Just speaking with him, speaking to a father who we can all relate to is missing a child.
Over the last 24 hours, police say they've gotten more than 1,000 calls into the 1-800-CALL-FBI tip line.
The vast majority of them are not helpful, but it's those nuggets, it's those little pieces in there that might be somebody who, obviously that vehicle drove a couple thousand miles to get back here to Northport. It didn't do that on one tank of gas.
Gabby's dad hopes some of the tips might help authorities get around.
Right. So at this point, there should have been surveillance cameras of, Brian getting to the gas station and buying things, getting gas. Usually we would by now have seen some of that. I'm kind of wondering what's going on, why they're withholding some of that footage. 'Cause I'm pretty sure by now they've got something like that already.
Needing to talk with the Laundrie family.
I'll let the courts and, society judge them. No matter what I'm going through right now, I still don't wish this on them, because it's that horrible, to deal with.
As you said earlier, within the next hour, community members will gather right behind me here in front of City Hall. They're coming together for a vigil at 7 o'clock. They're hoping that they can help persuade the Laundrie family and also support the Petito family in praying for Gabby to be found safe and sound.
And you can continue to help spread the word by sharing photos of Gabby. We have them posted on our 10 Tampa Bay Facebook.
All right, let's continue. Next clip is called TikTok user claims she picked up Laundrie hiking alone, and this is courtesy of Fox 13 News Utah, and was also posted September 17th.
Fox 13's John Franke has been up at Grand Teton National Park for the last couple of days covering this story.
Yeah, and we've been hearing from a woman who claims that she and her boyfriend encountered Brian Laundrie alone in Grand Teton National Park. So we want to go right out to Fox 13's John Franke live at the park in Wyoming this evening with what we're hearing from that woman. John?
Well, hey guys, yeah, that woman is named Miranda Baker. She's from Wisconsin, and today she posted a series of videos, as you mentioned, on TikTok. Now, she claims that she and her boyfriend met Brian Laundrie at a rest area in the northern section of this park. Here's her explanation for sharing this information.
Hi, my name is Miranda Baker, and on August 29th, my boyfriend and I picked up Brian at Grand Teton National Park at 5:30 at night at Coulter Bay. I'm hoping this can help someone identify him because I saw him from TikTok, which then made me call the authorities, and my boyfriend and I have been in contact with a bunch of different people to help piece together different parts of this case.
Now, she claims, again, this happened near Coulter Bay. There's a campsite up there with some showers. That's where she claims she met Brian Laundrie, was outside those showers there on the northern section of the Grand Teton National Park. It's also one of the less crowded areas that we've encountered here over the past couple days. We saw a few families out there having a picnic, enjoying some time on the beach near the lake as well. Here's more of her account of what happened.
We picked him up at Coulter Bay, like I said, at 5:30. He approached us asking us for a ride because he needed to go to Jackson, which we were going to Jackson that night. So I said, hop in. He hops in the back of my Jeep. We then, proceeded to make small talk. But before he came in the car, he offered to pay us like $200 to give him a ride, like 10 miles. So that was kind of weird. He then told us he's been camping for multiple days without his fiance. He did say he had a fiance, and that she was working on their social media page back at their van.
Now, we want to be perfectly clear that neither the police, the FBI, or Gabby Petito's family are confirming anything in Miranda Baker's account. Of course, social media has many theories out there, people claiming that they saw something, but we felt we wanted to share this with you just
real quick. Lady J asked, what's the story about Brian flying home to help move storage? Is that not a bit weird? So I had not seen any headlines talking about that, so I don't think it's gonna be on my playlist. But I went ahead and researched what you were asking about, and this is what I found. Sorry. It says, it's courtesy of Mia.com, but it says, why did Brian Laundrie leave Gabby Petito mid-trip? Questions raised over August 17 through 23rd Florida trip. The 22-year-old was reported missing and did not contact family members. Okay, it says each passing day brings new questions into the mysterious disappearance of Gabby Petito, a Long Island woman who was reported missing on September 11th. Gabby was cross-country, this, that, okay, hold on, oh, here it is. But 10 days before she was reported missing at Suffolk County, New York, her boyfriend shockingly returned alone to his home in Florida. He returned with the van, but Gabby was nowhere to be found. However, recently it has emerged that before coming back from the trip on September 1st, Brian had flown to Florida in August too, to help his father move his and Gabby's things out of a storage unit. He had apparently left his ex-fiancée in the Fairfield Inn in Salt Lake City and came back home for a few days. I did not know that. Reports said Brian was in Florida from August 17 through the 23rd and helped his dad empty the place where he and his girlfriend kept their stuff. He then reportedly went back to Utah, and the couple checked out of the hotel on August 24th, but Nicole is suspicious about the whole trip and why it became so necessary for him to clean out the storage unit amid the trip. The devastated mother also asked, where are Gabby's things? And meanwhile, no one's spoken to authorities, and yeah. Let's see, besides, a new theory has come forward explaining the reason why Brian came to Florida in between their ongoing trip. On August 12th, he and Gabby were reportedly involved in an argument, and it's been speculated that he possibly took a break before going back. Police said a witness saw the young woman allegedly beating Brian during a fight in Utah nearly 15 days before she vanished. A report by the Moab Police Department described the incident as disorderly conduct. Cops stated, I do not believe the situation escalated to the level of domestic assault as much as that of a mental health crisis. But yeah, that trip, like, why did he leave? And to empty, like, her storage, and the family doesn't have her stuff yet? That is really weird. Let's go back to the playlist real quick. Share screen. Let's finish this clip.
Because her account was so detailed and it really shared so many details about what she believes happened. Reporting right now in Grand Teton National Park, John Franke, Fox 13 News, Utah.
John, it seems like one of the consistent things in this case is that we're really not hearing much at all from law enforcement. A few words from Northport, Florida, but not much there. Really only the Moab police giving us anything. Is that, it seems like we thought we were going to get something up there from the FBI or the sheriff's office and then nothing.
Yeah, you know, in my experience of covering missing person cases, authorities are always very tight-lipped. They don't want to give away anything. They don't want to, you know, alert a suspect that they might be onto something. And today there was a press conference planned right here for this area at the Visitor Center at Grand Teton National Park. We heard about that at around 2 o'clock Mountain Time this afternoon. But just before 4 o'clock, when that press conference was supposed to start, we actually set up a podium here with microphones to talk to authorities. We were then alerted that that press conference had been canceled. And today the FBI has not released any new information. So again, details very limited right now. We don't know what the scope or the size of the search is here. We have not seen any helicopters overhead. We haven't really seen any ground crews as well searching. So right now, a lot of us in the dark as to what is going on with the search and if Grand Teton National Park is still a place of interest for investigators.
Well, hopefully we hear soon a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes there. John Franke, thank you so much for all your work up there.
We have a
Thank you for telling me. My bad. What I was asking was why would Brian leave? Thanks for letting me know, Kate King. You're awesome. But why would he leave mid-trip for like 3 or 4 days to empty out the storage, if that's even true? That just doesn't make sense to me. Because I'm thinking like, okay, did they fight? Obviously they were fighting a lot like on their trip. Like, did they fight and he just decided to call it quits, come home? And then like he maybe changed his mind after a few days and like went back and like met up with her. But like, I don't know. This is such a crazy case. Alright, let me continue. Thanks for looking out for me, Kate King. Alright, let's continue. This next clip is called Police Visit Brian Laundrie's Florida Home as Search for Gabby Petito Continues. And this was courtesy of Fox News and posted September 17th.
News alert, the desperate search for answers continue in the case for the missing 22-year-old Gabby Petito. We have new video of several police officers currently at the home of her fiance, a person of interest, Brian Laundrie. Fox News' Carly Shimkus is at the scene, and she joins us live in Florida with the latest. Carly, what do you know? It's a scene behind you.
Lawrence, yes, there is a lot of movement happening right now because a police officer just walked out of the Laundrie family house. We do know why the police officers are inside. They posted a tweet saying that they are talking to the family at the family's request. They are not talking to Brian. They also say that more information is to come on that front. Police arrived at the house a little over an hour ago. 3 police officers walked in quick succession. No knock on the door. They just walked right in, which suggests that the family knew that they were coming. Another police officer arrived about 15 minutes ago. He was carrying a brown paper bag. It was empty. I can't confirm what that bag was. It could possibly be an evidence bag, but like I said, I couldn't get a significant enough look at the bag to tell you with certainty what it was. speaking of significance, this is the most significant movement in the case so far. I was here this morning, yesterday morning. The house was completely dark. The biggest thing that happened this morning was that somebody turned on a light, which proved that people were inside the house. Some people started to wonder if the family was inside because people hadn't seen them for a while. The first time police came to the Laundrie family house was on September 11th when Gabby's mom filed the missing persons report, and police were met basically with nothing. Mom and dad came to the door. Brian's parents came to the door, handed them a piece of paper that basically said, talk to our lawyers, and that's who the police have been basically communicating with ever since. Brian has not spoken out.
That's not suspicious at all, right?
There is another significant development that broke about an hour ago as well. Grand County, Utah police said that there is no link between the disappearance of Gabby Petito and the double homicide that took place, that newlywed couple, both in Moab, Utah. If you recall, there was police came to Moab and spoke to Gabby and Brian on August 12th because somebody called them because of a disturbance that took place. Turned out they had gotten into a physical altercation, but no criminal charges were filed. Police have greatly stressed so far throughout this week that Brian, while he is a person of interest, they can't prove any criminality thus far, and he has his right to remain silent. That right to remain silent has angered many people because many here today, protesters included, believe that he knows something significant about Gabby and could have been.
I get what you're saying. K-King says it's not suspicious at all that they wouldn't want to talk to the cops and they don't want their words twisted or whatever, but if they cared about her and if they really didn't have anything to do with it, why not try to help?
Been the last person to see her, Lauren.
Yeah, Carla, definitely playing a semantics game to cover their tale as well while the investigation plays out. I heard that there's a protest as well out there, Carly, so I'll be checking in with you throughout the night to see if you have anything to report new. Thanks so much, Carla.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
All right, let's continue. All right, so over here, I added the body cam footage, but it's the one that we saw already. I just wanted to have a backup in case one of them disappeared. So let's continue on. This next clip is called Brian Laundrie Missing Since Tuesday. Search for Gabby Petito continues. So now at this point he's missing, and I'm guessing that that's what that visit was about. The family called police over to help them find Brian Laundrie. This was posted
vehicles there on
September 17th as well.
The property just before 7 o'clock tonight. And now this breaking news just moments ago. Authorities say Brian is also missing. He was named a person of interest, remember, several days ago. So let's get straight out to the scene. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank is there. He's been there outside the Brian Laundrie's home in Northport all afternoon and has seen all this activity, Evan, of the last couple of hours. But it's been a bit of a strange night. You finally have a few answers here. I know the family's attorney says that's the big shocker for us. They don't know where Brian is either?
Yeah, and that's right. His attorney released a short statement saying that FBI agents were here at the Laundrie family home to get information from the family in an attempt to help find Brian. We have also confirmed tonight that Brian has not been heard from by family since Tuesday. So now we're 3 days from that. Both he and Gabby are now missing, both of them. Here's what it looked like as officers were going in and out of the home. They got here about 6:30. They left about 8:50 or so. The home had been surrounded all day by media and angry residents shouting at the family to speak up and for Brian to say what he knows about why Gabby had.
I get what you're saying. Cops aren't your friends and they are trying to build cases based on what you're saying. But again, if you didn't do anything, if you really know nothing, they shouldn't be able to like twist your words. I get it, like it does happen where cops, you know, use coercion and stuff like that, but I just feel like if they really didn't have anything to do with it, they would be helping. And I also feel that they did have something to do with it. Brian, most definitely. The family, I'm on the fence. I can't say really at this point if they're helping him, if how much they know or whatever. But as far as Brian goes, like, he does know something for sure. And I feel like if the family really doesn't know anything, like, it shouldn't be a problem to, like, try to assist. And if they don't know anything, then how could they help? Well, it wouldn't look so suspicious if they were trying to help, if they gave a shit about Gabby, like, she lived with them. But I see what you're saying too.
Hasn't been heard from since August 25th. We now know Brian was not.
Hi, I am the Truth Family Values. How are you? I haven't seen you in a bit. Hope all is good.
Not at home. The lawyer, Stephen Bertolino of New York, says the FBI was inside helping to collect property to help find Brian. They were not discussing the missing persons case of Gabby Petito. There are searches of Gabby going on in the Grand Teton area of Wyoming, though they have not been able to zero in the search crews there. Brian got back to Florida, to here in Northport, September 1st, after she was last heard from on the 25th. He was in her van but did not come back with her. They'd been seen on police body cam video on the 12th in Utah after an argument led to a police investigation there. Nobody was arrested. No charges were filed. Brian admitted to police officers there that you saw on the body cam footage that the time they had spent together was weighing on their relationship and leading to arguments. This case, of course, now takes on increased urgency as there's a missing persons case for Gabby out west and now here in the southeast and in Florida as they search for Brian Laundrie. As you said, a tremendous twist in this case. We now have two missing young people. Back to you.
And Evan, I'm curious, have you heard from Northport PD on this specifically tonight? Because you'll remember the chief yesterday at the press conference when he was asked if they knew where Brian was, he said they did. That was a little more than 24 hours ago. You got the FBI involved. They knew where he was yesterday. So what happened today?
Yeah, and as recently as tonight, Northport police had told me that they did believe they knew where Brian was. They did believe that he was accounted for. Now that appears to not be the case. We understand family has not heard from him since.
All right, so this clip was posted September 17th, and it says Brian Laundrie missing since Tuesday. September 17th was on a Sunday, and the Tuesday before that was the 12th. So he had already been missing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 days.
Tuesday, so that definitely leaves the question of what happened during these last 3 days. Where is he right now? We heard many of his neighbors.
3 days? I'm not too sure. Maybe this was posted like later.
Neighbors and many residents here in Northport demanding that he come out. Of course, you know, his lawyer said that was not going to happen. His lawyer said that they had decided that Brian would not be speaking, of course, to media, let alone to police detectives. So you have a situation here where people thought, including the police department, that Brian was at least accounted for, and now he is not. The question is, where does this lead the case now? He was named a person of interest in the missing persons case of Gabby Petito. Right now, it is unclear where that case stands, and certainly this one as well.
Well, it is so peculiar, and we're certainly hopeful that he's found, so that if he does have any information, he can share that with police. Because this is, I know, rip these families apart and capture the attention of the world. Evan Axelbank tonight in Northport. Thanks.
For sure. All right. So next clip. Let me go ahead and read these comments real quick. I think the family is innocent. If it was my daughter, I would be suspicious of everything and everyone too. So I don't blame Gabby's family for wanting Brian Laundrie's family to be more cooperative. That's very true. Sounds like they're just doing what their attorney is telling them to do. Yeah. Alright, let's continue. This next clip is called "We Saw the Florida Tag. Spring Hill Couple Spotted Gabby Petito's Van at Grand Teton National Park," and that was courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8 and was posted September 17th. Lady J says maybe he has lied to his family too. That's true. That's definitely a possibility.
Florida police say more than 1,000 tips have been submitted about Gabby's disappearance.
A Spring Hill couple on vacation in Wyoming gave us a tip about it tonight. They told us they are certain that they saw Petito's white van last month. Justin Schecker continuing our team coverage from Northport Police Department, where it continues to rain. I know it's raining down there, but a lot going on, Justin.
A lot going on, Jennifer and Keith. Good evening to you both. This couple from Spring Hill was visiting Grand Teton National Park on August 25th. That is the same day Gabby's mom says she last spoke with her daughter.
I feel so bad for this family.
When Shannon Baker from Spring Hill learned about the search for Gabby Petito, right away she says she recognized the white Ford van. She posted a comment on a Yellowstone Facebook page she follows.
The very next day, an investigator friend, retired police officer of the father, sent me a messenger message, so I called him back.
Baker says she let him know she and her husband spotted the van around 5 p.m. on August 25th at the Jenny Lake parking area in Grand Teton National Park.
They added the roof rack and that, you know, the ladder on the back, and then we saw the Florida tag, and it was funny because you didn't see a lot of Florida tags out there.
The family investigator told her
Another park goer believes he may have seen her.
tonight the FBI shared a new missing person poster, and pictures of Petito and the van are now posted throughout the popular Wyoming park. The sheriff's office there and the National Park Service are conducting a physical search for any sign of Gabby. Petito's stepfather, Jim Schmidt, is also in Wyoming.
We've just been out here basically handing out some flyers for the most part.
Schmidt calls it unfathomable that Brian Laundrie, Gabby's fiance and the only police person of interest, has not cooperated with this investigation.
You refer to her as the love of your life. Everything seemed to be happy. You were on a cross-country trip with her, and suddenly you're silent. Why? Why are you silent? Whatever may or may not have happened, you need to speak up.
Baker tells 8 on Your Side she hopes other park visitors come forward with tips that can help solve this mystery that's captivating the country.
Somebody out there probably has something on their phone or their camera. They have to. There were so many people there.
And while there was a lot of activity going on over at the Laundrie home, it has been quiet tonight here at the Northport Police Department. Baker told me she searched through her phone but didn't find any photos of Gabby or the van. We've also learned the FBI has set up a dedicated webpage where people can submit digital media to help with this investigation. That website is on your screen. It is fbi.gov/Petito. We are live tonight in Northport. I'm Justin Schecker, 8 on Your Side.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now, to recap once again, tonight Gabby Petito still missing, and the whereabouts of her fiance, Brian.
All right, real quick, I was noticing these comments. But Nicolette asked, at this point, shouldn't he be called a suspect for using her card? I've seen where where like using the card helps with the timeline of somebody's like disappearance or like murder, kind of like what we saw in the Nathaniel Rowland case with gosh, I almost forgot her name. I know that's horrible. Samantha. I was gonna call her Shannon. I don't know why. Samantha Josephson, where he like picked her up and she thought that he was her Uber ride, and then he killed her, used her card, and all that really did was just help like try to get like surveillance on him. But I've never seen a case where they said like, oh, because you used the card, like you're the suspect. Obviously there's like different ways that somebody could get a hold of like somebody's card. Like the murderer could have like stolen it and then just given it like to somebody to use. You know what I mean? But they'll look into stuff like that, I'm sure. Lady J, maybe he has lied to his family too, right? Chris Ralph says he has a federal warrant on him for using someone's card across state lines for $1,000, and that's going to be the thing that they're going to try to bring him in on, so they can start questioning him and interrogating him, unless he asks for a lawyer, which I'm pretty sure he knows how that part of the system works, so he probably won't be cooperative even if they do bring him in. K. King says he's a suspect because he's the last person to be around her and because he's MIA. I'm not sure if they have any charges like officially connecting him like to her murder. I think all they have right now is the debit card. Yeah, they're federal charges, but it has to do with the debit card that he used. It's under her name, and well, they're not actually married, so even if he did have a tendency to like use it or borrow it or whatever, like it's under her name. So considering like she's missing and he's using her card, they were able to like charge him with that. Maybe not. Okay, sorry. Let's continue. Gabby Petito traveled to Great Sand Dunes, Colorado Springs with fiance before she seemingly disappeared. This was September 17th, and courtesy of CBS Denver. Let me skip ahead a little bit of this loud music. Trying to find the man. There he is.
Case of the missing woman from Florida. Brian Laundrie, the fiance of Gabby Petito, is now missing as well. Laundrie's parents calling police to his home in Florida tonight, saying they haven't seen him since Tuesday.
Where is Gabby? Where is Gabby?
Those crowds gathered outside the fiance's home demanding answers while the investigators were inside. Laundrie's attorney confirming what the parents said, that Brian returned to his home and is now missing, only a couple of days after Gabby was first reported missing on September 11th.
They called us there this evening. Once we've gotten there, they are now claiming that they have not seen their son since Tuesday.
Earlier today, we learned more about that pit stop the couple made in Colorado roughly 2 months ago on their road trip. They stopped at a Colorado Springs pizza shop. Then the Great Sand Dunes National Park. The Denver office of the FBI is working with all the other agencies now trying to find Gabby.
At Denver, we're going to turn now.
All right, let's continue. We're making progress here. Next clip is Gabby Petito case. Where is her fiance Brian Laundrie? And this is September 18th, courtesy of NBC New York. Real quick, Nicolette says no, I don't think he's missing. He's running. But why? Because he did it.
Now to the latest developments in the case of the missing woman from Long Island, Gabby Petito. Her fiance, Brian Laundrie, is now considered missing himself.
Because what else could it be? Why else would somebody run? Okay, oh, he's innocent. Let's assume that for like 2 seconds. So he's innocent and he's running away because he didn't do it, and he's afraid that he's gonna be convicted for a crime he didn't commit. I guess, but still, like, he would hit her. We saw. What I think what makes this difficult, like, to prove in a way, like even here, is that I've yet to see him like be like violent. Other than, you know, other people saw. Like, I would like to hear from them exactly how he gets, like when he gets angry. And then maybe I could like say more definitively if I feel that he's possible to like. Is that sarcasm? As I tried, honestly, like I tried to look at all the points of view that are possible. I don't always. I know that there's always going to be a bigger picture that I can't see, but like I'll try. Like, okay, let's say it's something else just for a little bit. And then just try to work it out some kind of way. Because you know the lawyers are going to be like making up all kinds of shit if they end up bringing them in and putting him through the process of like court. If he gets a good lawyer. Because again, in the Nathaniel Rowland case, like they didn't even try. So now I can officially say that I've seen lawyers that didn't even try to like help their client. But he had public defenders. I don't know if Brian would be able to afford a lawyer. He probably would go with a public defender because he's an adult. So he can't use like his parents' money unless they offer it up to him. It's a lot to think about.
Comes the same day that his family broke their silence. They spoke with officers last night inside their Northport, Florida home as protesters gathered on their front lawn.
Other developments come in the form of tips to police from witnesses who reported seeing the couple together in Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming back on the 25th of August, and then 4 days later seeing Brian Laundrie alone. Today in New York's Miles Miller.
Yeah. Nicolette Moore says there's probably going to say it was self-defense, then point to the police cam. But we got to see like the autopsy. And another thing is, I'm pretty sure Brian got back like without any broken bones or any like severe lacerations or anything like that. I'm pretty sure he made it back like pretty healthy. And she was dead, and if it was by his hands, like that's not gonna be self-defense, you know. K King says a high-profile case like this, a paid attorney might take the case pro bono. That would be a nightmare, but yeah, it's possible.
Live in our newsroom, he's going to walk us through where that investigation stands this morning. Good morning, Miles.
Pat and Gus, good morning to you. Where is Brian Laundrie? That's the question being asked by police in Northport, Florida this morning, and the FBI as well. The investigation is unfolding, and as you saw last night, protesters gathered outside his home in Florida, pressuring him to come clean about Gabby Petito's whereabouts. Now, this is the protest from last night, it came... There's the protest from last night. There's a protest from last night, and it came as the police department and FBI say no one's seen the 23-year-old since Tuesday. The attorney for Laundrie's family called the FBI investigators on Friday night, indicating that the family would like to talk to them about the disappearance of their son. The family claims that they have not seen him since Tuesday of this week. Now, officers searched the car outside the house and urged protesters to remain calm. Now, this all comes as a new TikTok came out. A woman claims she and her boyfriend picked up Laundrie in Grand Teton National Park while he was hitchhiking on August 29th alone. Others have contacted the FBI reporting sightings of Gabby's Now, Gabby's stepfather, Jim Schmidt, went to the visitor center in Grand Teton National Park, the place where they last saw her alive.
Such a vast area, but it's a very popular tourist area, so there's a lot of people out there on these trails and in these campsites, so we're just hoping that maybe one of them saw something that can help.
Gabby's family lawyer released a terse statement overnight saying, quote, all of Gabby's family want the world.
Okay, I appreciate your energy. K. King says he doesn't have to prove he's innocent, they have to prove he's guilty. Right. And I'm guessing is that if all they could try to arrest him for is the debit card purchases, they don't have anything on him. They need him to come in and say something. Anything. They already found her body, so he can't use that as to cop a plea or whatever.
To know that Brian is not missing, he is hiding. Gabby is missing. So many developments in this case, and we're expecting more overnight or this morning. That's the latest here. I'll send it back to you. All right.
We begin this morning.
All right, let's continue. Move. Next video is called, real quick, I just kind of want to scroll through here and see how much we have left, but we still got a ways. Next clip is called Brian is not missing, he's hiding, said the lawyer representing Gabby Petito's family, and this was posted September 18th and courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8.
With a local story gripping the nation, a new twist in the disappearance of Sarasota County's Gabby Petito. Her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, the man with whom she was last seen on a cross-country trip 3 weeks ago, is now missing himself. Police named Laundrie a person of interest in Gabby's disappearance earlier this week. Now he's gone, and his family and their attorney.
K. King says they probably need a confession. It's weird that they haven't said how she died. Then that's going to be something that they're going to want to hear from him, so they could say, well, he knew how she died, how else would he know unless he did it? And that's why they're withholding that. They need to hear it from him.
Say they don't know where he is.
But I have a feeling he's not going to say anything at all. He's just going to keep his mouth totally shut. Chris PDM says, do you think to have only 4 if not, but could do before and then and after? I'll have to think about that.
Good morning. I'm Evan Donovan. Let's get right to it. Eight on Your Side has been covering this story 24/7 with reporters on the scene. Christine McClarty joins us now live in Northport with the latest details. Christine?
Hey, good morning, Evan. Right now, we're outside the Laundrie family home, and we're told Brian's not here. Things are quiet here now, but that wasn't the case a couple of hours ago.
Gabby's parents want answers. They deserve answers.
Dozens of people gathering outside the Laundrie family home in Northport demanding answers. Northport police say Brian's family attorney contacted them Friday night wanting to speak for the first time. They say the family is concerned because he hasn't been seen since Tuesday. He was last seen wearing a hiking bag with a waist strap. But those who were here...
Do you guys hear that? Is that like little ducks quacking or something? Like, listen carefully. I keep hearing like quack, 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 or I don't know, some kind of like, like, I don't know, some kind of squeak. Listen.
Here last night aren't so worried about him, but about Gabby. One protester we spoke...
No volume at all? Okay, hold on. Let's try that again.
Gabby's parents want answers. They deserve answers.
Dozens of people gathering outside the Laundrie family home in Northport demanding answers. Northport police say Brian's family attorney contacted them Friday night wanting to speak for the first time. They say the family is concerned because he hasn't been seen since Tuesday. He was last seen wearing a hiking bag with a waist strap. But those who were here last night aren't so worried about him, but about Gabby. One protester we spoke with says she didn't know Gabby personally, but she's a mother to 2 children. She says the fact that Brian hasn't spoken up to help find Gabby is unacceptable.
I feel like he's a coward, and even if it was an accident or, anything, really, I mean, he knows something. So for him not to say anything is just heart-wrenching for me.
Well, they shouldn't be in their yard because that's their property. But they could be on the sidewalk or on the street.
Again, Brian and Gabby...
Probably not the street. The street's not safe. But I'm saying, like, that's not private property.
Both...
Southern Way! No way! You made it. How's it going? Innocent people don't run, thank you.
This morning. Now, while Brian is a person of interest in Gabby's disappearance, police say he is not wanted for a crime. Right now, the search continues for both of them. Coming up in our next half hour, details from a Bay Area couple who say they may have been one of the last people to see Gabby in Wyoming. Reporting live in Northport, Christine McClarty.
So what is it, ducks?
On your side.
All right, thank you so much, Christine.
I don't know.
New developments in that...
Sorry, I was a little distracted there, but let's continue. Remove. Gabby Petito case. Cops search parks in 2 states for her and her fiance, and this was posted September 19th and courtesy of NBC New York.
An intense search for Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old from Long Island who vanished during a road trip with her fiancé. Tonight, police are looking for her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, too. Search teams descending on an enormous nature preserve today in search of him. That nature preserve located more than 1,000 miles from Blue Point, Long Island in Florida. And at the same time, the FBI has confirmed that it resumed searching at Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. That's where witnesses say they last spotted the 2 of them together before Gabby vanished. But Gabby's family says Laundrie is not missing. They say he's hiding. News 4's Anjali Hemphill following all the developments in the newsroom, and there are a lot of them. Anjali?
Yeah, Gilma. Brian Laundrie's family told investigators last night that they last saw him on Tuesday when he told them he was going for a hike in an area he has been before, a 25,000-acre reserve about 13 miles away from Northport.
Our goal is to locate him and bring him back to Northport.
Police officers and FBI agents descending on the Carlton Reserve using ATVs, canines, and drones to search an expansive wooded area in Florida after investigators were forced to shift focus from trying to talk to Brian Laundrie to now trying to find him.
They believe that he came out here on Tuesday. Well, he had his backpack. He said that this is where he was coming.
For the first time since Brian's fiancee Gabby Petito went missing, members of the Laundrie family spoke with investigators at their Florida home Friday evening.
Where is Gabby? Where is Gabby?
While protesters held a vigil outside to try and pressure Brian to come forward.
Their attorney called and said the family is concerned about Brian's whereabouts. They would like to file a missing persons report.
Since Gabby's family reported her missing, Brian has refused to talk to investigators. The two were on a road trip out west when Brian suddenly came home to Florida in the van without her. In a statement late Friday, Petito's family not sympathetic regarding Brian's disappearance, saying Brian is not missing, he is hiding. Gabby is missing. All this as the search for Gabby continues in the vast rugged terrain of Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming, as concern for both of their safety is growing.
We don't have a crime. You know, we're looking for somebody. You know, I mean, that's it. I mean, we can't go just pulling people in. He certainly has the Fifth Amendment not to speak.
Any chance that the family thinks he's suicidal?
I don't know that I'm comfortable saying that. I think we can, you know, anything's possible.
And police say when they spoke to the Laundrie family, they did not share any information about Gabby or what Brian may have told them about her whereabouts. Gilma, the story continues to develop. We will, of course, stay on top of every detail as it comes out and bring you the very latest. Live in the newsroom tonight, Anjali Hemphill, News 4 New York.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Sorry, guys.
Found
Sorry, y'all. I was going to say, this clip is called Gabby Petito Case, Body Found in Teton During Search for Missing Woman. Coroner says, I think this is where they found that man's body while they were looking for Gabby. I don't know his name, otherwise I would say it. But let's watch. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
Breaking news now, a body has been found in Wyoming near the ongoing search for Long Island native Gabby Petito. There's no confirmation yet on the body's identity, and we, of course, bring you more information when we have it. This all comes as the search also continues for her fiancé, the man authorities consider a person of interest in the case. 23-year-old Brian Laundrie and Petito left in July on a cross-country trek to visit national parks. Police say Laundrie was alone when he drove back to his parents' home in Florida on September 1st. On September 11th, Petito's family reported her missing to police in Suffolk County. And now Laundrie is missing as well.
What I need from everybody here is help, because the goal is still not met. And that goal is to bring Gabby home safe, all right? And I'm asking for help from everyone here.
Today, more than 50 law enforcement officers started a second day of searching for him in a vast wildlife area near Florida's Gulf Coast. Once again, a body has been found in Wyoming near the ongoing search for Long Island native Gabby Petito. Has not yet been confirmed that it is she.
Maybe that is when they found her body, but I could have sworn they found the man's body first. But let's continue on. We'll figure it out. Alright, next clip is called Body Found near Grand Teton National Park, where searchers are looking for Gabby Petito, and courtesy of 11 Alive.
Authorities are continuing to search for Brian Laundrie for a second day at a wildlife reserve in Florida. Laundrie is a person of interest in the disappearance of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito. More than 50 police officers, accompanied by FBI agents, drones, canine, and bloodhounds, search for Brian Laundrie. Family members say he was last seen on Tuesday when he left home with hiking gear. Police are searching the Carlton Reserve in Sarasota County. That is a massive park that spans more than 24,000 acres. His girlfriend, Gabby Petito, has been missing for 4 weeks after going on a cross-country trip with Laundrie. Local and federal agencies are conducting ground surveys at Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming, where Gabby was last seen.
Earlier today, human remains.
Okay, so let's continue. And this looks like this was when they found Gabby. This is called Gabby Petito Found. FBI agent breaks down missing woman. Brian Laundrie vanishes. And it's courtesy of 10 News First and was posted September 19th.
Were discovered consistent with the description of Gabby Petito. Full forensic identification has not been completed to confirm 100% that we found Gabby, but her family has been notified of this discovery. The cause of death has not been determined at this time. We appreciate your continued support and patience as we work through this process. The vicinity around Spread Creek campsite will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask everyone maintain distance from law enforcement personnel and equipment. I would like to extend sincere and heartfelt condolences to Gabby's family. Joe and Tara Petito, and Jim and Nicole Schmidt. As every parent can imagine, this is an incredibly difficult time for the family and friends. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. We ask that you all respect the privacy as they mourn the loss of their daughter. In order to protect our investigative process and increase probability of successful prosecution should it be necessary, we have no additional comments. We appreciate your cooperation and respect for Gabby's family, loved ones, during this difficult time. Thank you.
Are you talking about that last part? The sniffling? That? Yeah, I don't think he's that emotional, but who knows, I could be wrong. Adds up in this says, still no cause of death 2 weeks later. All we know is that it was homicide. They won't say what actually happened, but we're speculating that they're withholding that for, I'm speculating for the interrogation, if they ever catch him alive. Let's see. K King says, Doug the Bounty Hunter is a racist grifter. Okay. I doubt we will know cause of death unless, that's what I was saying. Was found out and then out on trial. And then put on trial. Right. You gonna say that when he find
Why you led to that campsite in particular? It's an ongoing investigation, sir. We cannot answer those, unfortunately.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking, Southern Way. Just like that. Alright, let's continue. Next clip is called Family Believes They Spotted Gabby Petito's white van on trip in Grand Teton National Park. And this is courtesy of NBC2 News.
More breaking news.
And this was posted also September 19th.
News tonight as our team coverage in the disappearance of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie continues. Campers out west say they might have caught the couple's van on camera just days before family last heard from Gabby. Take a look at this video. This was taken near the Spread Creek Dispersed Camping Ground. That's the same place FBI agents are searching right now. You can see the white van on the left-hand side that looks incredibly similar to the one Gabby and Brian have. I spoke to the Florida family who caught this possibly crucial piece of video.
Welcome back to Red, White, and Bethune.
The Bethunes are a Florida family traveling and filming the country in a revamped RV.
We film every day.
Sorry, that was loud. But I can't control the volume. My bad.
Every day.
This time of year, the family makes a special effort to do something good every day for others.
Back in 2011, we lost our son Ethan in a car accident on the way to Disney for his 7th birthday. Every September since, we do what's called Pay It Forward for Ethan.
But the best show of kindness came unexpectedly. On August 27th, the Bethunes took a journey through Grand Teton looking for a spot at the Spread Creek Dispersed Camping area.
We film for our YouTube channel, and he has a front-facing GoPro and a rear-facing GoPro, and he forgot to shut the GoPro off.
The move may have helped document a critical piece of evidence in the search for 22-year-old Gabby Petito.
And I was editing our YouTube footage from the 27th last night, and I looked down at my phone and I got this Instagram notification that tagged me in a story saying the timeline changed, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I got this like bone-chilling goosebumps all over my body. I ran back to the laptop, opened up our GoPro footage that we had, and the van was there.
The van looks eerily similar to the white 2012 Ford Transit Gabby and fiance Brian Laundrie were driving cross country.
It was very overwhelming. So many emotions, like you can't even put it to words.
The Bethunes called the FBI, then uploaded the footage to a page dedicated to tips on this case. Jen also sent the clip to a fellow mom, Gabby's mom.
I did get to FaceTime with Gabby's mom today, and just from one mom to another, I want to do everything in my power to be able to find her. She just cried, and she said, you know, you have no idea how much I love you right now.
Gabby Petito's fiance is considered.
All right, let's delete that video before I forget. Next clip is called Family Found Note on Brian Laundrie's Car, and this was posted September 19th and courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa Bay.
Considered missing, and the search for him is ending its second day. The attorney for Brian Laundrie's family said Friday night that they have not heard from him since Tuesday. Crews are now focused on a 25,000-acre piece of land in Sarasota County called Carlton's Reserve. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank shows us the progress they've made and why the search is a challenge.
Police brought in heavy equipment suited both for land and water as they tried to narrow down the location of the one person who they know saw Gabby Petito after family last spoke to her August 25th. In the Grand Tetons.
We're hopeful that he's, out here. Certainly we prepare for all different possibilities, but our goal is to locate him and bring him back to Northport.
The sun beat down as the attention of the nation zeroed in on Brian Laundrie, who police assumed for days was in the home owned by his parents. All day Friday, media and neighbors staked it out as calls grew for Laundrie to finally speak about Gabby. Instead, around 9, his attorney said police were invited to the home by parents who said they hadn't heard from him since Tuesday.
His family says that this is a place that he frequents. They also believe that this is where he came. And again, this is according to them.
Police searched the 200-acre Myakkahatchee Creek Park nearly 12 hours Saturday, and on Sunday went through the 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve. From Skyfox, you can see Brian, maybe a needle in a haystack.
I mean, these are people that were living off the grid in different areas. I don't know how frequently if he would come out here and do, day-long hikes or whatever. I mean, it's you could be out here for months if you wanted.
Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
And this afternoon, the Laundrie family attorney shared more details of Brian's parents' movements with us, saying they discovered a note on Brian's car in the preserve when they initially went to look for him on Wednesday. Then they left the car so he could drive back. When Brian did not come home Thursday morning, the parents say they went to retrieve his car. Many more questions than answers tonight, and we will have continuing coverage of the Gabby.
That's weird. Whoa, hold on. Sorry, guys. My dog. Okay, so I really quickly wanted to touch base on the photograph that Nicolette was talking about when it comes to the footage of the van and the person. So yes, this is it, I believe. It's okay, princess. You're gonna be okay. So yeah, I don't know. I guess that kind of looks like something maybe. Kind of looks like it could be like his bald head, maybe. Some people I guess on here say that it's somebody like digging. Yeah, video Brian digging. I don't know what's happening here. Someone in the comment section said, or in the chat said that it was debunked. Let me know what you know about that, but yeah, I just see like blurry. It could really be anything. It could even be part of like the greenery there. Not too sure. Let me know what you guys know, because I hadn't heard about that until like literally right now. All right, let's continue. Cool. Moving on. Okay, let me look at the chat. Alyssa says, I think he will be found. It's just not going to be for a while. He's going to make a mistake. Lady J says, do you think he's still in the U.S.? I do. because for him to be able to make it on a plane without being recognized, I mean, it's possible, but I feel like unlikely. Elisa T says, honestly, no one knows, but there's been so many videos of people zooming in and out and you can't see anything. And then Nicolette says, it was a video I saw. Okay. Yeah, I think he's still in the U.S., but I don't want to speculate where. Elisa says, but they also said you can see the van back door close and flip-flops outside. And you can actually see the van door close. I think he will stick to where he knows. I didn't see or hear that. I don't know. Okay, let's continue. Next clip is called Timeline of the Disappearance of Gabby Petito and What We Know. This is courtesy of 10 Tampa Bay.
And taking a deep
and posted September 19th as well.
Dive. The interest in the case has been growing online. Just to show you how many people have been following what's happening, the Gabby Petito hashtag on TikTok has had more than 440 million views. And over on Reddit, a community has formed with more than 82,000 members, encouraging people to share information and contact the FBI. For comparison, another big case, John Benet Ramsey, had more than 48,000 members. The FBI is hoping more people will continue to share tips if they were in Grand Teton National Park in late August. And a Tampa family traveling across the country in their bus might have spotted the couple's van. Jen Bethune says she was editing video for her family's YouTube channel last night, where she donates all proceeds from their page views to Pay It Forward campaign. And that's when she was tagged in a story about the search in Wyoming. She was going through footage when she spotted a van with Florida plates from August 27th, the same time frame the couple was out west.
I immediately got goosebumps like crazy, a bone-chilling feeling. We immediately called the FBI, and they instructed me to go to their website, follow the link. I uploaded it to the link. I haven't heard back from them.
She says she's FaceTimed with Gabby's mother, who told her they do believe it's her van. Northport police say they've received the video and are reviewing it. Bethune posted the clip to see if other people might have been in the same area. Let's walk you through what we know about the case. In July, Petito and her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, set out in a van from Florida to her home state of New York and then out west for a cross-country road trip. They documented the journey on social media. On August 12th, police stopped them after an argument in Moab, Utah, and the cops separated them for the night. Gabby's mom last heard from her on August 30th while she was at Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. But Gabby's mother said she doesn't know if her daughter actually even sent that text. On September 1st, Laundrie returned to Florida in Gabby's van with Gabby nowhere to be found. Brian stayed quiet. Gabby's family reported her missing on September 11th after failed attempts to reach her. Brian was last seen September 14th, but his family didn't tell police until 3 days later, prompting a search in a wildlife reserve. On Saturday, the FBI confirmed agents were combing through a camping area in Grand Teton looking for Gabby. Then today, a body was discovered consistent with her description in that same area.
I want to go to Dr.
Yeah, it is. Alright, let's continue. Alright, so the next clip is called Gabby Petito's fiance was jealous and possessive, psychoanalyst. And this was posted September 19th and courtesy of Fox News. So there was a lot of news happening these past few days that we've been covering. I think we started on September 16th and we're barely on September 19th. And we still got all this to go. So I said I was going to try to get through this whole playlist. I'm going to do the best I can. But if I can't for whatever reason, we'll be back tomorrow. Because I only have one shift to work tomorrow. So I should be home. Alright, let's watch this.
Dr. Bethany Marshall, psychoanalyst. You know, Dr. Bethany, I appreciate the family's prayers. We've all been praying about Gabby. But if Gabby died of natural causes, such as falling down a ravine, being left in the wilderness where she didn't have food or water, succumbing to the elements, don't you think that telling us where she was earlier on would have been a huge help in addition to all those prayers. And believe me, I'm not knocking the prayers. I want the prayers. But how about telling me where she was at the beginning so they could start the search earlier and possibly find her alive, Dr. Bethany?
Nancy, these parents, Brian Laundrie's parents, Gabby Petito lived with them for an entire year. When Gabby and Brian set off on their van life trip, they were engaged to be married. So Gabby Petito was their future daughter-in-law. And they're not forthcoming with details about where she was. And I'm going to tell you something about Brian Laundrie. I've been reading a lot about him. I've been listening to the interviews with Gabby's best friend. And Brian Laundrie did not like to have separation between him and Gabby. He was quite jealous. He was quite possessive. The day that van was pulled over in Moab, remember, with the police officers, and we have all the body cam footage. That fight started that morning, Nancy, because she was working on her social media. He became upset. I've listened to the tape many times and watched it, and I think what happened that day was he became jealous and enraged because she was working on her social media. They got into an altercation. He attacked her, Nancy. She had to push him away. He got into the van, locked her out, the ultimate power play. And I'm guessing because she was so desperate that she tried to climb into the window of that van, that she was worried about the destruction of her property. She was working on a website. He did not like that.
I think she was thinking also, Bethany, about surviving, because Cheryl McCollum, all they had was the van. And she was locked out of her van. No wonder she was upset.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
I'm not too sure if that was very helpful. I was expecting something a little more deep and meaningful from a psychoanalyst, but okay. It's Nancy Grace. I thought I would give them a chance. Let's continue. This next clip is called Gabby Petito Case, Body Found That Fits Her Description, and another timeline of events.
A troubling twist this morning in the extensive search for Gabby Petito. Her fiance seems to have vanished after returning from a road trip without her. On Sunday, the FBI said they discovered human remains that fit Gabby's description. Britt Conway has the latest on the case.
It started on July 2nd, the trip of a lifetime for Gabby Petito and her fiancé Brian Laundrie, driving to Yellowstone National Park in a converted transit van. But they never made it. Petito missing for nearly a month. Laundrie returned home without Petito, but his family says they haven't seen him in nearly a week now. This weekend, as authorities searched for him in Florida, search teams in Wyoming continued to look for Petito. Sunday, they found something.
Earlier today, human remains were discovered, consistent with the description of Gabby Petito. Full forensic identification has not been completed to confirm 100% that we found Gabby, but her family has been notified of this discovery.
Petito was reportedly last seen at this Salt Lake City hotel on August 24th. On September 1st, Laundrie showed up at the home he and Petito shared with his parents in Florida in her white van. By the 11th, Petito's parents reported her missing.
2 people went on a trip, 1 person returned, and that person that returned isn't providing us any information.
But on the 14th, Laundrie's parents say he told them he was going to a nature reserve, and they say they haven't seen him since.
He should be leading this charge, and instead he's not. My gut tells me that something bad happened.
The Teton County coroner says there will be an autopsy Tuesday using photographs, personal ID, and/or DNA to confirm the identity and cause of death. Police have called Laundrie a person of interest in Petito's disappearance, but they say he is not wanted for a crime.
Okay, let's continue. Next clip is called Gabby Petito. Rainbow appears where body found believed to be missing woman, and that's courtesy of LiveNOW from Fox. I added that because I just thought it was so.
And now to this stunning,
just like sad really more than anything sad, but like also like just kind of beautiful, you know, like in a sad way, I guess, because she was beautiful, and just the way I don't know how she died, but I know it was brutal, and it's just really sad to think that a rainbow like appeared right where she was found. There's just something about that. It's kind of like a miracle.
Photo everybody taken during that search for Gabby over the weekend. A rainbow formed and ended in the exact spot where those remains were.
Bobby Brown, it's gonna be okay. All right, free speech is not over because you were timed out. Okay, you're still here. And if you just ask a question, but look at the question you asked, Bobby. Come on. Let's go back to that. You asked, you think Gabby deserved it because she did not support Brian enough? That's misogynistic in my perception. First of all, she died. Her body was found. It was homicide. It was not an accident. It was not suicide. It was not natural causes. She was killed. No, she did not deserve to be killed for blank reason at all. People don't deserve like to die. I mean, I will say that I do support, or maybe not support, but like I don't hate capital punishment, because some crimes are very egregious and brutal and devastating, and people like that don't need to be among us. But what you're talking about is a 22-year-old young lady who probably never even hurt anybody, and you're asking if she deserved to die because she didn't support her man enough. Come on. You still thinking like, okay, he says Brian was a gentleman. Listen to him on the police video. In my opinion, he was not being authentic. Really? Oh my gosh. You're obviously a troll. It's possible Gabby was the abuser, even the police said. But she didn't do anything to deserve being overpowered and killed, in my opinion. Emmanuel Briggs, trolling and disrespect is officially over in this chat. I suggest you keep that in mind going forward. Nice. Okay, Brian was, okay, yeah, sorry. No, I was trying to go to Ladderbrines. Okay, deserve to die because they don't support what? I don't know. I'm trying to reason with him. Bobby, should you do that because I don't support your question? Stop, Bobby. You went to school with Brian. Okay, so you're gonna defend him, even though he's like 99% likely to have. I'm gonna leave like 1% off just because he has not been like processed by the law, but he killed her. Doesn't really matter that you went to school with him. He left his girlfriend in another state and then refused to help the police locate her and then went on the run. Right. Oh, I don't even want to know about the nude pictures. Exactly. Brian was a straight A student, so killers can be straight A students. Wish we could find out more about his flight back to Florida in mid-August. Was she by herself out west? And why did he fly back? They said to get something. Yeah, they said to empty out his storage of her stuff. And apparently the family still hasn't seen her things. Like, they haven't gotten her stuff back. So did they throw them away, or like what happened there? Oh, the King of England. Facts. Now let's look at this beautiful rainbow that came out to honor Gabby Petito.
Were found. The photo was taken yesterday just after the remains were removed and taken to the coroner's office. So again, really a devastating update yesterday. Again, we are waiting for an exact confirmation from FBI. We do know that an autopsy is going to be performed tomorrow. So
Again, we'll be checking in with our Fox News teams that are covering this case throughout the morning, specifically Fox 13 Tampa.
All right, I'm pretty sure she's not going to say any new piece of information from there on out. It's just her outro. Next clip is called Sister of Brian Laundrie releases statement, postcards from Gabby Petito during cross-country trip, and this is courtesy of WPBF 25 News.
Now to the latest on the Gabby Petito case. Investigators now confirming they found the body consistent with the description of the 22-year-old in Wyoming National Park. And within the last hour, Northport police saying that they will not return to Carlton Reserve today in the search for her fiance, Brian Laundrie, saying that they've exhausted all avenues at that site. But as the search for Laundrie continues, we're hearing more this morning from his sister, Josie Carbonari, joining us live with new insight into communication between Gabby and Laundrie's family. Josie, good morning.
Well, good morning, Caroline. So Brian Laundrie's sister is the only family member that has spoken openly about Gabby up until this point. The only time that Brian Laundrie's parents spoke with police is when they first reported Brian missing on Friday. They had concerns about his whereabouts, so that was the gist of the conversation. Though this morning we did hear from Brian Laundrie's sister, and in a statement she wrote, "Right now my husband and I would like to express our condolences and prayers to the Petito family," adding Gabby was a fun and loving influence to the boys, as she always referred to them. "We will cherish all the time spent with her." This morning we're also getting a glimpse at what Cassie Laundrie says is one of the last text messages she got from Gabby Petito on August 10th, reading, "We're in the Arches right now, so we don't have the best Wi-Fi, but we did send you some mail." Laundrie says she was in contact with Gabby and her brother Brian throughout their cross-country trip, and shares that Gabby was close with her two younger sons. Now, these are the postcards she says she received, written by Gabby, sent from various state parks across Utah. In them, Gabby even sharing funny, lighthearted moments at times and signing the cards Uncle Brian and Aunt Gabby. Now, Laundrie's sister says she has given all of the information she has over to police, and she is cooperating with the investigation. Josie Carbonari, WPBF 25 News.
All right, let's see how long that lasts, but Bobby Brown says, Bobby Brown, damn it. Maybe Gabby attacked him and it was self-defense and Brian panicked and hid. Then he would have been injured somehow. And instead he came back perfectly fine, as far as I know. I can agree with waiting until further evidence comes out. Me too. It wouldn't be the first time someone who was innocent ran because he thought the cops wouldn't believe him. I'm not saying that's fact, I'm just saying it's a possibility. It is. I just don't think that's the case here, but that's just me. Chris Ralph says he's not being convicted here, but you asked if she deserved it. It sounds like you've made up your mind, right? I mean, who even asked something like that? Some women can be very dangerous. Yeah, maybe like somebody that has strength, but Gabby was tiny. She was so skinny. Like, I don't think she could overpower Brian. Brian's not in the best shape either, but it looked like he worked out a little. I'm not complimenting him. I wish they'd released the autopsy details. It's taking so long. That's not going to come out for a while. I was thinking probably not until at least like the till they capture him. Let's continue. Next clip is called Gabby Petito, FBI removed Brian Laundrie's parents from crime scene, Florida home. Daily Mail. Yes, and those scratches could be self-defense on Gabby's part. Okay, so that's some raw footage. I know some news stations covered it, so let's continue. Let's erase this one before we move on. The next clip is called FBI Agents Execute Search Warrant at Florida Home of Gabby Petito's Fiance, Brian Laundrie. This was September 20th. So let's see. What's next?
News Channel 5.
Breaking right now, new developments in the Gabby Petito case. The FBI executing a search warrant right now at the family home of Brian Laundrie in Northport. That's right near Sarasota. Now, this comes after law enforcement found human remains in Wyoming yesterday that match the description of his fiancée, Gabby Petito.
And Stephanie, right now, no sign of Brian himself after his family says they haven't seen him in almost a week. Miguel Amaguer reports from Teton County.
Not far from here is where investigators discovered that body that they believe belongs to 22-year-old Gabby Petito. Forensic teams are still on scene trying to positively identify her and also the cause of death. Of course, Petito went missing several weeks ago. Her fiance reported her missing on September 11th, 10 days after he returned home in Florida after a cross-country trip where she did not return from. Investigators are also trying to talk to her fiance, Brian Laundrie, who, citing the advice of his lawyers, has not spoken to detectives. The search for Laundrie continues in Florida. Meantime, here in Wyoming, investigators say over the next 24 hours, they'll likely be able to positively identify Gabby Petito and also help determine a cause of death. Back to you.
All right, LJD 2.0 asks, anyone know the last date that Gabby was definitely alive? Let's Google that. Last day Gabby was alive. No, it's Gabby. Don't change it. Don't change it to baby. It was Gabby. Let me see. Here's the timeline. You're gonna ignore him? I mean, you could block him if you if he gets to be too much. But let me see. Last day, let's see. July 2nd, they were engaged of 2020. So this was like last year. They purchased their van December 11th. I'll just go ahead and read it out. They departed July 2nd. July 4th through August 11th, they went through a bunch of parks. August 12th was an altercation in Moab. That was August 12th. And then it says August 25th is Petito's last known whereabouts. So now we ask about Brian Laundrie coming home or going home and emptying out his storage. That happened August 17th through the 23rd. And then it said, I forgot the date. My tabs are starting to fail me, but it said August 25th was her last known whereabouts, and then the last communication with family was August 30th, if you believe that it was her. Right? Shit. Sorry, guys. Where am I? Here, I'm gonna play the clip while I catch up on the chat. Next clip is called Home of Brian Laundrie, Fiance of Gabby Petito, searched by FBI.
There has been a flurry of police activity today at the Florida home of Gabby Petito's fiance. Law enforcement arrived at the home after Northport police announced there would not be a major search effort at a wildlife refuge where they had been looking for Brian Laundrie for the last few days. Petito was last seen nearly a month ago while the two were on a cross-country trip. Laundrie returned home to Florida without Gabby. He was identified as a person of interest in the case and has not been seen for nearly a week. Jerika Duncan is outside the Laundrie home, and she joins us again now to break down what is happening on the ground there, Jerika. So explain to us, what have you been seeing with that flurry of law enforcement activity?
A lot has happened since the last time we spoke. There is the largest police presence that I've seen since I arrived here yesterday. Just to paint the picture, it's around 10 o'clock this morning that we have video of what appears to be Brian Laundrie's father coming outside and retrieving something from the Mustang, which is parked behind this van that's behind me. About 10 minutes later, with no sirens, no real warning, police arrived, the FBI arrived. They were carrying a battering ram. They announced themselves, and they also announced that they had a warrant. The door opened. They went inside. They brought what appears to be, again, the parents of Brian Laundrie outside, put them in this van again behind me, where they were inside the van for a few minutes, and then they brought them back inside. So right now you have a situation where this area has been closed off to the public. We even had a hard time getting back in. We left for a quick second to go to the city hall and the police department. Our photographer and sound engineer were still here, and we're the closest crew to this home. They were still here and captured those images. We were able to obviously work our way back to this location, but police are being very strict about where the media is allowed. We were surprised that they did allow us back to this location, but it was our photographer and sound engineer, Ryan and Nick, that were really able to capture some video that we don't know if any other media outlets were able to capture, because again, all signs were there was no activity. We knew that there was a police statement that came out from the PIO, Josh Taylor, where he said that they were not focused on that reserve where they had been for the last couple of days. So we weren't sure what that means. And now that we have police here at the home, they announced a warrant. We have not heard from any officials, but we are seeing visually things happening at this home at this hour. We also noticed that some of the FBI agents were carrying boxes and things of that nature inside the home. So we don't know what evidence they're going to be collecting, how much longer they're going to be in here speaking with the family, but this is the most activity that we've seen at this house since Gabby Petito was announced missing September 11th. Of course, the new news, the fact that FBI agents say that they found what appears to be the human remains of Gabby Petito.
So, Jerika, we're still waiting for that video to be fed to us showing the parents of Brian Laundrie. But so are they now back in the house? Is that your understanding?
They are back in the house. So again, the father came out. We captured that on video to get something from that Mustang. He goes back inside, and about 10 minutes later, police, FBI agents arrive. They bring the family outside, what appears to be the parents. They were in this car, this van. I don't know if you can see it right behind me, for a while. And then they went back inside the home. That's where authorities are. We believe questioning them, possibly gathering evidence, because we saw them carrying boxes and other material inside the home.
And Jerika, I know that you said that at one point you and the crew went to City Hall to follow up with the police. You had been told that they were not going to conduct a search of the Carlton Reserve. Do we know if that is still the case, and do we know more about why?
Police haven't sent any updates other than that last one where they said that was not the focus. But I think seeing these FBI agents and police here, you wonder, do they now know where he is? Did they find him? Or whatever the case may be, is there more of a development? But we sort of also expected this too, because the human remains of that to be Gabby Petito were found yesterday. So as things, with this story became more clear and evident, I think they being authorities, FBI agents, police, had what they needed to be able to execute a warrant to get inside this home.
We were just showing pictures, Jerika, that you and your team fed to us of the van, where we see some of the FBI agents and others, police officers and law enforcement officials, carting material across the lawn. And I suspect that is, well, it's hard to tell from what we're looking at. But so one last question, Jerika. Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito had dated for at least a couple of years, and I believe that they were engaged to be married
at one point before That's right, and they were here together at one point. They were engaged to be married according to their social media pages. So, all along, Petito's family never understood why Brian Laundrie, why his parents weren't speaking up, weren't speaking out much sooner, and are probably questioning why it even took this, so a warrant for them to speak to authorities about what they know. Everything that we've heard from them has come through their attorney.
Yeah, and you read my mind.
And it hasn't been much.
You read my mind, Jerika. That is exactly the question I was going to ask you. Thank you very, very much for your
All right, let's continue on. Next clip is called What Happened to Gabby Petito, and that's courtesy of ABC4 Utah. And this was also posted September 20th.
Marcos Ortiz live there in Jackson, Wyoming, just south of those Tetons. So Marcos, what are you learning this hour?
Well, this is where they brought those human remains believed to be Gabby Petito. This is where they brought them here yesterday. This is the county coroner's office. What's interesting is the coroner's not here. We've come to learn that this is, he's back at the campsite where the remains were found. Now, what does that say? Perhaps that he may be looking for more remains at the scene. Otherwise, you'd think.
I thought you had to go get food. Bobby Brown saying, is it possible Gabby and Cassie were in a lesbian relationship and Brian found out and left both Gabby and Cassie and is forced to hide out in OJ house because now most people suspect Brian? No.
He would be inside the office conducting the autopsy and also confirming that this indeed is Gabby Petito. But he's back at the campsite with the coroner's vehicle, according to those that have some insight on that. Now, earlier today, I spoke with a former NCIS forensic specialist who's now a professor at the Utah Valley University. She says the goal of the investigators is to determine if they can tie a suspect to the scene.
They're going to be looking for any evidence to be able to tie, if it is in fact a homicide, any evidence that they can look to tie a suspect to that particular area where the remains were found and in connection with Gabby's remains, if those are in fact hers.
Now, my understanding, according to those who have knowledge, is that they are looking at 3 different areas at the campsite where she was found, or where the human remains were found, and also 2 other locations where she may have been with Brian. Also, a journalist who was there in that campsite area before it was sealed off was able to get in there, have a look-see, and said there's big bear tracks all around that campsite. Back to you.
There are new twists.
Damn, that'd be crazy, bear tracks. But I don't think that's what happened. Alright, let's continue. FBI hunts for Brian Laundrie. Find hard drive in Gabby Petito's van. And this courtesy of NBC New York.
There are new twists and turns in the disappearance of Gabby Petito. A discovery out west and an FBI search in Florida could provide answers in this ongoing mystery.
It will be another cool start to the day tomorrow for the last morning of summer.
And New York Live goes backstage at Stranger Things, a musical parody of the popular Netflix hit Stranger Things. This is News 4 Now for September 20th. I'm Adam Cooperstein. A body found over the weekend in Wyoming is believed to be missing Long Island woman Gabby Petito. And just as her family processes that news, the FBI has now descended on her fiance's home in Florida, and he's missing now too. FBI agents showed up at Brian Laundrie's house in Northport, Florida Monday morning. Investigators say he was the last person to see 22-year-old Gabby during a cross-country trip in their van. Brian returned home to Florida. Gabby did not. She's been missing since the last week of August. Laundrie is a person of interest now in the disappearance, but police say he's nowhere to be found. They searched a large nature preserve in Florida, but had no luck finding him.
Alright, that's going to be kind of a long clip, and I was asked when was the last time Brian Laundrie posted on Instagram, I think the question was. So this is going to be his page, and it says August 13th. When was the last time he logged in? I have no idea. That was the last time he posted, though. I don't think I can find out when he last logged in, though. I have no idea how to check that. Alright, let's continue.
Meanwhile, in Wyoming, remains believed to be those of Petito were found Sunday at a campground in Bridger-Teton National Forest. An autopsy is going to be performed Tuesday, and here's News 4's Rodney Smith with the latest on that.
A cross-country road trip that ended with a mystery. The FBI confirming a young woman's body was found Sunday in what could be a grim ending to the desperate search to find Gabby Petito.
Earlier today, human remains were discovered, consistent with the description of Gabby Petito. I would like to extend sincere and heartfelt condolences to Gabby's family.
The Petito family is quiet. However, on Sunday, Gabby's father tweeting this image of her with angel wings, saying she touched the world. Her brother also expressing his grief on Instagram, saying his heart is shattered, a sentiment shared by her hometown.
I'm grateful that today they have an answer. The family's beautiful. Gabby was beautiful, artistic, smart.
"13 people had to be rushed to the hospital in New Rochelle after a chemical vapor cloud took over a YMCA.
Alright, so this is going to be extra news. Let me see if there's any Gabby Petito related news here. It's a good thing I stuck around. Let me see. I don't see anything else about her. No, I guess that was it. Alright, let's continue. Remove. Next clip is the body cam footage, which we already saw. Next clip is called Gabby Petito's father, Joe Petito, speaks on Dr. Phil. I believe something bad happened, and this is courtesy of 10 Tampa Bay.
Do you believe Brian has hurt your daughter?
Yeah, she wouldn't do this. It's too long. All right. In my gut, I believe something bad happened. But if I go with my gut right now, Dr. Phil, I'm going to be on the floor crying, man. And I can't. I got a job to do, and I'm not going to stop until I have her. I can't focus on it, man. And I apologize. I can't focus on it. If she's hurt or worse, I hope they get what's coming. And that includes his folks. Because I'll tell you, right now they are just as complicit in my book. That is not how you raise a child. You raise your children to stand up and own up to their mistakes. As a man, that is what I do. As a father, from father to father, he should be doing that too. And I'm sorry, I understand protecting your kid and all that other stuff, but right now, in my opinion, you're a coward.
Okay, well, let me do a hypothetical here and flip the table. If this was the other way around and you had a son that went off with somebody's daughter and came back without her, and the family called you, wouldn't you pick up the phone and answer it and tell them everything you knew to help explain the situation?
All right, so let's expand on that a little bit more, right? So my son comes home without his companion, who lives in my house. Remember, Gabby lived there.
Right.
So if he's back at the, so my son's back at my house without the person who lives in my house, and once he gives me an explanation, I'm on the phone with the parents saying, we got a problem. Because I'm a good person. We got a problem, and we got to handle it quick. And whatever the problem is, or whatever the scenario is, I teach my son and my youngest son and Gabby to stand up for your mistakes. All right, if you do something wrong, you apologize and you take what's coming, because that's what decent people do. Obviously, they skip that role in parenting.
The first video the nation saw.
I was gonna type out the reply to this, but first let me go ahead and delete what we just saw. That was from the Dr. Phil program. I obviously can't play the whole thing, but I was able to find some clips so that we could document that happened. Dipshits Driving School said, why'd you let your daughter live with them then, homie? My guess is that they didn't know what he was capable of. Or maybe the relationship just got rocky sometime after that. Who knows? I'm guessing that they didn't see it coming. Next clip is called Northport Search Warrant offers new details on Gabby Petito, and that's going to be courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8.
The first video the nation saw of Gabby and Brian was the smiles and the hugs and the highly produced video they put out on YouTube tracking their journey across the country at all these national parks. and that trip ending with a body which could be hers, found in Wyoming. Now, that is a big development yesterday, of course, but tonight we're able to fill in more blanks on this timeline as to what happened and where we go from here. Let's go back to News Channel 8 with Walt Buteau. He has the very latest on the timeline. And, Walt, what have you learned tonight?
Josh, one of the newest developments we learned tonight involves a search warrant we obtained for a hard drive that's part of a busy week for local investigators, but only 7 days ago. Petito's parents were still hopeful she would come home alive.
Do we love her?
It was 1 week ago when Gabby Petito's mother, Nicole Schmidt, made a tearful plea to help find her daughter.
As a mom, I had concerns for my daughter going on a road trip.
On Tuesday, a search warrant was executed for Petito's van that was driven to Florida by Laundrie. Inside, police found an external hard drive, according to the document. Wednesday, police requested a warrant to search the device, citing probable cause relative to a missing endangered person statute. The document also includes details of an August 27th text to Schmidt from her daughter that read, quote, "Can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls." According to the document, Schmidt told police she thought the message was odd because her daughter never calls her grandfather Stan. On Thursday, body camera video was released showing the end of an August 12th argument between Petito and Laundrie. Back in Northport on that day, the police chief said he knew where Laundrie was, but by Friday night, police entered his home and reported his parents said they had not seen him since last Tuesday. Saturday, a 2-day search for Laundrie began in Carlton Reserve. On Sunday, during a search in Wyoming, the body of a woman fitting Petito's description was found. That brings us to this morning, when the FBI executed a search warrant on Laundrie's home. Now, the search warrant, not involving the FBI, also reveals new details about Petito's phone. According to investigators, the device had not been on since about the first day of September. That is around the time Laundrie returned home to Florida without his fiancée.
Yeah, Walt, these documents you obtained, pretty fascinating. It gives us a peek inside kind of what was going on here. Was there any more to those documents about the police's concern for Petito at all?
Police made their case to the judge for the warrant by reflecting on the Laundrie family not cooperating and also expressed concerns about Petito's mental state, pointing out, quote, circumstances related to her mental health and saying there was probable cause to believe she was unable to, quote, care for herself, Josh.
Wow, it's just a huge puzzle, and all these pieces keep rolling in, and we're trying to piece it together. All right, Walt Buteau live for us back at News Channel 8. Thanks so much for that update. Ian, on your side, we'll keep you up to date, of course, on all the...
All right, let's continue. Next clip is called, How Will the Coroner Determine If the Body Found Was Gabby Petito? So this might get a little graphic by my guess on the topic. This is courtesy of 10 Tampa Bay.
Now, you have probably seen the photo Gabby Petito's father tweeted out that read, "She touched the world." Now, he posted it after the news broke about a body matching her description that was found in Teton National Forest. Investigators are still trying to figure out and positively identify that body to be Gabby's if it is, as well as figure out how she died. Tampa Bay's Adure Achumba continues our team coverage. Now she joins us live at the Northport Police Station with more info on the investigation into Gabby's death.
This afternoon, I spoke with the coroner for Teton County, Wyoming, and he tells me that the findings of his investigation will be released to the FBI's Denver office. Now, here in Sarasota County, the chief medical examiner tells me that that investigation will involve 2 stages. Now, Dr. Russell Vega says the first part of the investigation, of course, is to identify that body and determine if indeed it is Gabby Petito. In the absence of personal items, pathologists will be looking for obvious things like tattoos and birthmarks. If those have deteriorated because of the condition of the human remains, then dental records and DNA analysis will play a key role. Now, the second stage of the investigation is the cause of death, where investigators will consider different variables like blunt force trauma, possibly from a fall or from the impact of a weapon, signs of asphyxiation, and any injury caused by pressure to the neck area, as well as any signs of a possible drug overdose.
It's a very difficult process, and it probably will take a long time. Examiners will be, looking at everything from a very wide perspective. You don't want to really take anything off the table in terms of the things that you're considering. The real question will be, with all those things that they're going to be looking for, how much will they actually be able to identify?
And Dr. Vega says the identification process can take anywhere from 24 hours to 48 hours. Same with the cause of death investigation if evidence is visible to naked eyes. However, he says the toxicology analysis, which is a standard part of this examination process, could actually take much longer.
Now, investigators are going to be looking through evidence.
Right. Laundrie says who kills the other. This is all the way wrong. There's no, well, they were together all the time, so, and they weren't getting along, so yeah, they kill. Yeah, no, like, I was in a relationship with somebody for years, and I was home, and they worked from home, and we were together 24/7. No one died. So, yeah, it's possible.
Piece to this puzzle.
Like I'm saying, it's possible to, you know, not kill each other after just being together for so much. Like, there definitely were disagreements and things like that, but no killing. No fighting, no physical abuse. Bobby Brown, please don't date anybody's daughter. Bobby, I thought it was dinner time. It's rude to keep people waiting.
Could actually be Gabby's van.
This was the video.
Alright, next video is called Why Gabby Petito's Cause of Death May Be Hard to Determine, and this was courtesy of Inside Edition, posted September 20th.
That showed not everything was okay on Brian and Gabby's road trip. Body cam footage captured by police questioning the couple on the side of the road after they'd had an argument. Now, no charges were filed, but now the 911 call that prompted that moment has been released, and a witness is heard saying he saw Brian slapping Gabby.
It's the just released 911 call in the Gabby Petito case. A witness from Moab, Utah says he saw Brian Laundrie slap Gabby days before she disappeared.
I'm on the corner of Main Street by Moonflower. I'd like to report a domestic dispute. What were they doing? We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
The 911 operator questions the caller to be clear on what he's claiming.
He was slapping her, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
The police followed up by chasing down the white van, leading to this troubling body cam video.
I'm sorry, we've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
The 911 call seems to contradict the police report that depicted Gabby as the aggressor, saying she scratched Brian. And determining how Gabby Petito died may not be so simple. One important factor: how much time has elapsed?
Hello.
Gabby was last confirmed alive on August 25th during a FaceTime with her mother, Nicole. The remains were found in a remote camping area of the Grand Teton National Park. Exposure to the elements was likely.
It's unclear to me if she was buried in a shallow grave, but even still, there could be rain, there could be, intense heat. Insect activity, other animals.
Our expert says the coroner will do a full workup to figure out how Gabby died.
You x-ray her, you look at every possible piece of trace evidence, and I don't mean just on the body, but at the scene as well. Then you have to think up close and personal. Could it be strangulation? Could it be blunt force? Could it be a gunshot wound? And you never want to think of just one modality. It could be multiple.
Today, Gabby's family shared a sweet video of her celebrating the anniversary of the cafe where she once worked.
Happy birthday, Noel.
More recognition of how Gabby's story has resonated across America.
The coroner is scheduled to perform an autopsy tomorrow. If you want to know more on the case.
Sorry, I want to get into some of these comments. You guys are lighting up the chat over here. I want to get in on this. Let's see, where did I leave off? They were in a freaking forest. He could separate himself more than in any city. If I was out in the middle of nowhere with somebody, I wouldn't want to be apart from them. I would be more afraid of like the nature animals, and apparently there's UFOs and Bigfoot out there and werewolves. So even if I was like arguing with somebody or whatever, like I don't think I would want to be separated from them. Like I would be more scared of what's out there. That's just me. And who knows what would happen in real life, I'm just saying. Feroz Khan says, I think both of them, particularly Brian, had serious mental health issues. Like, there are articles about how Brian heard voices. I didn't know that. That would be crazy. Tom says, I don't know, but her best friend talked about Brian trying to control her, so she was afraid. I think we're gonna watch a clip about that. She said that he was manipulative, I think. Dipshits Driving School says the second witness said different. Yeah. Because it looked like they were conducting that traffic stop, or however you want to call it, based on that second witness's, what they saw, because that call that we just heard said that he was slapping her. So who knows, like, in what order, like, things were happening in real life. Kate King said, people are acting like everyone thinks logically and no one ever does things that seem crazy or stupid, but in reality people do dumb-ish all the time. Yeah, but we're not talking about, like, murder, because that's not dumb shit. Like, that's very serious, and that's something that I think a rational person, even in the least bit, doesn't want to murder. But like, I don't know what happened out there. I wish I knew. Dr. Priya looks suspicious. Okay. I would be freaking out too if the person I thought loved me was threatening to take my phone and drive off in my van and leave me on my own. Exactly. It's scary out there. It's a crime of passion. It sounds like their problems have been going on for a long time before this happened. Maybe they shouldn't have been out there, like, in the first place. Werewolves. That's what I heard. Amanda Briggs says he's just a coward who murdered his girlfriend. Simple as that. It's no excuses. Ladderbrain says, what the hell are these strange comments? Yeah, but they work together 24/7. Kill. They were fighting often. Kill. She had mental issues, not validated, but kill. What? Yeah, no, there's not an excuse at all for her losing her life. I'll never think that. She should have had the opportunity to come home and work things out. Not have her life taken away because, like, frustrations or whatever. Like, that's crazy. A bunch of damn weirdos feel like the Twilight Zone to make excuses for a murder. No way. I think he did it, and I hope that they find him alive, and I hope they're able to put him through due process, and we can put him through the system, and I hope that court is televised so we can watch it, because we will sit through it however long it takes. We've proven that before. We'll see what happens. Let's continue. Next clip is called In-Depth Criminal Defense Attorney Discusses Behavior of Brian Laundrie, and this is courtesy of Fox 13 News Utah.
So this weekend, the mystery surrounding Gabby Petito changed. What was a disappearance is now presumed to be a death. Her family acknowledged their belief that Gabby's body was discovered on federal land near Jackson Hole, Wyoming, though we are still waiting on...
No, that was you then with the werewolves. Cool. Yeah, that was funny. That still hasn't left my mind yet. Now when I think of the wilderness, I'm gonna guess all these crazy creatures are out there.
Confirmation of that. Now, going in depth this afternoon, we want to focus on one of the most perplexing aspects of this case. It's the behavior of Brian Laundrie, what's happening with him, his family. We wanted to get the perspective of a criminal defense attorney. So joining us live right now, Jesse Nix, joining us from the Conyers Nix Law Practice, along with his criminal defense work. Nix began his career, I understand, working in the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office, so bringing some real knowledge from both sides of the aisle there. And I wonder, Jesse, I wanted to begin with what our viewers have been hearing this morning, this afternoon, about that search of the Laundrie's home and the situation that Brian Laundrie's parents are in. What kind of insight would you give us to that and what's going on there?
Well, first I would say that if I was the attorney for the family, you know, what's going on is exactly what the attorney needs to be doing. A search warrant of the vehicle means that law enforcement can search that vehicle. I'm guessing, and this is all speculation at this point, that they're trying to find clues of how this crime, or I mean, whether this is a crime at all. You know, what's interesting in this case is the amount of time that there was between when Brian arrived at home versus when his when law enforcement was notified that Gabby was missing. So I think law enforcement searching that van, that may or may not turn out to be anything.
Yeah, no, I wonder, let's step back. If Brian Laundrie, he is missing, person of interest, if he walked into your office today seeking representation, what would you do? What would you say?
Well, the first thing I would want him to say is nothing to the police. And that's because as a criminal defense attorney, my duty is not to an alleged victim of crime, it's to the person who's being investigated or has ultimately been charged with the crime. So
Right. So if you don't want to like go to jail, shut up. And that's exactly what he's doing.
So if that person came into my office, I would ask very specific questions. The most important is there anything incriminating in this case? Because if Brian had anything to do with Gabby's disappearance or ultimate death, then that means that that he should not sit for a law enforcement interview. And I know that seems counterintuitive, right? We want to catch the person. But as a criminal defense attorney, my duty would be to Brian. And so if he said anything in that initial client interview that was incriminating, I would absolutely not speak to police.
You know what people are thinking as they hear that, and this is the situation that a defense attorney finds himself in. But people are thinking, well, come on. I mean, if he did something, he's not going to talk to police. But if this is a missing person, and he actually cares about the person being found, he should be shouting to the rafters.
Sure, and that is definitely understandable in the court of public opinion. But in the court of law, there are rules. And one of the major rules is that someone is innocent until proven guilty, and that the government has to provide enough evidence to show a jury that that person is guilty. So, of course, it sounds odd and it looks weird. But remember, this case, it's not about just today. It's going to be about what happens in the next few months. And if Brian is ultimately charged, that's going to be a long way from now. And we're only going to be worried about what happens in the 4 rooms of that courtroom. We would definitely want to keep out anything, if I was defending him, keep out anything like where he was during these 10 days.
Let me ask you about this case from a broader perspective. There are a few things that we know that look really strange, and it's the behavior of Brian himself. That after she went missing or whatever happened, he drove home without his girlfriend. He didn't talk to her parents. In the meantime, there's been all this speculation, and he has been completely hidden. Now, are those things that if he walked into your office, you'd think, that was really dumb, why did you do that, or what?
I mean, the one thing that Brian is doing right is that he has not spoken to police. And I know that just sounds crazy, but when a client meets with me...
It sounds more guilty than crazy.
It does, but that's because we're on the news talking about this issue. Eventually, when there's a trial, there's going to be a lot of litigation to talk about not only those 10 days, but about his missing status, or if he ultimately chooses not to speak with police. If I'm the prosecutor, I want to get all that stuff in, but as a defense attorney, I want to keep all of that out.
Okay. Jesse Nix, I know you know that the case that you're arguing, I think it makes sense, but people are hearing it and thinking, guy should have been helping the whole time. But it's good to get your perspective. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max.
Breaking new information in the mysterious death of Gabby Petito. FBI agents swarmed Brian Laundrie's house today in Northport, removing boxes of evidence. This is video of Laundrie's parents being put in the back of an FBI van. Agents towed away this Ford Mustang today from the driveway. Plus, for the first time, we have the 911 call about a fight between Gabby and Brian in Utah a couple of weeks before she disappeared.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
The caller says Brian attacked Gabby, which is different than what the couple told police in Utah when they pulled them over. Right now, this is a live look at Brian Laundrie's Northport home. You can see the FBI is gone tonight. NBC2's Christina Mendez is live at the Northport Police Department. And Christina, you have some new information about what the FBI was looking for in that home.
I did get my hands on that search warrant, and it lists exactly what they were after. So right now I can tell you the focus of that search warrant is on electronics. FBI agents are looking to essentially put together a digital footprint, and that would include things like computer drives, text messages, and emails. I apologize for the loud sound we're hearing above us. It's a helicopter leaving a pad right next door, unrelated to this case. Moving on here, the most obvious piece of evidence that was taken out of the driveway was the Mustang, and we have video of that. The FBI and police have not confirmed where it was taken for processing. Northport police say Brian did drive the Mustang to Carlton Reserve Tuesday for a hike. Police, though, say his parents picked up the car the same day, but didn't report him missing until Friday, 3 days later. So if we rewind to this morning, FBI agents walked up to the Laundrie home, battering ram in hand. Shortly after, parents were taken into that van for a short amount of time, and for hours, agents were working inside the home. Equipment was also taken, including foldable tables, a pile of cardboard boxes, and some suitcases. Another new note from the warrant that I want to go over, a quote, odd text message from Gabby's mom was on August 27th. The text message read, quote, can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls. So Stan is Gabby's grandfather, but her mother says Gabby wouldn't have called her grandfather by his first name in those text messages, so that sent off an alarm in her head that something may be wrong with her daughter. Again, that all happening on August 27th. Reporting live here in Northport, Christina Mendez, NBC2.
All right, let's continue. Let me delete this real quick. Next video is called Gabby Petito Case. 911 caller claims he saw Brian Laundrie slapping her. I know we already covered this, but I'm thinking there's something else on here. That's why I kept it. But this was posted September 20th and courtesy of 6 ABC Philadelphia.
All the details here at 5:30. There are new developments tonight in the case that has gripped the nation. The bizarre disappearance of Gabby Petito. We are learning that the FBI is looking into the body that was found over the weekend in a forest in Wyoming. It's connected to Petito. Her boyfriend is a person of interest in this case and hasn't been seen since last week. Today, investigators spent hours at his parents' home and even towed away a car from the driveway. ABC's Rena Roy live for us in New York, following the latest on this investigation, which has so many people interested. Rena. Yeah, absolutely, Shari. Brian Laundrie's parents say they have not seen him since last Tuesday. And today, FBI officials were back at his parents' house as the search for him intensifies.
A swarm of FBI agents closing in on this Northport, Florida home Monday morning, executing a search warrant and taking the parents of Brian Laundrie into a van before allowing them back inside. Investigators then setting up shop. Laundrie, a person of interest in the disappearance of his girlfriend, 22-year-old Gabby Petito, hasn't been seen since last week, according to his parents. Authorities searching for him as they try to figure out what happened to her.
I hope they find him alive so they can get answers and what went down.
Sunday, human remains consistent with Gabby's description were discovered in a Wyoming forest.
Full forensic identification has not been completed to confirm 100% that we found Gabby, but her family has been notified of this discovery.
Her father tweeting, "She touched the world."
It's just my worst nightmare. I wish we could have helped her.
Brian and Gabby had been on a cross-country road trip together, but Brian returned home to Florida earlier this month without her. Police now releasing a 911 call from a witness in Utah on August 12th, reporting a fight between Gabby and Brian.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
Officers responding to the domestic dispute, separating them for the night but filing no charges, categorizing the incident as a mental break rather than assault, with both parties claiming Gabby had hit Brian, not the other way around. Gabby was last heard from on August 25th in a phone call to her mom.
Laundrie's sister shared a statement exclusively with ABC News extending condolences and prayers to Petito's family, saying she will cherish all the time spent with Gabby. Live in New York.
Oh, sorry guys. I'm sorry, it happens. It doesn't just happen to me. Otherwise, I would feel really bad if I was the only one on here that would forget to unmute. But what I was saying is that I was noticing a conversation happening over here about how like being together for 24/7 isn't like a reason to kill someone. It's not. I don't think there is a good reason to kill somebody unless we're talking like self-defense, where it's like you're being attacked and it's your life or theirs kind of thing. Yeah, sorry dipshits, I didn't mean to do that. It was me. So you can tell that I'm on mute because like next to my name, when I'm on mute, it'll be like a little microphone with a slash through it. So yeah, so if I'm on mute, just let me know and I'll fix that. But I did notice that K King said that it's not a good reason, but it is a reason. I would want to know more about like the dynamics in their relationship. Sorry, Patricia, I was on mute, but you guys should hear me now. Let me know if you can't still. You should be okay. But yeah, I lived with somebody and we were together hanging out 24/7 and we had our times, but nobody hit each other. It didn't get like that. So I don't know. I kind of want to know more about what was happening with them at that time. Lady J says, I wonder if it would be acceptable for Brian to kill his male best friend, I'm guessing, if he was stuck in a van with him 24/7. No, of course not. Alright, let's continue.
Police 911 audio is also quite compelling. It reveals what the public saw during the couple's altercation in Utah. A little bit more about that. Perhaps a little bit different perspective, though, than we first thought, at least some of us. Police separated the two, and remember, no charges were ever filed.
But should they have done more after what we learned today? Fox 13's Dan Maddox puts the 911 call into the timeline.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
A newly released 911 phone call sheds a light on what others witnessed at the end of a month-long cross-country trip and clearly a stressed relationship. Gabby Petito and her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, spent the month of July on a cross-country sightseeing tour. A 911 call just obtained from August 12th is the first indication something was wrong when a man in Moab, Utah, told dispatchers he saw Brian slapping her.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
Okay, you said it's a white van?
Laundrie told police that Gabby hit him with her phone and grabbed the van's steering wheel to make him pull over as police followed them.
You were hitting him in the arm?
I didn't hear him say that Gabby hit him with the phone. All I heard him say, and I think I even kept saying it, is that she had her phone in her hand. I don't think he ever said, like, she had her phone in her hand and she hit me. He just kept saying she had her phone in her hand.
You grabbed the steering wheel?
No, I didn't.
You did not touch the steering wheel?
The two were separated for the night and no charges were ever filed. On August 19th, a now eerie video was posted to YouTube detailing their van life journey.
Gabby Petito never goes outside.
Giving a glimpse into their life on the road. On August 25th, Gabby posted her final Instagram photo from Utah and made what was the last phone call to her family from Grand Teton National Park. The van was captured on video in the park 2 days later. A TikTok user claimed to give Brian a ride the evening of August.
I didn't hear it. He said it, but all I kept hearing was that she had her phone in her hand.
29th, they say he was hitchhiking in the area. On August 30th, Gabby's mom said she received a strange text message from her daughter that read, "No signal in Yosemite," referring to the national park. Park in California.
Oh, I did it again. I was gonna say, like, don't tell him that. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a good reason why women don't want to talk to him. Don't do the ladies like that, you know? He did say she hit him with the phone. Okay. He did say he hit her. Alright, alright. I stand corrected then. Manuel prays. They get that way from time to time. That's why you're supposed to have patience and be the man and calm them down, but you don't get to murder them. Come on, for real. Bobby Brown says it's just that sometimes I get so mad when talking. Okay, see, that makes it sound like it's you. Okay, King, you try and do a live. It's not easy. It's not. Bobby should not be encouraged to talk to girls or women if he's an adult. If that's his frame of mind. Where did you bury her? Oh gosh. You need to speak to a nurse or doctor or do some deep breathing exercises and learn how to do it better. That's some good advice.
Home to Florida on September 1st in the same...
I'm just gonna not mute myself from here on out.
Same van, but without Gabby. And 10 days later, her family reported her missing to New York authorities on September 11th. On September 17th, Northport police went to the Laundrie home. The family attorney revealed that Brian's whereabouts were unknown and that he was last seen the morning of September 14th before going hiking. On September 19th, law enforcement in Grand Teton National Park, Wyoming, found a body similar to Gabby's description, where she was last believed to be seen. Dan Maddox, Fox 13 News.
All right, Dan, many more questions than answers in this story. We're going to continue the coverage of Gabby Petito, the investigation, coming up tonight at 6:30. We've also posted all the latest updates on the case. It's all on our website, Fox 13 News.
All right, let's keep going. K. King says not a good reason, but doesn't make it an impossibility. But I still would want to know more details. Just, I don't know, for my own education, I guess. I would still want to know what exactly was going on. It's not going to be enough, like, to say, like, oh, two people, like, were hanging out 24/7 and they turned on each other. Because, like I said, I've been in that situation with somebody and we didn't turn on each other like that. I want to know more about what was going on. Let's continue. Next clip is called Gabby Petito's mom reacts to the last text she got from her phone, and that's courtesy of NBC New York.
New twists and turns in the disappearance of Gabby Petito, a discovery out west, and an FBI search in Florida as investigators dig for evidence and answers. Good evening, I'm Chuck Scarborough.
And I'm Natalie Pascarella. An autopsy will confirm if the body found over the weekend in Wyoming, believed to be Gabby Petito, is in fact the missing Long Island woman. And as her family copes with that heartbreaking discovery, the FBI swarmed her fiance's home in Florida.
Agents showed up.
No, I'm not at all saying that I don't think, like, it happens, but what I'm saying is there's more to it than just saying, like, oh, they were together for too long. Like, people can be together for too long and not, like, kill each other, so there's got to be a difference, and the difference is going to be in the details. So I personally don't feel like I could just say that, oh, they were hanging out too much 24/7. That's a long time in the little van. I mean, I've traveled with people, we got on each other's nerves, but nobody died, nobody lost their life, nobody killed anybody. Like, I'm just saying, like, I would want to know more about, like, what it is. It's just not that simple to me. Oh, now my eyes watery.
Brian Laundrie's house in Northport, Florida this morning, a day after the remains, believed to be those of his bride-to-be, were found 2,300 miles away in the Bridger-Teton National Forest. Laundrie is still described as a person of interest in the case and the disappearance, and still nowhere to be found.
We have live team coverage tonight from both of those locations. We kick things off with News 4 investigative reporter Paisley Chang live in Northport, Florida with the dramatic raid from this morning, Paisley.
Yeah, Natalie, yes, he is still considered a person of interest, but there is no question that the stakes have been raised in this investigation. The way the feds descended upon his home, spent hours inside, took boxes of evidence, and then towed his car at the end. The hope is that with this new evidence and information, his location will be known very soon. FBI agents removing boxes of evidence from Brian Laundrie's home. They towed away his Mustang, the same car his parents said he drove to Carlton Reserve on Tuesday for a hike. When he didn't return home, his parents went there, found the car, and drove it home. The seizure capping a day-long search by the FBI at the property.
They had to be doing at least 25, 30 miles an hour. Right in, up, surrounded the house, and went inside. It was impressive and scary.
Gabby Petito never goes outside.
Today we learned the FBI searched a computer seized from the couple's white van they used on their cross-country trip. Detectives reported that Gabby's mother was concerned about a strange text on August 27th from her daughter. The affidavit also...
Oh yeah, somebody was telling me, sorry, but somebody was saying about dropping a link for something about the sheriff resigning. Just if you want to just put like Google and then in quotations put the name of the article or whatever it is that you searched for, and I'll look for it. Because you have to be a mod to drop links here.
The revealed Gabby's phone had been off for 15 days. Florida police suspended their search of the sprawling nature reserve, hoping what was seized today from the home could lead agents to Brian. The FBI has since left the Laundrie home, but the Northport police are still here, keeping a safe perimeter here, and also to deal with the quite large media presence that is across the street from their house. Meanwhile, the Laundrie family attorney says that he is holding a news conference tomorrow on Long Island to discuss what has been going on. We are live from Northport, Florida tonight. Paisley Cheng, News 4 New York.
All right, Paisley, thank you. In Wyoming, investigators have found the remains are still searching for evidence and witnesses who may have seen Gabby or Brian Laundrie. This is where investigative reporter Sarah Wallace continues our team coverage from Wyoming with that part of the investigation. Sarah?
Well, and Chuck, investigators are in the process of making a forensic identification on that body that was discovered here. And there will be an autopsy tomorrow morning. That is the key next development in this agonizing case. This camping area on the eastern edge of Grand Teton National Park, where searchers found human remains yesterday, is still closed to the public. Investigators said to be looking for any other evidence. They are not disclosing why they zeroed in on this specific location. The FBI is still seeking information from anyone who may have seen the couple or their white van around that area between August 27th and the 30th. It's the same vehicle seen in this police body cam video from earlier in the month. Officers found a visibly distraught Gabby and Brian Laundrie after the two got into an argument that became physical. Police just released the 911 call that led to the traffic stop.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
Police separated the couple and did not press any charges. Gabby's family now said to be devastated by the developments, asking for space to grieve in peace. Her father posted a poignant tribute, a broken heart above a picture of his daughter in front of angel wings. The words, "You touched the world." And her younger brother posting a similar photo, writing, "I don't even know what to say. I'm at a total loss. My heart is shattered. Hashtag justice for Gabby." And then there's this TikTok video from Gabby's best friend, one of many showing her loving life. So hard to see those videos and pictures. We don't expect another update from the FBI today, but that could very well change tomorrow. Live from Jackson, Wyoming, Sarah Wallace, News 4.
Okay, so I found the clip that was mentioned earlier about an authority figure in Moab
New twists of
taking a leave of absence. So I added that at the very end. But this was 6 days ago. So this was September 27th. I'll just go ahead and show it just so you know, I could document this onto my live stream. This is called Moab Police Chief Takes Leave of Absence, and it's courtesy of Fox 13 News, Utah.
Development today coming out of Moab, where the Moab police chief, Brett Edge,
is now taking family leave.
A spokeswoman for the city said the leave was effective today. She did not elaborate. The Moab Times Independent, which broke the story, reported the city's mayor would not answer questions about Edge's leave either. Moab police have been under scrutiny over improperly recording events on body cameras and more recently on how officers responded in August to a report of a domestic assault between now wanted man Brian Laundrie, seen here, and his late girlfriend Gabby Petito. A witness reported Laundrie struck Petito, but Moab police determined she was the aggressor. Officers did not cite or arrest either party in this instance you're seeing here. Chief Edge issued a statement last week saying an outside agency would review how police handled this case.
Gabby Petito.
All right, so let's go back to what we were watching. Hopefully,
a new development.
It's just a
Also
matter
making headlines.
Stop. I was like, hopefully it's just a matter of like clicking back a couple times that it was. So let me go ahead and remove that so I don't accidentally replay it. And let's continue from where we left off. Let's go ahead and look at the comments too, actually. I think it's been a bit. Patricia Jackson said, do you think they're going to find him alive? I heard they found another body at the Walmart where people said they seen him. I think they might find him alive. I don't know. To me, it's like kind of like 50-50. He's running, so I feel like he's scared. Like he's probably like if I don't want to say if he did it. I feel like he did do it. He's probably very, very scared right now and just playing it out, all the possibilities. I'm guessing since he's still hiding, he's thinking the worst, and the worst would be that he gets arrested and then convicted. But if he's getting advice like through his family, through the attorney, they could just be like working something out so that he could turn himself in and he won't be so like scared that he's like alone. He'll have an attorney like that he could like speak through. He won't talk. I already know he's not going to help at all. Like he's not going to answer any questions, in my opinion. Ferozkhan says there's two possibilities. The parents don't care whether he's alive or dead, hence their indifferent attitude. Lady J said it looks so beautiful. Ferozkhan said, or he's alive and well and they know where he is, probably communicating through the lawyer whose conversations with them are protected. Yeah, that seems real world to me. I've seen that before. I'm trying to remember what case that was. I'll think of it. I've covered so many. Alright, Lady J says, I think he's alive too. Oh, I remember. It was the case that happened out of Houston earlier, like not even a couple months ago, I want to say. It was a road rage shooting. And they were looking for the suspect. And he was hiding. And he was working with the lawyer. Well, not a lawyer, actually, with Quanell X to turn himself in. I need to check an update on that to see where we're at. I haven't looked into it lately. Observing Stuff says if he did it, then he may kill himself. It's totally a possibility. Hey, we gotta talk about this honestly, right? I mean, we're all adults here. We all know, well, most of us probably know how things can turn out. So I apologize if it seems like we're having this conversation and it's like an everyday thing, because sometimes around here it is kind of an everyday thing. We've covered court cases all the way through that takes hours and days. Eventually we just get used to like speaking things, maybe unemotionally is not the correct word, but just seriousnly, I want to say. I think he's too narcissistic to kill himself. That's valid. Solar Soulblade says, hey, I can't believe dog has not caught Coyote Peterson yet. Okay. I used to think he's alive, but as time goes on I have my doubts. He could be an Eric Rudolph, but I don't know. I gotta look into that. I never watched their channel, so I don't know about either of their personalities. From the sounds of it, they were portraying like how do I say it? It's just like something that Americans want to portray to be the typical relationship, because I want to say that, like, when the camera's off, like, things get real and it's not as pretty. We all know, like, people are gonna have, like, a way to portray things, like, to social media. Like, people do it all the time on Facebook. Like, not too many people I know are gonna put, like, about something embarrassing that happened with them, or something like super fucked up, like, well, maybe super fucked up, but like if they did something stupid, like they're not likely gonna share it. It's like real life. You gotta keep some stuff to yourself. So I think it was a lot of like music and running like on the beach, happy, the kinds of pictures you would want to see like in a calendar probably, or like a postcard or something like that, but like the realness is just too real sometimes. Patricia Jackson says his parents are hiding him. They went camping right after he got back. I heard about that. I hope I grabbed a clip about that. Oh yeah, by the way, I guess now would be a good time to say that with 99 videos to go, I'm probably not going to be able to go through them all tonight. In fact, I'm not going to say probably. I'm going to go ahead and be honest and say I will not be going through all of these tonight. It's too many. And I still got work tomorrow. But good thing is I get out early tomorrow. And if they don't sneak in a second shift on me at the last minute, I should be able to come home and continue. So there's that. So make sure that you're subscribed if you want to come back and rejoin the conversation. My apologies, but I have been here for 6 hours already, and I'm looking at 100 clips, and I'm like, no way, it's not gonna happen. Eric Rudolph is the hide and go seek champion still. Yeah, I'm gonna write that name down. I've already written a few down that I didn't recognize, and if you know about it, I'm gonna know about it, because I want to be able to chat about what you're talking about. Alright, oops. Feroz Khan says, I can't imagine the parents hiding him at Patricia Jackson. They're under a magnifying glass right now. Stranger things have happened. Emmanuel Briggs, Patricia Jackson, exactly. I feel the same way. They're definitely helping him. Betty Spaghetti, hey, welcome. He's alive, but he's long gone from Florida, and where they are searching, he seems smart enough to stay in Florida. If he's hitchhiking, he could very likely like find people that have not heard of this case. Let's see, like this clip we're about to watch has 40,000 views. That's really not a lot if you think about it. If you think about how many people there are in America, and I realize this is just one clip, but what I'm saying is if like everybody knew about this clip, I feel this number would be like already at 1 million. That's just my opinion. Hold on.
Return.
Alright, so let's continue. I'll read your comments as the video plays, but this is called What's Next in the Gabby Petito case. Posted September 20th, and courtesy of Eyewitness News, ABC 7 NY.
Now to the twisted and deadly tale of a couple engaged to be married. One of them, Gabby Petito, appears to be dead in Wyoming. Her fiance, Brian Laundrie, is missing. It is a story that has made national headlines, caused deep worries in many parents of young adults. Our Kristen Thorne has been covering the story for us. She is in Northport, Florida. And Kristen, we have a couple of minutes to talk to you about some of the things that people may not know about this case. First, how long before we find out if it was Gabby who died and what killed her?
So tomorrow.
Sorry, Chris. I mean, early for me is gonna be, I want to say, sometime between 3 and 4 Central Time. So that's not really early, but it is early for me. Sometimes when I have to do a double shift, I'm not home till like 10 p.m. If that's the case, I'm definitely not going live. So I'll only be able to go live if like I'm able to get out early and I could get situated at home, get everything organized and whatever, and then I'll have time. But that's tomorrow. Let me keep playing this clip while I read the chat.
Tomorrow, Bill, very importantly, we should be getting the results of an autopsy from the coroner out in Teton County, Wyoming. And we do expect at that point to learn what we all
pretty much know at this point that the remains that were found yesterday are that of Gabby Petito, but what could also come out of that autopsy is the cause of death. That is something they are going to be looking for. So we may learn that as early as tomorrow. However, determining the cause of death is not that easy. It can take days, weeks, and sometimes in very rare cases, we never actually get a cause of death.
So many mysterious questions to be answered in this case, and I know you think about it all the time. Tell our viewers what goes through your mind. What are the things that you want to know right now?
Knew and when they knew it. That is the big mystery that we all have right now, in addition to Brian Laundrie, his whereabouts, which is the big thing that we all want resolved at this point. But in addition to that is, what did they know? We know that Brian Laundrie returned to the home here September 1st. That is 10 days before Gabby Petito was reported missing. What happened during that time? We know that police, when they arrived to the house here on September 11th, they basically were greeted at the door by the parents with the name and number of an attorney. So between that time, there was something going on, and that's what we just don't understand. There's also a lot of questions around the vehicle. We do know Brian Laundrie's vehicle. We do know that he went to this reserve about 5 miles north of here on Tuesday morning. He told his parents he was going there. He brought his car with him. When the parents went there Wednesday to go find him because he didn't come home, the car was there with a note on it from Northport Police saying, "Please move this vehicle." Well, at that point, police did not know that that was Brian Laundrie's car. According to the Laundrie family attorney, they went back there, saw the note, and left the car there just in case their son emerged from this reserve and had to get home. So they came home, went back there Thursday, saw the car, it was still there with the note, so they took the car home. That is all the information we have heard through Laundrie's family's attorney. However, we had a reporter here from our Tampa affiliate on Wednesday, and in her live shots, you can see the Mustang right here in the driveway on Wednesday. So there is a lot of disconnect here with what exactly was going on with Laundrie's parents. We know that they are inside the house right now. They spoke with the FBI. We're assuming the FBI was in there all day today. So we're hoping to just get more details about what they knew as well.
You know, I said at the beginning in the introduction to you that it's caused deep worries in many parents of young adults. You're a parent, not of young adults yet, but you will be soon. What do you think resonates in this story? What makes it? I mean, obviously, you know, they come from Long Island, so we have a local tie there. But this is a nationally generated story as well. What do you think it resonates?
You know, I think that as a parent, and we did hear from Gabby Petito's mom, Nicole Schmidt, that when her daughter left July 2nd with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, everything was fine. They were fine. They were happy. All the updates that they were getting from the road, they were happy. These YouTube videos, the social media, the postcards that Gabby Petito had been sending to Brian Laundrie's sisters, to her nephews. I mean, everything was just really happy. And then we see that body cam video from Moab, Utah. And then we hear this 911 call about them. Maybe this fight that they had was more violent than we knew initially. And so I think as a parent, you know, everything seemed fine, and yet there was something going on. And I think that as a parent, that's what you worry about. You think you're doing the best job you can. My children are fine. I like the person they're with. Nicole Schmidt told us I did not feel unsafe that they were going. She said I wasn't happy about it, that my daughter was going on a cross-country road trip. I'd rather her stay home. But she's 22 years old. She's going to go. And so, you know, she felt fine with everything. And then here we are.
I think you hit the nail on the head with that, and that's what makes parents worried. All right, keep us posted. We'll see you.
Okay, real quick. I don't think they're both serial killers. I don't think that's what we're looking at. It's just my feeling. And then there was another comment too. Is this Dirty Laundrie a serial killer? 3 women dead out west camping around the same time. We saw a news clip saying that it was unrelated. But we're definitely going to continue looking into that case as well, in case it turns out to be different, or in case it turns out to be something else. Someone mentioned he could have been helped with the truck by his family in North Carolina. You can get gas easily other ways. I think he has cash as well. Uh-oh. Bobby Brown Is it possible Brian is using Bitcoin to pay for his meals? That is actually a really good question, Bobby. You're doing better already. Bill says Gabby had a Bumble dating account. Did she meet those two girls off the dating site? She met a few other girls off of there. So you're thinking she was out there to hook up with two ladies? I don't know. I don't feel that way. I don't know.
We'll see. The latest in the Gab.
Alright, we saw this about Brian Brian slapping her or whatever. I think we saw that one too. We covered that as well. When does Gabby Petito's fiance Brian Laundrie go from a person of interest to a suspect? And this is courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8. And this was posted September 20th.
As this case continues to play out, yet another question remains. Now that a body has been discovered, does Gabby Petito's fiance go from a person of interest to a suspect? And if so, when? Melanie Michael is looking into that angle of the case tonight. Mel joins us live from the FBI field office in Tampa. Mel.
Jen, good evening to you. We spoke at length with a former federal prosecutor who believes an arrest warrant is written and ready to go.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. He is the primary suspect and probably the only one.
From a legal standpoint, many are wondering, will investigators classify Brian Laundrie as a suspect after the discovery of what the FBI believes to be Gabby's body? Will her fiancé no longer be just a person of interest?
Oh, I don't think there's any question that he is no longer considered just...
Bobby, what? When you look in the mirror, you see Brian? Like his ghost or what? What are you talking about?
Just a person of interest. I think there is an arrest warrant. It may have been sealed, but it's out there.
Stephen Crawford spent years as a federal and state prosecutor. He believes Gabby's fiancé has, most likely, already been declared a suspect. And wherever he's found, that law enforcement agency will take him into custody immediately.
Quite frankly, everybody's going to want him. But in this country, the crime is prosecuted, or the venue, as we call it, is where the crime occurred.
Steve tells 8 on your side, when the medical examiner's office in Wyoming comes back with a report on the official cause of death, that will dictate where the case will be prosecuted. The question is, did Gabby die in Wyoming or Utah or another location? Investigators say they're looking at all evidence in this case and all angles, including the possibility that she may have died in one place and her body discovered in another.
Well, venue issues can get, complicated, but it's not important for the state to be able to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt as to where it occurred. The question is who did it?
And that is certainly the question tonight. In addition to where is Brian Laundrie, we are told that the coroner's office in Wyoming will be performing an autopsy tomorrow. I'm Melanie Michael at the FBI field office in Tampa.
Sorry, I cut her off, but she was just going to say her name. It's cool. Let's continue. Next clip is called New Details Learned in Gabby Petito Road Trip Mystery, courtesy of CBS New York.
And another twist in this story just into our newsroom. Just moments ago, the family of Gabby's fiance, Brian Laundrie, canceled a news conference set for tomorrow.
Laundrie has still not been found days after disappearing, and as the FBI searches for him, agents uncovered new clues at his Florida home. Evidence was towed away this afternoon. CBS 2's Dick Brennan here now with the latest. Dick.
Well, Maurice and Christine, investigators found a hard drive they say was in Gabby Petito's van. They've gotten permission to search it. The warrant also mentions text received by Gabby's mother that deepen the mystery of what happened to her. In the meantime, her fiancé is still nowhere to be found.
Search warrant.
FBI agents swarmed the home of Brian Laundrie. They questioned his parents and collected evidence that might help them find out what happened to Gabby Petito. The manhunt for Laundrie led to a nearby nature preserve, but turned up nothing.
Gabby Petito never goes outside.
The search warrant document says Gabby had many talks and exchanged texts with her mother, Nicole Schmidt, who said that during these conversations, there appeared to be more and more tension between her and Laundrie. And the mother says on August 27th, she received an odd text from Gabby. It read, "Can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls." Stan is Abby's grandfather, but the mother says Gabby never called him Stan. That made her think that something was wrong with her daughter.
We are right outside Capitol Reef right now.
The couple's cross-country trip.
Oh yeah, Florida has a lot of sinkholes, right?
Began in July, but a newly released 911 call from August sheds new light on the interaction between them.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes.
That led to this exchange with police in Utah.
We just been fighting all morning, and he wouldn't let me in the car before.
The two said they were headed to Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming, and nearby this weekend, apparently Gabby's remains were found, the body likely exposed to the elements.
There could be rain, there could be, intense heat, insect activity, other animals.
Tomorrow, the coroner will conduct a thorough autopsy.
You x-ray her, you look at every possible piece of trace evidence, and I don't mean just on the body, but at the scene as well.
Laundrie's family says Brian is not missing, but in hiding, much to the frustration of Gabby's friend, Rose Davis.
First word that popped in my brain was coward, to be honest with you. You're supposed to love her. You're supposed to marry her. I wanted to text him and just be like, please, please give me something.
Now, the autopsy tomorrow will be to confirm that the remains that were found in the Teton campground were indeed Gabby's. It will also establish a cause of death. Christina Maurice.
2 on Peter Bush.
All right, let's continue. So that's the friend that people have been telling me, Rose. That's the first time I had seen her, so now I know who everyone's talking about. Next clip is called Gabby Petito's Final Days, Odd Text, Growing Tension, Severe Anxiety, detailed in search warrant. And this is posted September 20th and courtesy of NBC2 News.
And I'm Brenna White. New developments in the case poured in today. NBC2's Gage Goulding is breaking down what police now have access to thanks to a newly released search warrant. But first, Megan Myers is outside the Laundrie's Northport home, walking us through how these new discoveries shed light on the rocky relationship.
The FBI executed the search warrant less than 24 hours after investigators discovered a body in Wyoming, believed to be Gabby Petito's, moving box after box of items into evidence, then towing away a Mustang. That's the car Brian Laundrie's parents told Northport police they picked up from the Carlton Reserve this week. They claim the last day they saw their son was on Tuesday. Search warrant documents note there was growing tension building between Laundrie and Petito on their trip out west. Based off of conversations the 22-year-old had with her mother, a fight between the couple happened weeks before Petito was reported missing. Body camera video from Utah police shows what happened when police got there. And we're now hearing the 911 call that brought police out.
I'd like to report a domestic dispute in Florida with a white van. They just drove off. They're going down Main Street. They made a right onto Main Street.
The caller also says Laundrie slapped Petito. Then in the video, Petito is crying hysterically after the altercation.
What were they doing?
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
We know that FBI agents have concluded their search for today, but we still have some crime scene tape up and Northport police here near Laundrie's home. Now, Gage Goulding is at the police department right now, where he's seeing that Mustang that we saw towed away from the home earlier today. Gage.
Yeah, Megan, that Mustang is the big headline from today. That is the same car that Brian Laundrie's family says they picked up from the Carlton Reserve on Tuesday. After it was towed today, it now sits here at the Northport Police Department. Another crucial step for investigators is trying to understand and analyze Gabby and Brian's electronic history. This new 9-page search warrant gives detectives access to their devices where they hope to get a better understanding of what exactly led up to Gabby's disappearance. Now, authorities were able to search the van that Brian and Gabby took on that cross-country tour. That was back on September 14th. During that search, they found an external hard drive. The warrant lets investigators access information on it. In fact, detectives said in the warrant the drive could hold forensic data. With this warrant, they can search for files, pictures, and more. Investigators also can access information that could help them break past password-protected areas. And now finally, and maybe most importantly, The warrant allows investigators to view emails, text messages, and even internet browsing history. They say all of this digital evidence should help establish a timeline of what happened since Gabby's disappearance. Now, Peter and Brenna, this is a big player when it comes to pinpointing where Brian Laundrie was when Gabby Petito disappeared. We're live outside of Northport Police Headquarters tonight. Gage Golding, NBC2.
New tonight, crime.
All right, let's go ahead and delete that. I think I'm gonna watch probably like just a few more and then we'll call it a night. So make sure you're subscribed so you can get a notification. Also hit the notification bell to all, and that way you're notified and you can continue this discussion with us probably tomorrow. Next clip is called Stone Memorial Found After Police Leave Gabby Petito's Search Area. This is posted September 20th and courtesy of Fox 13 News, Utah.
Crime scene tape has come down and a memorial is growing in Bridgerton-Teton National Forest in Wyoming. That's where a body was found over the weekend, thought to be that of Gabby Petito.
The memorial is just the latest detail to unfold as the mystery behind Gabby's disappearance continues to grow tonight. Fox 13's Sydney Glenn has the latest from Teton County, Wyoming.
On what should be a fun trip to see all nature has to offer in Wyoming.
Didn't expect that one coming here.
A dark cloud looms as news spread of Gabby Petito likely being found dead.
It's a little scary when you hear about such things.
Kyle Johnson and his fiancée Courtney Muchler say it's scary.
I would say it definitely is. Just because you don't know what exactly happened, you don't know who could be out there exactly.
Husband and wife Nilesh and Sharu Singh have been closely following this case ever since they booked the trip.
And then suddenly from Google we started getting this news that this woman is missing. So suddenly on daily basis it started to appear on my news feed.
Now seeing law enforcement here, they're feeling uneasy.
We've just been trying to keep our eyes and ears open and just to know what's happening and what's the government doing about this and how safe are we really.
This news has kept us like always checking the news, following it, and not go off trails.
The big question on everyone's mind, what really happened in these mountains?
And I really am curious to hear about the boyfriend side of the story. It seems like it's going to fill in all the details, all the information to especially the girl's family. I'm sure they need it.
There are clear indicators that law enforcement has been searching this area. We also found what appears to be a memorial right across the creek over here. This area was closed for several days as law enforcement searched for, and they believe eventually found Gabby Petito. An autopsy is scheduled for tomorrow. In the Bridgerton-Teton National Forest, Sydney Glenn, Fox 13 News, Utah.
In Florida, what investigators said about the Gabby Petito case over the weekend triggered an outpouring of support from friends and strangers.
Mourners are now building a growing memorial for Petito at City Hall in Northport, Florida, leaving flowers, balloons, and pictures, all in Gabby's memory. Some people have come from as far away as New York to pay their respects.
I'm so sorry about your loss. My heart goes out to everybody. She's a beautiful angel now.
There's a lot of people praying for him right now. I know we are. We're thinking about him. I know there's nothing we can say to take their pain away, but they are in our thoughts.
Back home, a vigil has been organized for Utahns to remember the life of Gabby Petito. It will be held at Sugar House Park this Wednesday from 7 to 8 p.m. The event is open to everyone. Tonight, we are hearing the 911 call made in Moab about an apparent domestic violence situation between Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. Listen to this.
All right, we've heard it, so I'm just gonna, respectfully, I'm gonna skip this because we've heard it. I was also observing stuff said most people probably won't recognize him. He has a common look, and I was thinking like the most dangerous zone for him is in that area where she was found, where people expect him to be. If he can get out of there, it'll probably get easier for him to find people that will help him that have never heard of this case, because it's the people that are from that area that are gonna be with their alert heightened, and they're gonna be knowledgeable of it, what he looks like and stuff like that. But once he's out of that zone, whatever radius that could be, you know, there's going to be more people that have not heard of this, like, at all. Unless it turns out that they have, like, a bunch of billboards everywhere and letting people know, like, to look for him. But I don't know about that. Alright, let's continue. Next clip is called Gabby Petito, Timeline of Faithful Cross-Country Trip. I think we've watched timelines already. I think I'm going to skip that one. Let's continue. New information released about Gabby Petito's trip. That's courtesy of ABC Action News.
Coming up right now on 5:33, we're hoping to get at least some questions answered today about what might have happened to Gabby Petito. FBI agents believe they found her body in a national park in Wyoming over the weekend. She disappeared during a cross-country road trip with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. He returned home to Northport without her, and now he's missing. ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott joins us live now from the FBI office in Tampa. Larissa, walk us through some of the details, the new details in this case, and also what investigators are looking into this morning.
Well, the autopsy for the body FBI agents believe to be Gabby Petito is today. We're expecting to get that preliminary report out of Wyoming today with a positive identification of her body, plus possible insight into how she died.
Brian Laundrie and Gabby left for a cross-country road trip in July, visiting several national parks before Brian returned back to Northport on September 1st without Gabby. Her parents reported her missing on September 11th. In the last 24 hours, we've gotten more information on the final days leading up to Gabby's disappearance. Police just released audio of a 911 call out of Utah, where the caller reported seeing a domestic fight between Gabby and Brian on August 12th.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
This body cam video we first showed you last week shows officers pulling over the white van they were driving in just outside of Arches National Park after receiving that call. Police separated the couple that night, but no charge.
Hey, Alan Crooks, good to see you. Glad you're here. I'm gonna go ahead and mod you up.
Charges were filed, and officers labeled the incident as a mental break rather than domestic assault. Gabby's family says they last spoke to her on the phone on August 25th.
And the coroner's office in Wyoming tells us the complete final results of that autopsy could take up to 2 weeks. We'll, of course, keep you updated with any new information on air and on abcactionnews.com. For now, I'm live in Tampa this morning. Larissa Scott, ABC Action News.
FPS Matt says the news release screws things up for ratings. They're kind of behind on some stuff. When I was picking the videos that we were going to watch, I start from like the oldest ones to the newest ones. And I was noticing that it was YouTubers and podcasters that were actually breaking news faster than the news itself. But I'm not comfortable playing like other YouTubers' content because I don't know what their policy is going to be. They might want to copyright strike me or something like that. And I mean, I would rather just go through the news. But I did notice that was going on. Next clip is called Medical Examiners Conduct Autopsy to Confirm Whether Body Found is Gabby Petito, and that's courtesy of 10 Tampa Bay. And it looks like now we're looking at news from September 21st, not the 20th anymore.
The search for Brian Laundrie continues today. Sky 10 flew over the Carlton Reserve as crews set out to look for him. He hasn't been seen in a week after he returned to his Northport home without Gabby Petito. They're searching that area after his family told police they believed that's where he was. Thank you for joining us today for Midday. I'm Allison Croft. Brian's a person of interest in Gabby's disappearance. He's the last known person to be with Gabby. They were on a cross-country trip documenting it on social media. Brian returned to Northport September 1st without Gabby. Her parents reported her missing on September 11th. On Sunday, authorities found a body in Wyoming's Bridger-Teton National Forest that matches Gabby's description. 10 Tampa Bay's Adoria Chumba joins us from Northport now. And Adoria, that autopsy is scheduled for today.
That's right. We are right here in front of Brian Laundrie, so I'm just keeping an eye on things over here for any activity inside the house or any from law enforcement officers probably going inside. This as they continue looking for answers to the question of Gabby Petito's disappearance, as well as that of her boyfriend Brian Laundrie. Meanwhile, though, in Teton County, Wyoming, the coroner there says that the autopsy on the body found at one of the camping grounds at the national park on Sunday is scheduled for today. While only the coroner can determine a positive identification, FBI investigators said Sunday night that the body was consistent with the description of Gabby Petito and offered condolences to the Petito family. Now, according to the Sarasota County Chief Medical Examiner, such an immediate presumption would likely have come from observing and matching photos or visible tattoos, jewelry, and possibly clothing items found on the body. He says the second stage of the coroner's investigation will involve finding the cause of death. Pathologists will be looking for signs of blunt force trauma, signs of asphyxiation, as well as a possible drug overdose.
It is possible to do toxicology testing even on remains that could be in this state, but that may take a while. So I think that if this were a case in our jurisdiction, I would say patience. It just may take some time to come up with a final determination.
Now, the actual autopsy process can take just a few hours, but for now, the Teton County coroner says that his findings will be released, or will take a few weeks to be released, and they'll be released by the Denver FBI office.
Surrounding the Gabby Petito case, she is the 22-year-old woman.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. Next clip is called New Evidence Revealed in Gabby Petito Case. This was September 21st, which was 2 Tuesdays ago, courtesy of 23 ABC News KERO.
Woman who was last seen on a road trip with her boyfriend, who is also now missing. We have several developments this morning, including a search warrant and a park ranger in Utah and what they saw just before Gabby's disappearance. ABC's Andrew Dimbert has more.
The investigation into the Gabby Petito case taking another dramatic turn as new evidence reveals growing tensions between Gabby and her boyfriend Brian Laundrie. On Monday, the FBI swarmed Laundrie's family home in Florida, one day after agents in Wyoming found human remains believed to be Petito's. Police are calling Laundrie a person of interest in her disappearance after he returned from the couple's cross-country road trip on September 1st without Gabby. Laundrie refused to speak to investigators and has not been seen since last Tuesday. And now a search warrant is revealing the odd final text message from Gabby's phone to her mother. It reads, "Can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls." Stan is Gabby's grandfather, and Gabby's mother says she never called him Stan, suggesting Gabby may not have sent the text. Other messages between Gabby and her mother show there appeared to be more and more tension between her and Laundrie. In the meantime, authorities have released the 911 call made when someone in Utah claimed to have seen a domestic dispute between the couple days before Gabby was last seen. The caller says he saw Laundrie slapping Gabby.
We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
He was slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
But that report appears to contradict the police report, which says no one reported that the male struck the female to the officers. And now, a park ranger who responded to that 911 call is speaking out. She says she warned Gabby that her relationship with Brian seemed toxic. Melissa Hulse tells the Deseret News, "I was imploring with her to reevaluate the relationship, asking her if she was happy in the relationship with him, and basically saying this was an opportunity for her to find another path." Hulse adding, "This wasn't a good day for anybody. We thought we were making the right decision when we left them." Andrew Dimbert, ABC News, New York.
Well, it was a week ago that Laundrie's family say they heard from him, and the search has now crossed state lines. Vanessa Ariza with our sister station in Tampa has more from Laundrie's home in Northport, Florida.
A lot has happened in the past 24 hours. FBI agents served a search warrant here at the Laundrie home. In addition to that, the family attorney had scheduled a press conference, then canceled it, and there were reported spottings of Brian in Alabama. But let's go ahead and start with what took place here yesterday morning. Around 10 o'clock, FBI agents were here at the home executing that search warrant. At one point, Brian's parents were led by FBI agents inside of a vehicle in their driveway. His silver Mustang, that was also towed away, and multiple boxes were taken by agents. Now, the search warrant will allow authorities to look through electronic devices that may give clues as to what happened or where Brian may be. There were reports that he was seen in Alabama. Authorities checked it out, but they did not find any evidence of that. Now, there have been questions as to how Brian could have slipped away without anyone noticing and why a search warrant took this long to obtain. We spoke with a former FBI agent, who we should note is not connected to this case, to get his perspective. He says, in order for agents to make moves, there has to be probable cause.
Given the discovery of the body,
a strong belief that it is in fact Gabby, that increases the amount of probable cause sufficiently for a judge to issue a search warrant for the Laundrie home.
Laundrie's family attorney was slated to give a press conference in New York this afternoon. However, last night, he says after he spoke with FBI agents, he says it was in the best interest of the family to cancel that press conference. In Northport, I'm Vanessa Ariza.
And here is a look at a memorial for Gabby Petito. It's a makeshift cross made out of stones that were found in the area where crews searched and ultimately found what police believe is her body that was located in Grand Teton National Park. So far, forensics has not positively ID'd the body or the cause of death. A preliminary autopsy could be released sometime today.
How awful. What a freaking nightmare. This is so sad. Real quick, there was a comment I wanted to kind of like say. Oh yeah, that Brian wouldn't have called her grandfather Stan as well. Who knows? The thing is, all they said was that Gabby wouldn't call him Stan. They didn't say what Brian would call him. Now I kind of wish they would have mentioned that. Let's watch one more clip and then we'll call it a night. This next clip is called Man Matching Brian Laundrie's Description Caught on Trail Camera. This was courtesy of Fox 5 Washington, D.C. And this was posted September 21st.
Now to the latest on the search for Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie. Police in Florida continue to scour an alligator-infested reserve where they believe he may be, but hundreds of miles away. TMZ obtained a photo from somebody who thinks that they actually spotted Laundrie on their trail camera. Let's get right over to Marina Morocco for the very latest development. Marina.
Yeah, Angie, there have been a lot of web sleuths in this entire case, potentially even leading to the remains of Gabby Petito. But investigators continuing their search tonight for Brian Laundrie inside a 25,000-acre reserve near the couple's home in Northport, Florida. He's wanted for questioning in Gabby Petito's disappearance. He has not been seen since September 14th. Now, the reserve, it's got hiking trails, biking trails, campsites. There's also thick foliage that covers a lot of it, making that search a challenge. Laundrie's family says he told them he was headed there for a hike, left home with a backpack. And TMZ has since obtained this photo from a man who says a person that fits Laundrie's description was seen on their trail camera early Monday morning. This is in Baker, Florida. That photo shows a person with a backpack trekking through the woods. Keep in mind that Baker, Florida is about 500 miles away from Northport, where he was last seen. However, people quick to point out the similarities between the backpack in the surveillance photo and a picture of Brian's backpack that was found on social media. The man who has a photo alerted the authorities in the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, confirming that they are actively looking into that footage. Meantime, a coroner in Wyoming expected to release a preliminary result on the autopsy for the body to be believed of Gabby Petito. Those remains were found Sunday at a campground near Grand Teton National Park. And Angie, again, there was video from other hikers who were out there who had seen that van. They gave it to the FBI, and it was then that agents searched that same site where that video was taken.
And the family's website, the Facebook page, I believe it's called Find Gabby Petito. They're doing a great job of updating people of the type of footage that they're getting in, just so people don't keep sending the same type, that were taken in the same place, and clogging up the tip line. So, Marina, thank you for the latest update.
All right, so go ahead and end it there for now. So we're barely on September 21st, and we still have to watch you know, the news coverage of the autopsy footage, more about Brian Laundrie's disappearance, sightings, all the attempts, what the experts are saying. Just there's a lot more information. This has been a crazy case to research, and there's still a lot more. Dog the Bounty Hunter is over here trying to find Brian and get to the bottom of what's going on. We'll cover that. Gabby Petito's family had a press conference that was 2 hours long, so we still gotta watch that. So there's still a lot here. Grady Judd made comments, my favorite sheriff I don't know if you ever heard of him, but he's gonna be commenting on the situation here in the future. So I'm hoping to come back tomorrow, guessing around in the afternoon. So I hope to see you all here. Thank you very much, everybody that shared and liked, and to the new subscribers, welcome. This is pretty much what we do around here. In the future, it'll be different cases, more up-to-date type of things. I'm just still trying to find my routine now that I have a full-time job. So I'm trying. So thank you, everybody. I hope to see you all tomorrow. So let me go ahead and switch on over to my outro screen, and I hope to see you all soon. Thanks so much, everyone.